you miss me? I've been out of it comatose, but the depression.
Hello and welcome to Controlled Burns, the weekly hobbyless podcast for me, your host, Andrew Burns, or Slow Burn from Wildfire Gaming. Reagan is finally back with us this week after a 2 week hiatus. Thanks for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me, Andrew.
And with The Last of Us behind us, thankfully, we're kicking off a new two-part series looking into the real goat of television for 2025, which is Andor.
Mm.
Now Reagan and I watched this show as it was releasing originally back in, I think it was 2002 or three. I'm not sure. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was 2002.
2002?
I think so.
2002.
I think it was 2002.
When Andor
Season
came
one
out.
came out. Yeah.
2002.
Okay. 2022.
2022. That makes more sense. I was 4 in 2002.
Yeah. So the point is, we watched it whenever it originally released, and then we did rewatch it before jumping into season two, which actually put us on a little bit of a delayed timeline behind everybody else, which is part of the reason that we haven't gotten around to it yet on the podcast, but also because we decided to discuss The Last of Us first, which was probably a mistake. But suffice to say, we both have loved pretty much every second that we have spent watching this show. I think we both consider it to be the best thing Star Wars has produced.
Well, hands down.
And that's
Jesus.
not saying something for Reagan, but it is saying something for me because Star Wars is my favorite series of all time. And so it's very awesome to have such quality content coming out of this series after 50 years of existence.
Yeah, the writing of the show got me on the Star Wars train.
All right. And everything else is not quite as good, but still in the same universe and very fun.
It is in the same universe.
ControlledBurnes.
Now we should say,
Uh,
Andrew is currently putting me through a
well,
marathon.
we have not worked on that in months
Well, I was gonna say we took a break from it
because we got to watch
to
this crappy Survivor
rewatch and well, no, to rewatch Andor season 1 and then watch season 2
and The Last of Us.
and The Last of Us.
Although, really, I guess that ended up being Last of Us season one we did. Last of Us season two we just watched with Brandon.
Anyway, it's a marathon of everything Star Wars created in chronological order within the universe.
Well, it's something that I have always wanted to do because I have not seen really any of the animated shows, and that is a big part. As we can now see, that is a big chunk of the story.
I think everything we've seen in Clone Wars so far is absolutely skippable.
Well,
Uh,
I
if it
certainly
stopped,
did skip this.
I would say not worth your time.
Right.
Hot
But
take.
we're about halfway through season three, I think.
Didn't
And
say it's better.
well, honestly, part of what put me over the edge to really want to, well, this is something that I've always been interested in doing. Not always, but in recent times. I am a completionist,
Mhm.
and Star Wars is my favorite series, so it makes sense. And
Sure.
I don't really feel the pull for it for like Final Fantasy. This is a good comparison, right? Because Final Fantasy is my second favorite series, favorite video game series,
Mhm.
and but they're all separate, so it's I have no pull whatsoever to like go through it chronologically. But with Star Wars, it all builds off of the same story, which I think is one of the coolest things about it, and that it
Mhm.
is so varied, but that it all builds off of like similar foundation.
Well, if it were up to me, we would just be doing the live actions.
Well, we did that already though. Well, that's not true.
No, there's
You
plenty of
have,
live actions I haven't
you have
seen.
not. Reagan, yeah. So Reagan has only
And
seen
you haven't seen like Ahsoka and stuff.
right. That's because I wanted to. By the time those shows were coming out, I had already kind of gotten in my mind that I was going to do this.
Mhm.
And so that did. Now we did obviously put that on hold for Andor because it's good enough for that. But for everything else, I watched the first two seasons of The Mandalorian and I watched the Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan. And so I haven't seen anything since then. And then Reagan has seen season one of The Mandalorian. That's it.
Yes.
And she hated it.
I did despise it. Yeah.
Well,
I've seen it twice too because I saw it on
and you're going to see it a third
a
time.
date. Hi, Blake. Sorry. It was not fun.
Yeah. Well, needless.
He watched all the boys for me, and we watched that finale, and
Well,
that was
see,
a
I have
blast.
also done that. That was a sacrifice I made.
Sure. And I made the Mandalorian sacrifice,
And you'll make it again.
and I just
But now it'll have all the proper
I
context.
will. I cannot do it again.
You
I
can.
can't. For a third time.
You
Oh my
can, and
God.
you will.
Now
It's only 8 episodes.
we have watched Andor the first half of the season. I don't know, 4 times
No.
because we showed
Well, like the
we
first like
watched it
quarter of
twice,
it,
just
maybe.
us, and then did
Once
we
we
show
get
my mom? Who else did we
no,
show?
we showed Hank a little bit. That was a waste of time.
Anyway, we've definitely seen the first half of
Showing
season
Frozen, waste
one
of time.
a lot more than the second half.
Yeah, that's true.
And it didn't feel old until this last time. And it's
I really don't think it felt.
2025 now. So
I
it's only been 3 years since
there's
it came out.
one tiny arc. It's really like a sub arc that we think got old,
Yes,
but
that's really
that's
what I'm
really
thinking.
it.
Well, I was saying this to its credit, is that we've seen at least those episodes so many times in the last like couple years, and it uh only a little bit of it
Yeah,
got a little stale, and only on the last one. So
right. Yeah, so that
big
is
Andor fan.
definitely saying something, and we're yeah. So it's not going to probably be a Last of Us conversation where we have some, which that was probably kind of interesting to a degree, where we had some very differing opinions.
Yes.
Okay, this
And
time
I
we
feel
probably will
like
be a lot more in line with each other.
for me, season one of The Last of Us and season one of Andor are tough competition.
Oh, interesting.
I think that those two are very close.
I
They're both
agree,
very high
and I
quality.
actually did this analysis
Oh,
as
really?
part of making this.
Very
And
interesting.
I also went ahead and did the Game of Thrones ones, since basically everything that we've discussed in the podcast so far.
Mhm.
So if you want that list, I can give it to you.
Okay. Well, season two, we'll talk about in the next episode, but
Right.
I've only seen that once, and I do think I have hotter takes about season two.
Well, that's interesting. Season two is definitely taking. I've noticed it's going to take me more time to put together. I don't know if that means that we're going to need a week-long break. I've considered breaking it into multiple episodes because it is 12 episodes per season, which is pretty long. But my note-taking process for season two is more intensive because I don't know it as well. We only watched it the one time. So, like for instance, I've done the first episode of season two so far,
Mhm.
and like I actually took the time to like I like most usually when I'm doing this I'm like fast forward and stuff, I like okay, I remember this scene, next one, next one, next one. I'm just like kind of seeing what's going on in each one to
Mhm.
remind myself of like the order of operations. But season two I had to mostly watch the episode again because like I sat through the conversation with Andor and that woman at the beginning that you never see again when he's still in the ship. Obviously, I could skip past all the drama of him still in the ship, but then I actually sat and watched those idiots on Yavin again because I was just like, maybe there's some context that will be added here. And it's still pretty bad.
Okay.
And then I watched.
Are we spoiling things for season two?
No, well, no, because this
Okay.
is this isn't important. None of this really means anything.
So
And then
spoilers for season one, no spoilers for season two, you're
yeah,
safe.
and then I also watched, I like really analyzed, and this one actually did benefit from like a rewatch. Was like there's like an big imperial meeting that happens in the first episode.
Mhm.
That was really interesting, actually.
I bet.
But yeah, everything else is like, yeah. But anyway, I had to pay it more attention because just to remind myself of everything that was going on.
Okay.
Whereas with season one, like you said, we've seen it quite more, so
Yes.
it was easier to put together.
Um, Now a couple things. I know you've organized this, but I normally don't participate in the lists, and I don't have like
Uh-huh.
a
Oh,
moment thing or anything. But I do think I could do my top five characters for season one.
really?
I've
Okay.
got a rough list in my head. If I have a 5 minute break, I think I can do it.
Okay.
If you're interested in that, and maybe
That would be
have you
interesting.
been writing down my moments? I know I've been saying them.
Uh, yes, I think. I don't know if we did that with season two very well.
Well, we're not there yet.
Right. But yeah, I think I did. I think I wrote down your season one moments. I don't
Okay.
know if I wrote down. See, I actually, let's see how many moments I have. I don't think you have enough. Like, I think there would be more moments that would be on your list if you were really thinking about it.
I'm sure.
Because for me, for moments for season one only, I have 13.
Well, maybe we can have a secret signal when one comes up when we're doing the podcast, and they can write it down.
Well, I feel like our top moments are, I mean, pretty much the same. They're just the top like three or four are just kind of obviously the top three or four moments.
Yeah, we're
It's just
saying
it just
the
it,
same
it just
thing.
it depends on well, it's just the way that the show is set up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's very clearly a film writer that switched to TV, and we have these film arcs with the same director. Um, so it's the first 3 episodes, and then the next 3 episodes, and then there's like
There's like
a
one
one.
standalone episode, which actually I'm looking forward to getting into that, but I actually think that episode kind of slaps.
It's a fun one. And I think that's the same director as the last two episodes.
Okay.
So it's like a little 3 episode interlude in there.
The season two didn't do that quite as much. They did release in 3 episode arcs, so I thought that it was going to be more like that, but it really wasn't. Like it was definitely. Well, I was going to say like the first 3 were kind of like that, but that's not really true. Like there's just it's you spend a lot more time on Gorman in that one, and that one is just it's just much longer than a 3 episode arc, and so
I don't remember the director
and then like
composition in that one, but it is interesting because with something like The Last of Us and most shows, I think directors are all over the place. You just scatter them in. I think season 2 of The Last of Us, there wasn't a single repeat director, except maybe Craig Mazin. I don't remember if he did. But this one, it's a very clear structure with the directors, at least in season 1, that
Yeah,
I thought
season
two
two-
felt really coherent.
I agree. Yeah, it definitely has a much more cohesion. I think season 2. I mean, the second half of it was really just like every single episode was a huge payoff.
Except the last. Well, we'll get there.
Okay.
Obviously, we're talking about a prequel show to Rogue One.
Right.
And our
Which I thought was the
introduction.
best Star Wars movie in 2016. So I have been a long celebrator of this little section of the story anyway.
Yes. And our introduction to the show was at a screening of Andor.
Rogue One.
I'm sorry, Rogue One, where they showed a scene from Andor before the movie,
Right.
in 2022 or something.
I think it was 2022. Yeah.
It was really good. Like we loved it. And now looking back, like that scene is more of an action scene. Like it's doesn't even scratch the surface of what makes it
No,
great.
yeah, it really doesn't.
But it does cater to a more traditional Star Wars audience that I don't think appreciated season 1 of Andor.
That might be true. However, it seems like season 2, everybody's just pretty much like, yeah, it's awesome. Like I have not seen really anybody criticize season 2. And I think it's also like I think in terms of viewership, I think it was also very high.
Because I do have a couple criticisms of season, like I loved it. It's
Oh, I
one of
definitely
those
think
shows
season 2
ever.
is better than season 1.
Interesting. I would have to go through it, but there was a couple things that stood out to me that didn't quite work in season 2. But season 1, everyone was just like, it's too slow. Like Brett,
It is slow.
the supposedly one of the biggest Star Wars fans in our life,
He is.
was going through a huge Star Wars phase. And maybe it was because we hyped up Andor too much, but he still hasn't finished
No,
it.
that's just ridiculous.
Like people just
Now, Brandon did
see
seem
the
like
action and the characters that they're familiar with. And
yeah.
for me, like I tell people that aren't Star Wars fans, like just watch this as a standalone. Like you don't need it. It completely works on its own.
Yeah, I know people should. Your mom should watch. It's better than that crap she's watching right now.
Brilliant for the storytelling and for the characters and for the political messaging and just really, really brilliantly done all around. So, okay, that's my little preface. Let's get into it. What you got?
Well, I have this podcast called Controlled Burns, and it's a weekly hobby list podcast with a particular focus on lists and topics related to video games, music, TV, and film, as well as other hobbies and aspects of pop culture.
No, I should subscribe and like.
You should, and actually listen to them. If you're interested in writing
Okay,
into the
here's the thing.
podcast,
I am so sorry, listeners, because my voice is horrendous and I can't deal with it. So if you
You're
have the same problem,
not on most of them.
maybe we can put like a little voice modifier
No.
to make me not nails on a
I don't
chalkboard.
think so.
Well, then I'm sorry, but this is unlistenable.
But you can listen to all the other ones.
Sure.
If you're interested in writing into the podcast and having your comments or questions read on air, you can write in at ControlledBurnes with an ES at gmail.com.
Our cat Midnight is also chipping in today. He has lots to say about Andor. Okay, well, if you can hear a lot of little meows, he sees a ghost.
Okay, episode 1 is called Casa, which is sort of getting into the part that we don't like as much, but it doesn't start with that. It starts with Andor, which to me, let me see if I don't know if you agree with this, but he's walking into, in my opinion, an extremely Mass Effect coded bar.
Oh yeah.
In search of his sister. He doesn't find her, and instead he manages to piss off a couple of corporate guards that are in there. And
a strip club, isn't it?
It's a brothel,
but
it's also a club.
Okay.
So anyway, he's like getting out of there. They hold him up outside, but he fights back, and in the scuffle, he ends up killing one of them. And so the other one kind of realizes he's in a bad situation there, and so he starts begging for his life, but to ensure there's no witnesses, Andor kills him too, and he gets the hell out of there.
It's pretty brutal. It's a hard move
Well,
for
it's
main
a
character first.
echo of his introduction in Rogue One, where he
Yeah.
also kills somebody. Although that was kind of more of a betrayal.
Mm-mm.
So it wasn't like a surprise, but I do think that this is an excellent scene as an introduction to this show and an introduction to this character. I think it's just a very atmospheric, very high tension scene.
Hmm.
It's like it helps like the way they did the lighting, and it's like raining really heavy out there, which is very cool. And it sets Andor up. You know, one of the criticisms of Star Wars under George Lucas was, everybody thought that Han Solo was like this badass character, right? Which he is. And part of that sort of mystique about him, or what people thought was really cool about him, was he has this bar scene in the first movie where like this alien kind of shakes him down and he shoots him.
Hmm. Shoots him first.
Well, and yeah, like now technically I think George Lucas maybe has argued that he didn't shoot first, but like you couldn't see that in the original cut.
Okay.
But I feel like that's right. I think the implication is that Han shoots him first,
Okay.
and then
At least edited like that.
in all of the redone ones that he's done, which he's done quite a few, particularly the first movie.
Yeah. How to extend that pod race.
He never. Well, that's not in that first movie.
That's episode one.
It's episode one. But he doesn't shoot first anymore, and so people have just been like it's kind of been like this kind of smoothing of the edges of some of the like the main characters in it.
Yeah.
And that
It's
was certainly
Game of Thrones.
and that was certainly the case in like the sequel trilogy. Like, my God, there was no edges at all to Rey, which was part of the reason that she's a very boring character. But
And
so
if you listen to our podcasts, you know that we love great characters.
yeah, and I don't really think Andor is a great character, to be clear. I think that
It's a great move.
I think
for sure.
I think he's a harder character, but like if it was a Knights of the Old Republic character, he would be skewed much higher toward the light.
Okay.
Maybe not as much. I mean, he's not there in the beginning. Like in the beginning, he's more looking out for himself. But then he goes back to Ferrix, and clearly he's like friends with everybody there.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's close with his community.
Right.
But he also didn't have to kill those guys. Now those cops were corrupt, and we're touching a little bit on in this universe police relationships with minorities, and they really just looking for a bribe.
Right.
And we're drunk, and
I think he
it's
did.
just a
I
mess.
disagree with you. I think he did have to kill him. Like I don't think he meant to kill them at first.
Survive that encounter.
I don't think he meant to kill him at first. But once the other guy was dead, there was basically no choice but to kill the other guy.
Sure, but he didn't have to fight to escape. Like he could have
Well, I don't
just
think
gone and done his time.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting.
I'm just saying, like his hands weren't completely tied. And that other guy, like, someone like me, maybe more naive, or more pacifist, wouldn't have killed the other cop and just
Would have been
taken my chances. He was on the run for the law anyway. They were after
No,
him
he wasn't.
anyway. Well, I mean, after this.
Oh, well, that's true,
And they even had a case.
That's part of how great the story and characters are, which we'll get into. But anyway,
To be clear, these cops are bastards.
we go from that to like this first flashback of him as a child on Kenari, this is the part that we think it certainly gets old on a rewatch. Maybe the first time it wasn't as bad, but I think even the first time it was definitely the most boring part.
Yeah, it doesn't go a lot of places.
No, it really doesn't go anywhere at all.
I don't understand where the adults are.
Yeah,
Or-
well, it's kind of setting up mystery, which is something.
Mystery is really fun when you get.
Well, I think what happened on the planet is there was a mining disaster.
Yes.
And I think
the first of many.
I think that parents died in the mining disaster. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that's what happened.
Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't spell that out, that's a different approach to storytelling than what you normally get from. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue in the sequels they don't spell shit out either, to it's their detriment. But
Sure.
I think in this case, it doesn't the reality is it doesn't matter a ton what happened to the parents. So leaving it as something of a mystery, I think is fine.
Sure. Okay. I guess it's kind of a silent film thing. You want to know my biggest complaint about this section, and maybe of season 1 of Andor production?
Okay.
It's just a jungle.
It is just a jungle.
It's an alien planet, and it has exactly the same vegetation as here on Earth. I don't like that. Throw in some cool plants, guys.
Right.
Throw in anything otherworldly.
I've got the show for you. It's called The Clone Wars.
No, it's not because I would also need, and if I had to pick one, it would be the great characters and storytelling and nuances and uh comment if you think that I will feel that way about
Okay, I'll
Clone
comment
Wars
then.
by the
I think
end.
that I don't think it's gonna be your favorite show by any means, but I think by the end you will be like, I don't even know if you'll say it was worth watching, but I think by the end you will say there was some good stuff in there.
Okay.
But
Anyway, just
anyway,
give me some cool biodiversity, guys.
one thing that is kind of cool is that I guess the inciting incident here in this flashback is there's a ship crashing and they're kind of just like Lord of the Flies kids living on their own in the jungle,
Hmm.
kind of like in a tribe. And
A
so,
lot of it is very atmospheric, which also means great opportunity for alien
well,
life and
they are totally, they're like a, kind of like like what we have here in our real world, where you have like these islanders that are totally cut off from civilization. So they are like cut off from civilization, and then they see the ship flying in, and that's like interesting to them because they don't see that kind of stuff,
sure.
and it's crashing. So they go in to investigate. One thing that is kind of cool about it is that because it's in the past, this is actually a Republic freighter, not an Imperial freighter. But
Mm,
it's same ends up being really the same difference. But
yeah. You know what I think about every time I see those extra kids acting like natives? I think about my high school production of Peter Pan, where I was cast as a brave, um, which was our more politically correct term for what they're called in the Disney movie. But the native people, just their movements, it was like brought me exactly back to how we were taught to move in that play. Takes me out of it a little bit, but I mean they do fine.
yeah,
Just fun little anecdote.
I think we shouldn't waste any more time on it. Andor, we go back to real time. There are a lot of there actually are more cuts in Andor than you think. It actually is edited, I found, pretty fast, where there's like a quite a few scenes, even though like with Game of Thrones, you're cutting to like every single one would be a different character. Now it's like
Yeah.
cutting between not very many characters, and particularly the first three episode arc, there are really aren't very many characters, which I
Hmm.
do think is cool. What they're really building up here in these first few episodes is Jess Ferrex, which is cool.
Hmm.
So Andor goes home. He's talking to his droid. This introduction of his droid B2EMO.
Best droid in all of Star Wars.
Definitely
Fight me.
not. It's not even the best droid in the show, but he's already like what he's doing here is he's already coming up with the cover up and an alibi for what he was doing.
Hmm.
And you can tell immediately, great contrast here between what you see in The Last of Us with Ellie, where everything's just a joke to her. She doesn't really take anything seriously. You can see like,
Well, she's 14 or 19.
okay, either way, it's dumb because it minimizes the stakes when you do that. Whereas here, people die all the time in Star Wars. You're like, oh, whatever, you kill those guys. But you can see that he is taking it very seriously.
And I
And
think the
that I
show
think,
takes
yeah, oh,
human life very
the show
seriously.
does. Yes, yes. But that because this is the first episode, this is like cluing you in like this is not, your dad, your boomer. Really more like Gen X, but your old school Star Wars where you shoot people left and right and it's like, yeah, whatever, no consequences at all. He killed these two guys. There's not even any witnesses, and he's
Yeah.
still like, I'm fucked. I need to come up with a story here, and I need to like tell as many people as possible that can vouch for me.
Yeah, I think that goes along with how seriously this show takes the consequences of fascism
Right.
and just like all of the darker things in Star Wars that are touched on, the show really gets into the nitty-gritty of how that affects people and all the nuances there in like a really interesting way that makes it feel a lot more grounded. Uh, in a similar way to how Game of Thrones, like they're both fantasy, just one's in space, in a similar way to how Game of Thrones feels grounded.
Yeah. Well, and it's also interesting because these guys aren't even the Imperials yet that he's killed, and
Mhm.
he's still like that concerned about it.
Sure.
So then we cut to back to the planet where he did that because it's not even the same planet as well. Like he put huge distance between himself and them. Like he did. It's
Hmm.
not like he killed him in Ferrix.
Yeah.
So he leaves that planet.
But the whole reason he did it is because he didn't have a visa, right?
Yeah. I
That's the
mean, he
reason they
was.
were shaking him
I
down.
guess so. He was just there to because he's looking for his sister, and he had gotten a lead that maybe there was somebody from Kenari, which is his home planet, that was working there.
But
And
then
there
he asked for
was.
his papers and he didn't have them or
Yeah, he
whatever.
probably wasn't supposed to be there or whatever. So anyway, back on Morlana 1, this is the planet that happened. We have the debut of the character of Cyril Karn,
Cyril
who
Karn.
is one of the cops, but not an Imperial, but he's one of like this. They're kind of like a corp. I can't remember exactly what they're called. They're like they call them like corpos or whatever.
Yeah.
So he's reporting. So he. It's like his job is to report that this happened. So he has a superior, a chief supervisor, who he's like reporting these two deaths to, and his chief supervisor could not care less. He says it's bad timing.
He's like, they probably had it coming.
He says clearly, like he 1,000% accurately diagnoses exactly what happened. These two guys were
Drunk assholes.
not doing what they were supposed to. They were drunk. I think he goes down the line of like all the things that went wrong here. He's like they were drinking on the
Racist
job.
off-duty.
They were drinking on the job in
That.
a bar that's not even supposed to exist in this sector, and like there's like all of these things that they did wrong. He's like
Without the racism.
and he's like, and then they picked the wrong person to annoy. And he's like, so, and he's about to go make a report because these guys are directly under the Imperials. So basically, these planets are like so unimportant to the Empire that they're like, yeah, whatever. We're just gonna let these corporates run it, and then they have to report to us, but just every once in a while.
But Karn wants to make the report, and his boss.
Yeah, so Karn is like super by the book. And so he just cannot stand that this happened, and this guy wants him to get away with it.
And right off the bat, you can totally sympathize with what Karn's feeling here because it's like you're brushing this murder under the rug. Like where's the justice in that?
Well, it's like literally like the one thing that he's supposed to do in his job is, get to the bottom of these kinds of things. And that guy's like, yeah, whatever.
Like that is corruption on a different level. And so Karn is just such an interesting foil to Andor right off the bat.
Well, it's also interesting in the sense that if it was up to the chief inspector, who is over Cyril Karn, Andor would have got away scot-free.
Yeah.
And this would have just never been brought up again. His direct instructions to Cyril Karn are to come up with a accident that happened with these guys that died. He's like, but don't make it too inspiring. We don't need a parade.
Yeah.
And he says, make it something sad but inspiring in a mundane sort of way.
So good. What's his name?
I don't remember, but he's the same guy that plays the Royce guy in Game of Thrones, who's like in kind of the later seasons.
Yeah.
He's like supposed to be.
John Royce?
It might be. I think it's Jan, but
Or
he's
Jan Royce.
he's the one that is supposed to be training Robin, and it's not going very well. And he's annoyed at how pathetic he is.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, we go back to Andor. So he visits Bix. So it's the debut of Bix,
Yes.
and he asks her to reach her friend in quotes, who we don't know who he's talking about yet, because he has something to sell, which is this Imperial Starpath unit, which ends up being very important throughout the series. And so she kind of has to convince her. She doesn't want to do it because she's kind of mad at him for like holding out. This is clearly something that he was like holding back. And it's like a big deal that he has this. And so, but finally she agrees to call him. And
Bix is his ex at this point.
Is his ex. And so we also get the debut of her current boyfriend, whose name is Tim. He's clearly bothered by Andor's presence, and he doesn't mind saying so.
Yeah.
And he's also like very Irish.
Yeah. Now is Tim from Harry Potter, or does he just feel like
I think he just feels like he's Harry Potter, but I could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like a minor character in it or something.
Okay. My feelings on Bix this season.
I agree. I think that she'd be low on the totem pole.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with her. She just doesn't stand out compared to
I still think she would be low on the totem pole in season 2, but better
she
than
improves
is
in season 2, I think.
Yeah, agreed. We'll come back to the kids in Kenari. They're not really doing anything. They're just kind of preparing to investigate the crash ship. That's a scene that could have been cut. Cyril Karn is not doing what he was told to do, and he is very strongly investigating this murder, and he's meticulously looking through the air traffic data. And he does find Andor's ship. He's like, what is that? And it's like, you look at it, and it's like this total mess of just blips everywhere. But like he is just... Like, he's very good at his job.
Yeah.
He, like, sees this one blip that doesn't have, like, the proper, I don't know, registration or something. And, like, this guy's like, I don't know, it could be anything. And he's like, look deep into this, and I want you to go through like everything. And he's like, and if you don't like it, then we'll find somebody else to do it.
Okay, so this is our first instance of a reoccurring thing that I love with Karn and I love throughout the show that they use constantly, and it's the idea of a rebel and going rogue. Because Karn in this instance is rebelling, he is going rogue, but he's doing it in the name of following what his job is. Like, so he's disobeying orders, but for his idea of justice and what's right and what the right thing to do is in a very it's interesting to think of in terms of like lawful versus chaotic
Hmm.
because in some ways he is very lawful, but it's like where do you draw the line for law? We see this all over the show is different ways you can be a rebel and a rogue and uh like Karn is like an example of a lawful rogue, which is just such a fascinating, delightful combination. It's so interesting to watch.
Yeah, and a very good actor as well.
Oh,
I think
brilliant actor.
he has a lot of similarities with his acting style with Tom Cruise. And I just think it's interesting that he does it. I think part of what I mean by that is just like the way that he enunciates things, and also like he is not afraid to talk very quietly,
Hmm.
and I think that is cool about him. And he also like he like gets fired up. He's talking something about something that really cares about.
Yeah. He's like not cool in any way.
No, yeah,
And
no.
I love him for it. Like I'm tipping my hand a little bit. Um, we're big card fans in this household.
Yeah.
Just such a fascinating, and villain is a strong word
Well, it's definitely a
because
villain in the grand scheme.
he is an
And like,
antagonist
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
there you go, sure. Okay, so Andor's kind of going back. He's still going around to different people. This guy Nurchi shows up and he tries to shake Andor down for some money he owes him, but he just kind of blows him off. This is doesn't seem very important in the moment, and it really isn't in the grand scheme of things. But some of these characters, I think, some of these side characters on Ferrex in particular, I think it's very easy to just sort of not even pay attention to them or notice them on a first watch through. But when I was going through and really analyzing it here, they stuck out to me more.
Well, this guy comes back at the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that come back later.
Yeah, yeah.
Bix contacts the buyer for the Starpath unit, who we know is Luthen Rail, but we don't actually see him yet.
Yes.
Which that's another cool tactic. Like Luthen, it's like Luthen himself is like not like this imposing guy. He's not really like impressive or anything. But there's like this mystery about him, and he's clearly more important than these average people that we've been dealing with so far that are just like working in Ferrex.
Yeah, well, they're not allowed to know his name or see
Mhm.
his face or
Right.
all these things.
So that kind of creates this mystique about him, which is I think is a very good storytelling tactic. Similar to what I love about The Last of Us Part 2 with how they rolled out the Seraphites in contrast to the show.
Sure.
We'll go back to Cyril Karn. He's now tracked Andor to Ferrex. And he doesn't even know for sure that it's him.
Hmm.
Because he's not registered as being from Kenari. He's registered from being somewhere else. I don't remember where it is.
Yeah.
And it's not important. But he's
The bartender, he had mentioned.
he gets the bartender to come in to verify they pull him up. They're like, well, it doesn't say he's from Kenari, and then the bartender comes in, so you know that they're gonna get him.
And this is the bartender that Andor asked about his sister
Right.
from Kenari. So,
And so he's got these people in it. Because, like, I think the idea here is that Karn is, like, second in command, but he's basically acting in command because his superior has left to go report to the Empire.
mhm.
And so, which you can tell is just such a pain in the ass, these people who work here, because they're used to, like, having a very lax job.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
Except that one guy. Have we gotten to him yet?
no.
The one guy that's
he's
okay.
he's later. Yeah, he's great too. But so, like, he's, like, telling them to flood Ferrex with, put the word out that they're looking for somebody matching his description.
Mhm.
However, it does say Kenari in the what they're putting out to Ferrex, and so that helps Andor in the sense that he doesn't ever tell anybody he's from Kenari. So there's still a chance
Well,
that he's going to slip through.
Kind of. He had this whole conversation with
Well,
Marv, his mother, or acting mother, about who she's told, and it was like, well, they're family. It's not, like family friends or whatever. So like it's out there a little bit, but only with people they really trust. And then she mentions like, what about all those girls you're with?
Yeah. So then Andor is like talking to the ship guy, the guy that lent him the ship. He's not pleased with Andor's antics and tells him not to return. I forget the guy's name, but I think I have it. I didn't write it down right there, but I do have him on my character list. I think that is Pegla.
While you're on that list, will you look at the name of that uh, officer above Karn that we really like?
Oh, I already knew that. That's well, it's Linus Mosk.
Linus
Oh, you
Mosk.
mean the one that's above Karn? The one that's
Yeah,
above Karn, I have him written down too.
I feel like he deserves a shout out.
Chief Inspector Hine.
That's it. Chief
Yes.
Inspector Hine. What a delight.
Yeah. I thought when you were asking me his name, you were asking for the actor.
No, no, no.
You got a bug in your hair.
I have a bug in my hair?
Yeah.
Where is it? What kind?
It's like right here.
You want to get it?
I don't know where it went.
Well, is it in my ear or something?
No.
All right. Fun interlude.
So then the last the kind of like the final shot of this first episode is pretty lame. It's just back in the flashback on Kenari, and Andor's sister kind of watches as he joins this group that's going out to look for the ship.
Hmm.
There you go.
There's also a lot of focus on this girl that Andor, like, I guess kind of has a crush
He
on
definitely had
her,
a
like,
crush on her.
who's like
And she's kind of like
dating.
the leader of the group.
I wish that we'd focus more on his relationship with his sister than on his relationship with that girl, because she really doesn't come to anything.
Well, I think it's kind of cool in a way. I mean, all this stuff, it doesn't really end up mattering much, but I think it's kind of cool because that is the mindset that he would have been in at the time. Yes, he would have been much more focused on that girl than his sister because he didn't really understand how important his relationship with his sister was yet.
Even though now he's risked everything
Mhm.
to get his sister back.
Right.
All right.
So episode
And he is not, as far as we know, looked at all for that other girl.
well, there would be no point because we see her die.
We do, but he's already gone at that point, isn't he?
No, he absolutely.
So she's the one that. Okay, sorry.
Episode 2 is That Would Be Me, so it's called. So it starts with the flashback again, unfortunately. So this is where it's
Not that bad. It's just getting.
and they go pretty fast. He's overlooking the scope of the excavation site on Kenari, which is kind of a reveal to the audience, like, okay, something was going on here that was industrial. And I think this is the mine where there was some sort of disaster where the parents died.
My number one, if you want to keep a tally of how many imperial mining things we have, or not imperial, but corporate mining issues we
It was
have,
probably Republic.
and the impact on the locals that those have.
Okay, we get this really cool scene on Ferrix where it's just kind of, I guess, like the way it's written, like the way it ended up releasing was they released the first 3 episodes, and then it was a weekly rollout for the first season. But it's you can tell it's kind of written here in a way that where it's not, just in case they did do it on a weekly rollout, because, well, we get the debut of Gone Guy, who actually is called, I think, the Time Grappler or something like that. I had to look him up because they never actually name him in the show. But yeah, he's doing his little gong thing. And then
Oh God, honorable mention. Like I can't possibly put him in my top 5.
no.
But he is such a delight every time he's on screen. We both get so hyped.
Well, I think
It's
I get
the-
a little. I think I'm just kind of letting you have your thing.
Well, I appreciate it
Yeah.
because the passion that this
Yeah, he
man
does have passion for his
has,
work, which is inspiring.
It is inspiring. I think we should all strive to be like him.
Right. So, but he's kind of the backdrop. His little gong routine is the backdrop of like this montage. It's just sort of reestablishing all the characters on Ferrix that were introduced in the last episode. It's a very cool scene.
And it is a little bit of world building for Ferrix, who are very. We build on this idea later that banging on things is a big part of their culture and community and how they communicate.
So Bix sees the message that from the corporates that they're looking for Andor, and so she immediately knows it's Andor. They don't have the picture, which also is to his benefit, but she knows it's him, and so she kind of like leaves abruptly, which Tim thinks is suspicious, and he follows her.
Mm-hmm.
That's important for later. But meanwhile, Andor returns home. This was the debut of Marva, which is his adoptive mother,
I love Marv.
also played by Amy Petunia's actress from Harry Potter.
She does a wonderful job.
Yeah, she's very cool. She has also already, like, word travels fast down here because it's, it kind of reminds me a little bit of where I grew up. It's obviously kind of more of a, it's not really rural in the sense that, it's kind of industrial where they're living. They're all kind of packed in, but it's not a very large area.
And it's a tiny community.
Yeah, it's a tiny community. So word travels fast in a tiny community. And so she's already heard about the warrant. And so she's very concerned. She's like, who do we know? Who have you told? Like all that
Yeah.
stuff like you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So Andor is like, that's not good news. So then he goes to meet with Bix again, who clearly is somebody, even though they're not together anymore, it's clearly somebody that he kind of has a deeper relationship with, and I mean, he's also got this close relationship with Brasso. We've come to learn, but it seems like
Love Brasso.
those are his top two, clearly outside of Marva.
Have we met Brasso yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, because
Not
I have
that
thoughts about
not
their
that I
first
know.
interaction.
So he returns home to. Oh yeah, so he meets with her and sort of comes clean about what he did. He like tells her what he did, and she's like, "Wow." And so it's kind of like explaining to her why he is doing the Star Path sell now, and he's kind of trying. Basically, what he's trying to do is he's trying to sell the Star Path unit to this buyer, which will get him enough money to like actually officially purchase transport off of the planet, so that he can get out of there.
And this whole time there is already like an interesting dynamic there of being exes and like kind of wondering like what happened there? Who loved who? What's this tension?
Yeah.
She has a
Oh,
boyfriend.
and I actually we did meet Brasso in the first episode. So like whenever when Andor was talking to the droid to like come up with a cover up, he was telling Brasso about his alibi as well. It's like the scene right after that. So
Okay, yeah, that's just such a fun scene where Brasso is like a little bit annoyed with him, but like immediately is gonna
help him come up with
cover
his
for
alibi.
him. And it's just such a great friendship moment. Immediately makes you love Brasso.
But anyway, Andor and Vix, their meeting is like it's not a private meeting. Like they meet over like in like some sort of restaurant or something. And so Andor is like he's kind of panicking at this point a little bit. He's trying to keep it cool, but he's like, okay, well maybe call off the buyer and I'll just like get it. I can't remember exactly what his plan is, but he's kind of scrambling to come up with a new plan. But she's like, he's already on his way. I'll be here tomorrow. And so he's like, well, okay. So I guess I can hold out until then. And then, but Tim sees them together in like this restaurant. And so he's like very jealous. And he has also gotten his hands on the report and he realizes that it's about Andor. And so he, you know,
Because he knows that he's from Canary through Bix.
through Bix.
So Marv was right. It wasn't her people that
Right.
leaked.
And so he's like, gets a drink or whatever, and then he goes off to report Andor to the authorities.
Oh, what a
Get him out of the picture.
cheater.
Okay. So actually, so we jumped the gun a little bit with the Karn's thing. So he was actually given those descriptions before he even had verified who it was, because this is where he verifies the image of Andor with the nightclub lady. So now he knows he's got the right guy.
But it's an image of him at like what, 14, whenever he was arrested.
It's like a younger guy, but that's interesting because he was shooting his shot like immediately in the last episode where he did put out the word and he hadn't even like really verified that it was him yet. Which is fine because they just said that they were looking for him. It's not like that they said that he was guilty of anything yet.
Yeah.
Which is
not wanted dead or alive.
Right, which could have given it kind of let Andor know that yeah, he was right to be scrambling. And it could have backfired in the sense that it could have given him enough time to get out of there, but they work fast enough where they are gonna have the chance to catch him. So now he knows it's him or who he is and knows what he looks like.
Yeah, mostly, more or less.
So then we cut back to Ferrix and it's Bix, and she visits Tim at night, and I mean we don't see what happens there, but you can surmise. So it's kind of interesting.
When two people love each other very much,
which is that's kind of just sort of off topic for Star Wars usually. Like, I mean, I guess like you see Anakin and Padme in the same bed, and obviously she's pregnant, so you know what's going on there. But
yeah,
it's kind of like the closest that they come to
these people aren't married.
having a scene like that. It's true. Okay, then we get the debut of Linus Mosk, who is the guy that's under Cyril Karn, but that is equally
passionate
about him. It's like the first guy that Cyril Karn meets that's like actually cares about this as much as he does.
It's his yes man.
They bond immediately.
It's such a cute.
And so they arrange this plan to go get Andor. It's like he like brings him in. He's like, "How many people do you think that we should bring down there?" He's like, "I'd say a full detachment of 12, sir." And then he is like, "Are you going to be joining us?" And he's like, "I think I should, shouldn't I?" And he's like, "Absolutely, sir." He'll build morale for the team or something. So he's getting ready to go.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Luthen is flying, and we're getting the debut of Luthen. He's flying in on the Fondor ship. And he didn't say anything at all because he's just by himself. So it's just, there he is. This is the guy.
Yeah.
So Andor, he, kind of knows they're after him now. So he sends the droid B2EMO back to Marva with comms so that they can communicate while back and forth while he's trying to get out of there, which ends up being a mistake. But then we go back to the flashback. We see that girl that he's got a crush on is killed by this guy that comes out of the crashed ship, this Republic guy. And then they kill him.
There's a bunch of dead ones too.
Right. And so then they kill him because they have like these poison darts that they all shoot at him. So in a kind of a rage at this, Andor, instead of like going back with the rest of the group, Andor goes into the ship, seeking revenge, I guess. I don't really know what he's going with him.
His feelings.
Andor, back in the modern timeline, Andor books his passage out with Zanwar. He's the guy that runs the transportation kiosk, I guess.
Okay.
He ends up coming back too, but it's gonna be expensive. But he's like, well, whatever. I'll probably be able to pay because he knows he's gonna sell the Star Path unit and he's gonna get a lot of money for it. So that's still his escape plan right now. So like, take this transport out of here. It's not. That's even crossed his mind, obviously, that he would leave with Luke and Rail. Okay, and then Karn is in. They're loaded up on the transport. They got all the men. He's coming in.
Is it pep talk time?
It is pep talk time.
All right.
And so like Linus Moss gives him the floor. He's like, all right, got a speech prepared, sir, and he does not have a speech prepared at all. And so he just kind of like wings it, and it's not very good.
Oh, it's terrible. It's so awkward. It's the best speech in all of Star Wars.
And then Linus Moss says, nicely done, sir. Inspiring.
What? We all need one of him in our lives.
Yeah. A hype man. And then Luthen is the last kind of shot is he's riding into Ferrix. It's like he kind of like parks on the outskirts, so like rides the ship in. It's like kind of like this public transportation. There's like this talkative salesman there who's sort of talking to him. Luthen's obviously annoyed by him, but he's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Just putting up with it. And then it's like you get like this shot of like Andor kind of walking around because he's been on the move all over the place, like trying to get the hell out of here. He's like heading to the rendezvous for like where he's gonna meet this guy, I guess. And that's kind of like that's the big hyping up shot. Is like everybody's coming together to Ferrix to go into the third episode, which is the beginning. This is like the beginning of what the show does, where it like creates these kind of shorter stories, these shorter arcs, and then like they come to a head, and that's what the third episode is, which is called Reckoning.
Yes. And I believe this reckoning is what our scene was in theaters. That was our preview of the show.
Well, it's him meeting Luthen for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but starts again with past Andor. He's getting on the ship. There's kind of an interesting scene where like he sees his reflection, which is like maybe he's not used to seeing what he looks like, you know?
Well, he looks different in his day-to-day where he kind of has on this salesman, rich guy.
No, I'm talking about young Andor.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. I don't remember.
I think the idea is that he's like seeing what he looks like for the first time.
Oh, for the first time.
Yeah, because or
Like,
at least in a long time. I mean, yeah, you would think so, but I guess he's just never seen his reflection this clearly. And that kind of sort of sends him over the edge. Like maybe he's not happy with what he sees. He starts destroying shit in the ship. Kind of weird thing. So then in the main timeline, he says his farewell to Brasso, and like it's kind of news to him. Like he didn't realize it was like that big of a problem where he's like getting out of there right now.
Yeah.
And so because he never filled Brasso in on exactly what he did. Only Bix knows that. And so he's like, all right, well, hope to see you again. Whatever. Obviously they have a good relationship.
Yeah.
So then Luthen's coming in. He's in the town now. Bix kind of intercepts him and they walk together. And she kind of tells him that it's not looking too good. The corporates are kind of on his tail. And so she gives him his location to go meet with him. In the flashback, we have Marva and Clem find Andor in this ship. So like I guess like they fly in on a different ship, which we don't see because we're just with Andor the whole time. So they fly in, and I think basically the idea is that they're kind of pirates or looters or whatever. Like this Republic ship has crashed, and they're like, all right, let's go get some loot. And so they go in there and they find the kid.
Well, and a little bit rebels too, aren't they? Like they dabble in it at least.
Well, there's not like a rebellion at this point because it's the Republic, so everybody still thinks that the Republic is good at this point, probably.
Okay.
But they're not. They're outlaws for sure.
Okay.
And so
we just learned later that Marv has a
but not at
connections.
first.
So you're right. You're right. So I got the timeline mixed up. But these are who become his parent figures.
Yep.
And we never meet Clem in the timeline.
Well,
But
we have flashbacks.
we have flashbacks with him, but Marv is obviously still around.
We get the corporates arriving on Ferrix. In the flashback, Marva kind of knocks Andor out and takes him. It's a little bit of like a Joel type situation where she's like taking this unconscious kid, kind of against his will, but ends up working out, I guess.
Well, they're kind of in a tough spot because they think if they leave him, they're gonna kill everyone there.
Which they're right. Well, at least she hears later on that there were no survivors.
And we never see any proof
But yeah,
otherwise.
I think that she's right. I think she does save him.
But it is kind of like, I wonder what those first couple of years were like with him acclimating to and, like learning the language, and obviously they have a very strong bond later, but must have been hard to build up that trust. And
yeah. All right, well, this is it. Like from here on out, it's just like everything is like hitting a head, coming to a head. So I kind of hit all the highlights here.
Okay.
The first thing that happens is the corporates arrive at Marva's house. They've identified that's where he lives, and so they got a warrant for Andor, and they begin tearing the place apart.
Oh, it makes me so angry.
But they hear Andor. He's not there. They hear him trying to get in touch with Marva and B2EMO, and so they start tracing his signal. So that's how they're able to pinpoint where he is, where he ends up meeting with Luthen. So then Andor, this is the scene that we saw in theaters where he's meeting with Luthen. Luthen asks him to join him. And so we're kind of like learning here as the audience, I guess, that he's sort of creating the earliest organized rebellion that there is to the Empire. This is 5 years, I think, before the original Star Wars movie, Episode 4, or by that point, obviously the rebels are quite well established. They're able to blow up the Death Star.
Yeah.
But
Spoilers.
that's not really a thing here, obviously. So he's like building, it had to be built up from somewhere. So we're kind of getting this idea that, he's like, we don't know necessarily how important he is yet, but clearly he's in that very early stage of building up the rebellion.
Yes.
So he's obviously in recruit mode. So he wants Andor.
He sees something in him. And Andor, that's not really his focus right now. He just is
he's supposed to get out of there.
Yeah.
He's not interested in this proposal whatsoever at first. So that's kind of going on. They're kind of having this conversation. Bix realizes that the corpos are in the settlement and they're looking for him. So, she's kind of concerned. But like she's trying to figure out like how they knew where to come. And then she's like about to leave and Tim stops her. And he like kind of says something that he shouldn't know.
Yeah.
And then she's like able to kind of figure out, put together that he was the one that turned him in. So she's just upset about that, but she doesn't really like get into a big fight with him right there. She just like, because she's got a job to do. She's trying to help out her friend. So then this is where the people of Ferrix kind of start making their racket. That's the best way I can say it. They start banging on shit.
That would be the most eloquent way.
And the corpos are like marching through. They're trying to kind of get establish a foothold here to make sure that he can't escape. Because, they did bring a lot of guys. They got 12 guys to kind of create a snare for...
It's all very inspired, motivated men under great leadership.
And one of them ends up finding Bix and holds Bix at gunpoint. So that's alarming. Luthen and Andor, they are able to triangulate where Andor is because he has then Luthen figures it out. He realizes that they were able to do that because Andor's got like this communication thing. So he destroys it, but it's not fast enough. They're out there. So they kind of start blasting their way out of there.
Yeah.
And it's like the action really ramps up here. So it's during like this commotion, Andor actually loses the Star Path unit.
Well, and stuff's like falling off the scale.
Yeah, especially falling onto. He tries to go back for the Star Path unit, and he does not retrieve it, which is interesting. While all this is going on, Bix is handcuffed to a pipe at this point, and Tim walks in and he sees this, and he wants to help her, obviously, and so he does not. He's not listening to what these guys are saying. He's not stopping when they tell him to stop or whatever. And so one of them, he's like kind of a younger guy, definitely trigger happy, shoots him. And so he's our first death.
Oh, the nuance. Because obviously we're all a little pissy with him because he betrayed Andor and we want Andor to be okay. But he really loved Bix and he really wanted to protect her. And so he has his little rogue rebel moment. And then he dies, and then she can't reach him because he's tied to the pole.
He's attached to this pole. Yeah.
Oh, it hurts my heart.
Yeah.
It makes Tim a really good rich
Yeah, I mean, he's not
Just
like
these little
right.
bits we get.
They do a good job of that, of building up these characters that don't actually get a lot of screen time, but are memorable and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So in the house, Marva's like, she something's kind of awakening in her at this point, and it awakens further later on. But she's like really kind of talking some shit to the guys that are in there in her house.
Mhm.
She's like
She's
telling
badass.
about this noise that they're making out there. She's like, it's when it stops that you really want to be concerned.
Oof.
And then meanwhile the corporates they're like setting up this perimeter to catch Andor as he escapes, but they think they're gonna be able to get him because they got like this street stuck down. They're like, there's no way they can get out of here without us finding him.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow Andor, because he's a very stealthy guy, gets like outside their little circle, and he like bam comes up behind Andor and he's got him at gunpoint, or Karn, and he's got him at gunpoint.
Meaning
And Luthen's like, kill him and be done with it. Doesn't give a shit about him, you know?
Yeah.
That's a very Luthen attitude.
Yeah.
But Andor does not kill him. Ties him up.
So this is different than his decision with the cops.
Yeah, he should have
He
killed him.
leaves a witness. He leaves someone that saw his face. And, I wonder how much of that is this whole thing with the cops really blew up in his face. Maybe there's a little bit of guilt there. I don't know the complexities of what made him
I think
make
it's possible.
a different decision here.
I think it's possible that he just sees something in Cyril that he doesn't see in those other guys.
Well, so I think that there is more goodness inside Karn than there
Definitely.
is.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's like just there trying to do his job.
And he is not a cold-blooded killer.
No, he's
Luthen
not.
is
Oh, Andor. Yeah.
yeah.
Luthen is
So
absolutely gonna kill him.
and so it's really fascinating, but yeah, he lets him live. But Karn is just terrified and also furious.
I think he also kind of thinks that it will benefit him in the sense that he's gonna he's kind of they kind of come up with this plan of how they're gonna get out of there, and I think Karn is gonna be able to be useful to him in a small way here coming up. So,
but also with Karn, there is no threat of him overtaking Andor or
Right.
like getting away in this cool badass maneuver that you might expect another Star Wars villain to get at. He is helpless.
Yeah, he's dead to rights, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the officer that killed Tim is sent back because like the guy that is kind of pissed off that he killed that guy. It's like, Jesus, we're supposed to we don't want a rebellion here. So he's like, he sends him back to the ship. But there was this foreshadowing earlier, and it happened so fast I didn't even write it down. But you don't even see what he does. But Brasso has clearly done something to the ship because you get a shot of him walking away from it. And so he gets in the ship and starts it up, and then it turns out that Brasso has like tied it to this big ass fucking structure and just sends it careening into it. So it's just destroyed. It's out. So it's like this is as we say in Halo terms, they're in deep with no cover because their ship has just been destroyed. And so Linus Mosk is on the ground, like he doesn't even know what's happened to Cyril Karn at this point. He's like, Jesus Christ, what was that? he's like, they're everywhere, something like that.
Get yourself a bro like Brasso.
Yeah, and so like they're very concerned about that. But then Karn like runs out, and he's like, they're in there, they're in the speeder, and so then the speeder comes out, and so they all open fire on the speeder and they blow the shit out of it, and they have like this brief moment of, well, it didn't go very well, but it worked out. We got them. Like they're like elated that they got these guys. But it turns out that was just a trick by Andor and Luthen, and they had rigged it to explode, so they like blow it up and actually like kill some people, I think. When they do that. Certainly people are deeply injured, if not killed.
I think Karn is injured.
Well, Karn is actually not injured. Well, maybe a little.
I think his hearing maybe is better.
Yeah, because it's very loud. But like there's like people like screaming.
Well, yeah, he doesn't he's not maimed.
But this is like a very scarring incident for him, clearly. Like he kind of he totally shuts down at this point.
He is experiencing major trauma, and you feel for it, and he I think he kind of goes red, like his expression, it's so well acted. Yeah.
He goes kind of white, actually.
White, interesting.
And so they get away scot free. I mean, they've just blown the shit out of this squadron, and they have like Luthen's little speeder that they get out of there, and they're not even following at that point. They totally got away with it.
And he's so out of it, like Karn is so out of it. His buddy,
Linus has
screams in his
face.
face.
Linus has to like come up and like kind of try to snap him out of it.
Like he is dissociating.
So awesome stuff. Then there's like another kind of great little montage scene where they're riding out of there, And we just get like this series of cuts to just all of the main characters that are in. I mean, not Tim because he's dead now, but like all of the like Karn and Bix and Brasso and Marva, like cuts to like all of them.
Yeah, Bix
It's
is
playing this awesome music.
freed from her pole and just goes to hold Tim and then is dragged away
Yeah.
to safety. Oh, my heart.
The music in this show is really good as well. Very
Yeah.
different from what you normally get from Star Wars.
And they
so, like,
use
that's
the
like really
music with-
blasting at this point.
Yeah, but they use the music with their clanging stuff to really enhance the episode, in a way that we'll see again at the end of the season.
Yeah. And so then the last shot is Andor the past, and he's waking up and he sees Marva's face because like they're like flying out now. They've got him, and she smiles at him, and then it cuts to the modern Andor who's kind of looking back at his town as he and Luthen fly away.
But they did a really good job of showing it as a community effort, not just the heroics of one or two men, which I think Rogue One also does a fantastic job of. I think they really live up to that here.
Yep.
And really set up Ferrix as a really awesome community that
Yeah.
it's been a little shaken up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, right. Okay, so that's the end of that, like that first arc. At this point, you know, when we were watching this the first time, we were like, "Holy crap, this show is awesome!"
Yeah, and all the action stuff doesn't normally do it for me as much, but they really built it up,
Yeah,
in a way that it all just payoff after payoff after payoff.
yeah, this is incredible. Like that final, like second half of that episode is just some of the best stuff.
But it wouldn't have the same weight without all of the slower buildup that we got. So when people say like, "Oh, season one's so slow," and
I mean,
whatever,
they're
it
right. It
enhances
is, but yeah, I agree.
all those moments.
Okay, so that's the end of that arc. Episode 4 is the beginning of the next arc, and this is called Aldani
Aldani.
Planet. So it starts off with it's just Luthen and Andor and the Fondor, and he's taking him to Aldani right away. He's like, "You're in now, bud," and so he's like kind of selling him on this what they're doing here.
Yeah.
And Andor's like, "Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, this is a little above my pay grade," but he's like, "Not really, because you stand to make a lot of money here." And like he kind of the big sort of thing that puts him on it is he's like, you know, it's not a small job. They're basically ripping off like a quarterly payroll of an entire sector.
Yeah.
And so it's like, whoa. So clearly nothing to this level has been done by any sort of organized rebellion at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But there have been, because obviously like Luthen didn't get here overnight. So clearly he's like built this up to the level where he thinks they're ready to do this. And so that kind of segues into the introduction of other new characters. And the first one is
Deidre.
Dedra Marrow, an ISB supervisor. So she is an Imperial.
And if Karn is on the let's say lawful rogue, right?
Okay.
She's like a neutral rogue. Like I don't think cares as much about the law as rising within the organization, and so
Yeah.
she's willing
She's definitely
to
ambitious.
break rules for the organization.
Well, I think she also she cares to a degree, I think, but I think her number one thing is her own station and rising in her own station, but also she is right.
She is right, and she's a really interesting, but she is another example of a rogue within the system, but opposite to Andor and Luthen.
So she's an ISB supervisor. She's on Coruscant. That's very cool for Star Wars fans. Because you never see Coruscant after the prequels, basically, in terms of live action stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's such a huge location in the prequel.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, and so is Aldani.
Sure. And so that's very interesting that she's actually posted up there. Because this is, obviously, because when we always see Coruscant, it's obviously the site of the Jedi Temple, and it's the seat of Republic power. But now it's a seat of Imperial power.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see like kind of the Empire's activities there. And so she's an ISB supervisor.
Which is kind of their KGB equivalent.
Yeah, and so she's under Major Partgaz, who's like kind of in charge of this division. And he is glorious. Yeah, Kyber from Game of Thrones. He is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of they have like these meetings where they're kind of all talking about what they're doing and they're reporting to Major Partgaz. And the guy that's in charge of Ferrix is this guy Blevin, and he's he reports that they got this Starpath unit, which Andor left behind.
Mm-hmm.
And she is immediately struck by that because in her sector, a Starpath unit was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like really good with Like she's just clearly has like kind of like almost like a photographic memory of this stuff.
She's extremely competent.
Yeah, and so like, she like immediately starts like going through her own files because she knows that that was missing from her area, and she
Hmm.
connects it to because it's like that was like kind of like a major theft, I guess. Like that was
Hmm.
like an important piece of equipment. I think you if you know what you're doing with it, you can like get a lot of intelligence on the Imperials through those things.
Hmm.
And so she knows like obviously that was something that was like a big deal for her when that was stolen.
Hmm. But it is a bit of a jurisdiction dispute,
Yeah,
and
it
it
is a
steps on the
jurisdiction.
toes of
Right.
this other
Well, I mean,
guy.
we don't know that yet, but that's where it's going. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so then Andor and Luthen they arrive on Aldhani and they meet the character of Vel, another new character, and so she's kind of in charge of this little operation on Aldhani.
Yes,
And
this
Luthen knows,
operation that's been building up for
yeah,
months.
and Luthen knows. He's like, all right, she's not gonna be thrilled about me bringing you in here, but he really thinks that they need Andor to do this. That's why he's doing it.
Yeah.
He's not doing it. I mean, that's the only reason that he would. So
Hmm.
obviously, he really wants this to work.
Yeah.
And
He can
so
hide that he's being paid to do it because
right,
everyone else is doing it
everybody else is just doing it. It's
for
kind
the
of
cause.
yeah, it's like that meme from that movie, like the the stupid family or whatever. It's a dumb comedy. Like you guys are getting
The
paid.
oh, we're the Millers.
Yeah. So as Luthen expects, she is not pleased by Andor's sudden arrival days before the heist, but Luthen convinces her it's necessary, and she just kind of has to accept it. So they start their trek toward the rest of the group.
Hmm.
That's kind of like all they do in this. Like they definitely like kind of do the George R. R. Martin strategy of passage of time, where we cut to them several times before they actually make it to where her group is.
Hmm. And they're all dressed very like the locals, like very Nordic, like kind of Sven from Frozen, or
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sven's the reindeer. Uh, Kristoff.
Right. It's not a icy area, but it is a mountainous area.
Yes. Quick complaint. They do some really cool stuff with the sky here on Eldani.
Yep. But it is a boring
The
place.
land could also be Earth. It's gorgeous. Didn't do a single thing that doesn't grow here on Earth.
So Blevin, who's the guy that is in charge of the Ferrex sector and for the ISB, he actually goes to Morlana because like obviously this whole thing whenever he was given the report was this is a huge farce that has happened here on
Mhm.
his watch. And so like he says in that last scene, he's like, well, I'm going down there, get just kind of lay down the law on these fuckers.
Yeah.
And so he lets them know that they're all out of a job and the Empire
Hmm.
is going to be taking control of the Morlana system indefinitely.
Yeah. They were like, we've been letting this
And so
corporation do
it's
whatever
like a
this too
huge,
long.
it's like just a total fall from grace for Steel Karn. Like he has like this black mark on his record now.
Hmm.
And then
And his boss also gets in
yeah, his
trouble.
boss is furious. I mean, we never see him again, but he's like, now I had nothing to do with this.
But he gets just as much blame.
Yeah, he's
The
fired.
injustice.
And also Linus Mosk, he's takes the fall as well.
Yeah. But he stands by him.
Yeah,
He thinks they did the right thing.
sure. So Andor and Vel, they're hiking back to where her team is based. Nothing really super interesting happens there, except for this kind of the passage of time. Dedra discusses her discovery with somebody that's kind of under her. Like she's got this sector, and then she has people working, or at least one guy working under her, kind of her secretary, I guess, that's working under her, and his name is Hirt. And she's like telling him about her discovery. She's like, this Starpath unit is that guy found is stolen from our place. So he's
Mhm.
like, get all the relevant files. She like tells him to like get everything that he can. But
Mhm.
she, it's not. He's this. We're gonna find out is kind of stepping on the toes of the other sector.
Yes. Something else we should mention about her is that she's the only woman in this. We've got this big boardroom.
I didn't notice that. But yeah, you're right.
Well, I think it's a big part of her story here at the beginning, at least.
That makes sense.
Is she's trying to prove herself, and I think it's even implied in a conversation with Qyburn. I don't remember his real name. Um,
Major part, guys.
of like, hey, they're kind of on untrod territory here. Like, take it easy. Don't make yourself a target. You already stand out. Um, it's a really interesting, and I think it's part of her motivation to prove herself.
Okay. So Luthen returns to Coruscant. So this is interesting. So now we learn that Luthen lives on Coruscant as well.
Mhm.
And we learn about this disguise that he has.
His alter ego.
Which is it's awesome because it's very
Yeah.
different from everything. Because like everything we know about him right now, he's very gruff, very hard-edged, like has no sense of humor whatsoever.
Yeah.
Just extremely serious. But he puts on this front where he's like just like this super slimy like
Rich
salesman
guy.
that's like rich and he sells all this stuff like only to rich clients. It's like basically like artifacts.
A little bit. He gives a little bit of Illyrio from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a good example. It's so where he's just like puts on like all these airs and he's got to be happy all the time because that's how salesmen are.
And Andrew's like kind of doing this like flippant motion with his arms, like
Right.
very.
Yeah, you actually have the scene where he like kind of gets himself into character where he does that.
Yeah, it's really
Kind
interesting.
of the mirror.
He has a mirror moment. Yeah.
So that's like a big reveal for us. So back to Andor Vel, they're resting by a stream. She kind of fills them in on what the Empire's doing on this planet, which isn't a whole lot. I can't even remember exactly. I think it's just kind of like a base for them. Like they're not. It's not like um, a situation like what we're gonna have with Gorman later on, where it's like
Donnie?
they're trying to get something out of it. I don't
Oh
think.
no, I think it's a mining
I
situation.
don't think they're mining anything.
I think they are because I think they talk about like we're about to. This is the last one.
Well, they are. Yeah, they are. I think they're just. No, I think what it is this planet, just where it is located in the solar system or in the galaxy, is convenient for them
All
because
right.
it's kind of like centrally located, and so they are building out their presence there. And they're like, yeah, there's some locals down there, and they're like, whatever, step on them. But they're kind of like building up their presence here because this is kind of where they want to make this big sort of distribution hub. It's obviously where they're already storing major payroll for like a whole sector. And I think they're gonna like start storing like ships and weapons and just all kinds of stuff here.
Okay, so not a mining thing, a storage thing, but regardless, they're
But they are planning on
planning on
building
kicking
out.
out the locals
Well,
or
or,
getting
or
rid of them in some
yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah, or not letting them have his like sort of like I think kind of United States Native American thing where maybe they're gonna pack them into like a one little
Well,
area.
that's kind of what they've been doing, but well, yeah, so they're not they make
Well,
this
right now
trek
they can trap
every
to this place, but they're not gonna let them do that anymore.
yeah. So they're at least kicked out of this part of the world that's sacred to them.
Right. So then we go back to Dedra, and Blevin comes in, and he denies her request to get those files and says that she should stick to her sector. And she's like, "Well, we'll take it to Major Partagas."
Hmm.
And then back on Aldani, Andor meets the Aldani crew. There's like 5 other people down there that he meets that are part of this heist.
Hmm.
That varying levels of interest.
Yeah. One of them is definitely in my top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could go through them. So there's Nimic, who's your favorite.
Yeah, I love
We
Nimit.
have Skeen. We have Terriman, and then we have.
Well, you didn't say anything about Skeeter Terror.
Well, we're gonna we don't know anything about him yet.
Okay.
And then there's Cinta.
Hmm.
So those are the only people that are down there right now. And then there's another guy who is also involved. That's an insider with the Imperials, but he hasn't met them.
Yes.
None of them are happy to see him, as predicted.
Well, because they've been planning this for months, and he's come in a couple days before the heist.
Maybe a week at most. Okay, so then Cyril Karn, go back to Cyril Karn. He's down in the dumps. He's having to swallow his pride, and he has to return to his mother.
Oh, his mother.
And it's just humiliating for him.
Gosh, she's a great character.
Extremely overbearing kind of character.
There's not enough room in my top 5 because she doesn't fit, but she deserves an honorable mention.
Now, for my list, I only did the dead characters for this season.
Okay.
So obviously, like she and Karn and people are not on there yet.
Okay.
Or well, not necessarily dead, like dead, or we don't see them anymore.
All right. Well, I could maybe do that.
We don't have to. It's up to you. So then Vel is kind of like having to justify Andor's late arrival with her team. She's just kind of having to come up with an excuse.
Yeah.
Like I think she kind of decides that actually he was always going to be here, but I couldn't tell you because reasons.
Hmm.
It's not very convincing. Anyway, so she's kind of they're kind of gonna get used to that idea. Then we get the debut of a new character coming to visit Luthen's storefront, but not a new character because it's a character that we Star Wars fans have known for quite some time. It is the character of Mon Mothma.
Mon
Who
Mothma.
is a senator. And she was a Republic senator, and now she's an Imperial senator.
Oh, I love
I
Moma.
actually don't remember if they ever say. Oh, I guess she's just a senator from Chandrila. That's her home planet, so that's who she represents in the Senate. And so she comes to visit Luthen, and under the guise of she's shopping for his expensive stuff. 'Cause she is very rich. um, and this also is the scene that introduces us to Clea, which is Luthen's kind of number 2
Hmm.
in this story.
Well, later we learn that they're really more on equal footing, if not she's running the show.
Well, I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
I think the creator has said that.
Well, he might have, but I think she's very important. We could put it that way. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
I
she wouldn't. We don't have to go into her story yet, but
Yeah,
like she would not be there if it wasn't for him. So there's that.
sure. But at
But
this point, I think number two is not accurate.
well,
According to the creator, you can interpret it how you want.
I don't know. Yeah, I think most people would consider Luthen to be the main guy here. I mean, he's the one that's making the decisions, and then she enacts them. So she's definitely more. She's very involved. I think she might be more involved on like some of the finer points of what's actually happening.
I don't think he does make all the decisions, but
Well, yeah, sure. Well, they discuss them, but ultimately, I mean, this whole thing is he started this whole thing, this whole operation.
that's also arguable.
No, that part is
That's all season two stuff.
But anyway, introduces to her, and so we kind of learn.
She pushes it. Okay, season two, sorry.
We kind of learn through this conversation with Mon, because like he kind of takes her to the back where they can actually talk freely, that she is financing his operations, his rebellious activities. But she's having trouble moving funds at this point because there's higher scrutiny going on. And so she's concerned about it. And she says that she thinks she's found somebody that might be able to help her with this problem. Luthen's like, I don't like that. Because
Don't like bringing
he
people
doesn't
in.
want to bring anybody in that he doesn't know. And frankly, he's right to be concerned, as we find out in season 2. But it's like, it's, very cool. Going into the show, I think I was the most excited about Mon Mothma, just because it's a character that we have known for a long time, but actually we're going to actually see her fleshed out, which is...
Well, and she lives up
And I
to
just
it.
remember seeing, like, in the trailers and stuff, she had this line where she's like, I put on this front so that they can't see what I'm really doing or whatever. And I was like, great. It sounds very interesting.
It is. A lot of political intrigue with her.
Yeah. So anyway, she kind of... They don't really arrive at anything there. They're just like, okay, well, you're having some problems. And she like comes out with she picks something and she's like, we'll see if he likes it. I might have to come back. Like giving himself an excuse. The reason they're kind of having talking code is because she's basically under surveillance by this driver that she has.
Yes.
It's like a new driver, and she immediately recognizes that he is reporting on her to somebody. We don't know who it is yet, but it is revealed later on that she's right. And so they're kind of having so Clea kind of like distracts him while she's talking with him. Okay, so that's going on. We back on Aldani, we have the debut of Lieutenant Gorn, who's the Imperial insider, and he's actually fairly high up in the Imperial hierarchy on Aldani, and so he's also just livid that Andor has arrived in this operation, and he lets Vel know about that
because he kind of runs a tight ship.
Yeah,
he's not.
I mean, he's kind of like in a Mon Mothma situation in the sense that he's at more risk. Like she says that with Luthen, where Luthen's like, I don't like bringing people in, and invites more risk and scrutiny. She's like, don't talk to me about the risk. No one is more at risk than I am. And there's no one that's more at risk than this guy is either in this little operation. So he's furious, but this it's not really anything he can do about it because this is just the way it is. And so he just has to get used to that idea, I guess.
Well, I guess he could blow the whole thing up, but he's passionate about the cause.
Right.
We'll learn why later.
Yeah, sure. And then we go back to Mon Mothma, so she returns to her home in Coruscant, where we kind of are introduced to her husband, and we quickly realize that they do not get along very well.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was like
I don't think we know it's an arranged marriage yet, but we can clearly see that there's some discord here.
An arranged child marriage, we learn later.
Yeah.
And it shows. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it does not. It's unlike your Indian professor, does not give a strong appraisal of arranged marriages. Okay, so anyway,
her parents.
That's going on, which is very cool. We're kind of God, I just really love Mon Mothma. She's like I don't know. She's just kind of like a very sad character, and you kind of see why that is. And I think part of what is interesting about her is just you don't know much about her in the original Star Wars movies, but you clearly see that she's there, and she's kind of like in a leadership position, obviously. And honestly, I feel like she has more leadership than she does, like even in Rogue One. Like I guess like kind of maybe like some of those people either die or leave or something, and she kind of ends up being more important later on. But she had like this. She always had kind of like this elegance about her. She's always like in these like flowy robes and stuff.
Very dignified.
But like you never, she was just kind of like you never learn anything about her.
Yeah. she's not a developed character.
Right.
We only
And
are allowed one of those in each Star Wars trilogy for
so
women.
yeah, and so like learning about her and like seeing how she has like a really good life in the sense that she's rich and lives in Coruscant. She's a senator and stuff, but she's a senator who's, at odds with basically everything that the Senate is doing, and so nobody really takes her super serious. And then like she does not have a good home life at all, and she has like an extreme amount of stress because she's like financing these rebels who she doesn't really know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. But she's so good. Really rich character, really well acted.
Yeah. And it
There's
is cool that like that woman that she's not obviously the original Mon Mothma because those movies came out in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. But
Mhm.
all of the stuff basically since then, any of the animated stuff, she's the voice. In even episode 3, she is Mon Mothma. I don't even know if she's actually made it in the final cut of the movie, but
Really.
she was there for the production and like at best or at least she's in some deleted scenes.
Well,
So
she
she's
does it
like so she's been
brilliantly.
attached to this character for actually a pretty long time. So I
Lots
think
of
that's cool.
heart goes into this performance. Like she's flawed, but she's clearly has a very um good sense of purpose and good core
Yeah.
to who she is. And again, it's another interesting form of a rogue. This time a rogue cog in the machine of the on the political side, instead of the KGB side, um, cop corporate side.
I think she's also kind of important for older Star Wars fans too, just because all these are basically new characters except for Andor, who's obviously in Rogue One, but that movie only goes back to 2016, is when that came out. And whereas she's a character that goes back to literally the very beginning, and it's kind of it's a little bit like I wasn't really that interested in Better Call Saul until I learned that there were characters that I cared about that were going to be in it. Because I didn't really care that much about Saul, frankly. But whenever I saw that commercial and I saw, oh no, it's going to have Mike and it's going to have Gus and stuff like that, I was like, oh my gosh, well, I got to watch the show because it's got all these characters that I care about.
But that's
Here, I think
really
she's kind of an
important.
anchor. Well, I think she is sort of like a gateway into it where she kind of people who know who she is are interested in her backstory, and then of course you get all these other awesome
Yeah,
characters that are new.
that's what I was gonna say. Is that was really important for Saul as a hook because your favorite character ended up being, or
Right,
at least one of them was Kim Wexler, who is not in
right,
the Breaking
but
Bad.
because it was the knowledge that these other characters who I cared about already were in it that made me want to watch it.
Mhm. Uh,
So I think that's cool. And like I said, that was the thing that I was most interested with this as well. Even though I liked Andor because he was in Rogue One, but I was much more interested in what they were doing with Mon Mothma. Okay, so then we get back to Dedra, and Partakas actually rejects her request to have Blevins files, and so she kind of gets shut down a little bit here. Even
mhm.
like,
They have this kind of fun battle of wits.
they have a little bit. She does have some rapport with Partagas. I think he kind of respects what she's trying to do, but he's like, we run on facts and hard evidence here, so you know, I think she kind of thinks that she's making some logical leaps.
Yeah. But you do kind of see him in a mentor role where
Definitely.
he does believe that she can rise and he does want her to succeed,
Mhm.
but he's kind of being kind of a
He's a very
tough
well.
love.
He's just like I mean, we've all kind of probably experienced this sort of archetype of person where it's a very strict overseer, whether that's like some sort of professor or a boss or something, or parent or whatever, who's like very strict but also fair
Mhm.
and just cares about the people that are under his command, but more than anything, he cares about getting the job done and getting the job done right.
I would almost say like a little bit of McGonagall in him.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. He
Yeah, he's
reminds
fun.
me of this. Like there was this really old journalism professor whenever I was getting my degree, Dr. Bridges, and he
Mhm.
reminds me of him kind of.
Okay.
Or like I had like this band teacher when I was in middle school. He was like old, but like strict, but also like really cared a lot about what she was teaching.
Yeah. So I think he has a soft spot for Deidre, but he doesn't want to show favoritism.
Mm.
But he feels for her climb and he wants her to succeed, and this is just a setback, and she is not going to listen.
Right. And then the final thing here is like the Aldani crew with Andor. They kind of give him a bunch of information to cram. They're like kind of sitting around the fire, Octopath Traveler 2 style, except for not as interesting characters. And they're giving a bunch of stuff to learn. He's like, learn all that by morning. He's like, all right.
Mhm.
That's where they are at that one. Episode 5 is called The Axe Forgets. So this is a interesting episode. It's definitely maybe the slowest episode of the show, but
Interesting.
still like important for building up because we got like this new group of characters that we kind of need to get acquainted with on Andor's little group. So that's kind of what this episode is designed to do. But it starts actually with Cyril Karn. This is the first time that started with someone that's not Andor, I think. And he's just being humiliated by his mother over his failures. And
Oh,
she's just absolutely. I mean, she's not like outright saying that he's a total failure, but she's basically like saying you're a complete failure.
I would love a psychologist to
Oh,
break down their
he's
dynamic
brutal.
and tell me why Karn is the way he is.
And so she's like talking about how she's going to call in the family favor with Uncle Harlow, whoever that is,
Uncle
try
Harlow.
to help him get employed somewhere else.
Hmm.
So then we go back to Andor when he's speaking with Skeen, who's one of the characters down there, and they're kind of talking about their history, and he sort of is our entry point into learning about who all the different characters are that are in the group. So
Mhm.
he doesn't say a whole lot about himself, but then like he says that, but Andor kind of recognized he's got like some sort of like tattoo on him, so he's in some sort of
Correctional institution?
yeah, or some sort of institution or facility where they do that, and like Andor recognized it, so like it was either something that Andor had experience with or that he knew about.
Well, because Andor was in as a kid. I think it was like a juvenile facility.
Okay.
Because Andrew went when he was Andrew Andor went when he was 14 or something.
Okay, maybe 16, but yeah, they clearly they knew they kind of had a little bit of a rapport just from that, and then Skeen tells him about everybody else. So Nimik, he's like true believer. Terriman, I don't think he gives him a ton of yet, but he's like kind of like second in command and is a hard ass. And then we find out that Cinta and Vel kind of have a relationship. Well, they do have a relationship. So he's just kind of like filling us in, basically.
We had a lesbian in Star Wars universe yet?
Well,
Like
yeah,
bi?
yes. As a matter of fact, at the end of one of those sequel movies, two women kiss because that's exactly the level of representation that Disney likes to do. It's like these two characters that you literally don't even know or care about who they are, and they just kiss during a celebration.
So a nice scene that they can cut out from their China release.
Right.
Uh, well, there's no cutting them out of this one. And
No.
I think that Andor, more than anything I've seen in the Star Wars universe, does a really good job with representation of women and queer people. I
Okay.
can't speak for minorities, but certainly there's a lot of representation
Well,
on paper.
Diego Luna himself is obviously a Hispanic guy.
Yes.
And he has said recently in an interview that like before Andor, all he got was like drug dealers.
Aw.
Like Jesus Christ. Hollywood is very racist.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's that. Cut back to Mon Mothma. She is just getting blown off by her daughter Lita, is debuting here, and who's like clearly we're like learning here that her daughter's clearly favors her father, like is closer to her father than she is to Mon Mothma.
It's really interesting,
And
like
very-
childhood divorce stuff.
very sad.
Not divorce, but like because they're together.
Mm-hmm.
Divorce is not even really on the table, but they're
Right.
clearly emotionally
Right.
not together.
Yeah.
And she's kind of using that to get at her mom, and very interesting teen dynamics there.
Yeah.
And she's very traditional in a way that Mon Mothma is not.
Right. She kind of is into like all the Chandrila traditions, as we learn later.
Yes.
And Mon Mothma does not like those traditions.
And that creates some really interesting dynamics.
So the Andor learns about, he kind of gets to know Nimik a little bit more. He learns that he has a manifesto. Kind of ends up being important later.
Kinda. It's the thesis statement of the show is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, we don't actually hear it right now, but like clearly, like he's very passionate about it. He's like really talking about how important it is that they're doing this and that they're rising up against the Empire and that, everything pushes our front forward.
He is the picture of Ernest.
Mm-hmm.
He's everything I love in a person. He's a sweet little nerd, and I would die for him.
Yeah. But Andor is like kind of getting the rundown from these guys, and he's realizing that, yeah, this was not going to work without him. He's like, this plan is not good. And so he's kind of having to, like, he's like, I'm definitely going to be the one piloting us out of here because none of them have any experience like flying this kind of ship.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm flying this. And they're like, well, hang on a second. That's not your role. And he's like, well, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And they're
But
like,
he's gonna like shut him down
Okay.
before he found Andor.
Right.
Because he kind of picked up on this is too much of a long shot.
And he was right. So they did need Andor to pull it off, as Andor is down.
But it's still a risk.
Right. Okay, so that's that. Then we go to Gorn, and he's with the Imperials now. So we're actually getting some kind of getting an inkling into what his job is like, where he's not like the top guy there, but he's up there, and he's clearly in charge. I think he actually kind of is the top guy on a sort of regular basis, but they have some more people that are over him that are coming in for this. They're coming in to basically see this thing that happens every 3 years, where basically the planet like flies through some sort of like belt or something, and sends like all these lights shooting across the sky. It looks really cool. And so people are like actually coming for that.
It's like a spiritually significant to them.
Yeah, but the Imperials are
locals,
coming just to
and
see
then
it.
yeah.
So he has like people that are coming that are actually over him, but they're using that because they're kind of gonna utilize these people to get to pull off this heist. But anyway, Gorn he's like down there. We don't actually know what his deal is yet, but he's down there at this like holy site that's close to that, kind of like their base is sort of overlooking, and it's just all in disrepair. They got crap all over it. They've clearly used it for target practice, and he's just pissed off at these guys.
Oh,
He's like, I told you to clean this shit up. He's like, and then like he gets called back to the base. He's like, I better see some major progress on this by the time I get back. He like really, he's a cool character because he really talks like the Imperials talk. He's like really laying down the law on these guys, these subordinates, but it's like in a way that for reasons that you don't normally see with the Empire.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say
so many different motivations in this show that are just so much more complex than what we get in a lot of the originals, and
yeah.
I just really love what they do with these characters, even just these little characters, because he's really a blip in the show.
Oh yeah. Then there's like a shot of Terriman who's kind of drilling Andor. He's sort of the second in command here under Vel with the group. It's kind of maybe the most boring character.
He's the least developed of these for sure.
But anyway, it's kind of a scene with him. We go back to Blevin. He's back on Ferrix. He's really having to go back and forth between Ferrix, dealing with Dedra, and of course, then go back to Ferrix and deal with these idiots down here.
Yeah.
So they're establishing like the new Imperial HQ there, which obviously they have to do because they're now taking control of this sector, and they're putting one on each planet. So they put one on Ferrix as well. And there's it's going off without a hitch, more or less, but it's just kind of letting you know that that's happening. Okay, so Andor is he's gotten to the point now where he's like actually kind of tightening up. So he's already tightened up their escape. He's like kind of tightening up their drilling and stuff, or like their approach, and like how they need to hold their guns and where they need to stand and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he's like already figured out like which hand they use is their shooting hand. Because he's like, I don't know, it's just like it's just kind of establishing that Andor, he's a cut above these guys, even though he hasn't done anything organized like this. I mean, they haven't either. But like you can kind of see that Luthen was right. He saw something in Andor and he was correct. Like he definitely has a little more sauce than these guys.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting. Then we go back to Gorn, and he has this scene, and we still don't know why he is the way he is. And so this is actually a scene that kind of is enhanced in when you go back and watch it again. But it's very effective at the time, where he's like talking with like this other Imperial guy who's above like the standard trooper, but still below him. And they're kind of having a little chat out here, and they're like looking out at the plain, or like in the valley that they're in. And you can see like just through the quiet performance of this Gorn character that he's very sad about what's going on with the Aldanis, and how like way less are coming on the pilgrimage than used to see this thing at the holy site. And then like the guy that's under his command is just like super flippant about it, like doesn't give a damn about it. So it's just kind of an interesting scene there between them.
Yeah.
Andor catches Skeen moving his stuff, kind of like Survivor style, and he gets like real defensive about it.
Sure.
There's like kind of establishing this, like they kind of have a weird relationship where they kind of they bond in a sense, or they have some rapport over the sense they have like this shared history at this facility that they were both in, but they also clash pretty strongly. He kind of clashes more with him than he does with the other characters.
Well, Skeen doesn't trust him. No, none of them trust him, but Skeen kind of acts like he does, but then behind his back.
Yeah, Skeen has the most trust issues with him.
I wonder why that is, that Skeen would think that he was being dishonest.
Well, I think that your read on that character is incorrect, but we'll get into that in a minute.
My read on Skeen?
Yeah.
Interesting. I can't
So
wait.
we go back to Dedra and Hirt, and I really like this scene too. It's not like an amazing scene or anything, but it's just a very relatable scene, I guess. It's like a very realistic scene where they're obviously it's like she's rejected the orders of Partagaz to not look into these files, and like she's like kind of she's going through some stuff, and Hirt is like you're right about this, like you are in the right here. There's an organization to what's going on, and it's not just like like a random event that happened.
Mhm.
It was your sex joke where that thing was stolen.
Mhm. Even though they've been trying very hard to make this look random.
Right, and Dedra talks about that. She's like, "This is exactly how I would do it if I was them. I'd just do
Mhm.
it all over the place, like make it seem random."
She's extremely confident.
And so she realizes it's late. She's like, "Well, why don't you go home? I can't believe how late it is." And then that's where he kind of has that speech about how she's right. And then she's like, "One more box each," and then she's like, "Yeah." And so like they
Yeah.
go back to their work.
And it's an interesting feeling watching her because you're rooting for her in a way to like rise up in this organization. Like she's working really hard and she's confident and she's not wrong. She's seeing things that others aren't. She is good at this. And you do want a woman to succeed in this man's world. Like, so but obviously her succeeding means
Yeah, the problem
danger for
people that we actually care about, or like
the other people
we're
we care
supposed to,
about.
the people
And
that we've known for longer.
it's in a similar way,
We're generally on the side of the rebellion.
but different than how I feel watching Karn.
Right. So the heist crew on Aldani's getting ready to head out. They it's kind of like on Survivor in the old days where they burn their shelter and basically cut them in their tracks. Get
Yeah.
out of there. It's getting ready to set out on their mission. We go back to Edie, which is Cyril's mother, and Karn, and she says that she has spoken with Uncle Harlow and he's got something for him. So
Such a
he
character.
doesn't seem super thrilled about it, but
I don't even know what to say about Edie. I just could watch 5 hours
well, I don't know if
of
I can watch
her
5 hours.
watching TV with Karn.
I don't know.
Just her commentary, like her watching Survivor with Karn, I would watch 10 hours of.
I'm sure you would. Okay, so then we go back to Andor's group, and Vel. This is where Vel kind of reveals to him why Gorn is in on the plan, which is basically he fell in love with this native woman there, and we don't know what happened, but probably wasn't good with the
Yeah.
Empire. So I think the idea is that Gorn was a true blue Imperial at first,
Hmm.
and that's how he was able to rise through the ranks because he's been doing it for some time. But then
Yeah.
he actually did fall in love with it, and he's been on this planet for like 70 years. He actually did fall in love with this woman that was a native, and something happened to her.
Yeah. And their uh, racism or imperialism or colonialism ostracized him. And it was a little bit just one part of that major thesis statement that um, my favorite what's his face has of how order is not natural. Like
Yeah, never can.
control isn't sustainable.
Mhm.
Falls apart.
So then it cuts from her little letting Andor in on his psychology, where it cuts to him and he has this scene where he's like talking. He basically very subtly ensures that there's going to be a skeleton crew in the bank room later that night because like he's like telling these people that they need to do all this work down there that they haven't gotten done. They're like, "But sir, we really want to see this thing. It only happens every 3 years." Yeah, he's like, "Well, then this place better be spotless the next morning or whatever."
So he's making it sound like it's like their idea that they're not down
Mhm.
there,
Right.
and it's very clever.
Yeah, very clever. Okay, so something that we haven't really addressed at this point is that obviously Andor is there because he's getting paid. And Luthen does sort of give him a down payment, which is
Yes.
this necklace that has a piece of kyber on it, which is what we know as true Star Wars fans, as of course Reagan is what the Jedi put into their lightsabers to make them work.
Yeah, that's what I think every time I look at it.
But it's very valuable, and especially now that lightsabers are pretty rare. And so it's kind of like a down payment. It's sort of like a retainer for him. Like, hey, if I never see you again, at least you got that.
Mhm.
And so, but Skeen like kind of realizes that he's got that on it, so he steals it from Andor. And then like he's like, who brings a treasure to a robbery?
Mhm.
And so Andor just comes clean and he's like, he doesn't really have to, like everybody else kind of shuts Skeen down, but he's just like, you know what? I'm getting paid. And none of them were thrilled about that
It
news.
was like he didn't want there to be that
Yeah,
distrust
right.
or mistrust during the mission because he felt like that could be the feather on the whatever that
Yes.
ruined it for them.
Right.
So he was just like, okay,
So he just comes
this
clean
is
about
the
it.
thing. You can live with it or not,
Yeah.
but you need me.
And they are exactly. So they kind of need him at this point. So it's just like, well, I guess he's getting paid.
Yeah.
They don't like it, but there's not much they can do about it. Okay, so then we go to this conversation with Mon and her husband Perrin, and he's kind of confronting her about this foundation of hers, which
Mhm.
foundation is in quotes because the foundation is giving a bunch of money to the rebels.
Yeah. But he's kind of not really, he doesn't really take government stuff very seriously.
No, no.
He's more about the
And
socialism,
it's clear that if he did, they would be on opposite ends of the aisles.
yes. Um, and they already are kind of on opposite ends of the aisle.
Right.
Like you can
Well, like his friends are people that she's like working against.
yeah. But if he was like really competent, like on the same level as a lot of these people, like he would have been on this a long time ago. Like where I mean, I think it's her family side of the money, or her family side is where the money comes from. Um,
Well, it's never really explained.
but they are married. Like he could have, if he
I
was
think the
paying
idea.
attention,
I
he
think
would
the
know
idea is that
more
they're
about.
just so rich it doesn't matter. Like he doesn't even notice it.
Well, yeah, that too.
Anyway, he just like kind of. He's not like saying, "Hey," and cracking down on her about it. He's just like kind of. I don't even really. It's not like a huge conversation, but he acknowledges that it's a thing,
Mhm.
and he's like kind of views it as throwing away money, but which I mean, he just says has no idea where it's actually going.
Mhm. And it's interesting that we've introduced this whole stress of her trying to finance the rebellion during this arc where they're trying to do this heist
Which she
to
does
get a
not.
shit ton of money. But that would alleviate a little bit of that.
And also hurt the Empire.
Well, sure, win-win.
So Andor and the group, the rebels, I guess, they arrive at the garrison and they find that it is basically identical to this model that Nimik had drawn up. So they're very proud of him for that. And then there's kind of like this random cut to Cyril Karn again, where he's like in his bedroom and he is literally just staring obsessively at this picture of Andor that he has. And it's like the projection that we saw from like the earlier episode. He is obsessed with getting this man.
This actor plays this so well. This obsession, this is driving him crazy, but he's already a little off. Like
Right.
God, he's so good.
Yeah. So then that's just like a very quick little cut for some reason here. Just I guess to give you some insight in him, but mostly we're with Andor and his group here.
Well,
And
as he's like away from his job and he kind of
it hasn't even started yet.
associates all of it. Well, yeah, I mean, he quit or he was fired from
Right.
that one. Like all he has is to listen to his mother talk about how he failed
Mhm.
and fume and build this up in his head and project it all onto this one person.
Right. So then Skeen kind of tells Andor about the death of his brother, which he also blames on the Empire, kind of as a way to make amends for their little issue earlier.
Now, spoiler alert, he made all that up.
No, I think that it's
No, he says to Andor he made it all up.
No, I don't think he does.
He says it that before.
No, I don't think he does say he made that up.
I am gonna have to look this up when we take a break because I swear that like that's foundational to his character in my head.
I know. I think you have a misread of the character.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to check.
But yeah, his brother didn't actually. Part of the reason I think it's absolutely real is because the Empire didn't even kill him in his story. In his story, his brother killed himself, but that it was like over grief of like the Empire basically. I can't remember exactly what it was that they did, but he had like this pepper tree farm, and somehow like they screwed that up for him and like took away his ability to do that, took away his livelihood essentially, and so he ends up killing himself. And so he's like, so that's like his end for why he's in the rebellion. And so anyway, that's kind of,
Get why, like, what happened to Andor's dad?
no,
Okay,
that's much later on.
it's much later on because it ties in here.
It's in the final.
Their bond is
Sure, that's something that you could get on a rewatch, but it's like in the final stretch where you learn about that.
Okay,
It's really good stuff. So then, as part of the plan, now the group is separating, and it's all the guys basically are going down to the garrison to be troopers, standing in for troopers that are under the command of Gorn. And then Vel and Cinta, we don't actually know what their plan is, or what their part is because they're being secretive about it. But they have some other mission.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody splits up. So Terriman is in charge of the boys. And then like there's another great, really relatable scene here, which I like a lot. It's not like a big scene, it's a perfect example of stuff that Andor does really well. Where it's just Luthen in it's like the shop is closed for the day, it's at night, and he's just in there listening to that thing, even though he knows nothing else is gonna come in that night.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just stressing over it. Because he knows obviously tonight's the night.
Mm-hmm.
Or the next day is the next, within the next 24 hours it's gonna go down.
Yeah.
And Clea comes in and she's like, not gonna learn anything else about it tonight, so don't even worry about it. And she's like not stressing out over it at all. She's like a freaking icebox over there.
I think she's really good at containing her emotions.
Well, she is, but I also think that she's just, I don't know. Like, I think that she kind of is able to draw the line. She's like, there's nothing that I can do about it now. So
grant me the serenity to accept the
Right.
things I cannot change.
Whereas Luthen is not good at that. And so he's like really stressing out about it, but she does fits him to shut it down. He's like, well, in the next 24 hours, it'll all be over. And then he says, or it'll just be the beginning. So that's the end, right, of that episode. So episode 6 is The Eye.
Okay, last one with this director.
Okay, last one with this director. So it starts with Nemik and Andor, and they're kind of talking about their philosophy toward the Empire. So Nemik is like, well, I understand that you're getting paid, but, and he's like kind of trying to justify, kind of work around that.
Well, I think he sees something in him that even Luthen didn't quite see. Like Luthen saw an opportunity in him.
Mhm.
I think that Nemik sees the rebel in him.
Right.
Nemik
I think that's true.
sees the cause in him.
Right.
Which we learn a little bit about why he doesn't like the Empire later.
Yeah. And Andor doesn't even really. I mean, yeah, he doesn't like the Empire, but he doesn't hate them enough to where he's like ready to just devote his life to fighting them.
Well, I think prison kind of beat it out of him a little bit. Like he doesn't think that it's possible. He doesn't see the hope.
Sure. I mean, he does like little things here and there. Obviously, he did steal that Starpath unit, but
But that's not against the system,
Well, I mean, it hurt the Empire to a degree, but it was just like to him, it's just like, well, whatever. That's just a little thing that I can do to, that I can get some money myself.
Yeah.
It's not going to actually make a difference,
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
whereas Nemik says every single thing that goes across the line like pushes us forward.
Yeah, it's just the way that Nemik gives him the benefit of the doubt here and sees the potential in him is just so sweet and pure, and he's very smart. He's very well written.
Yeah. So then we have the debut of the character, and he's only in this episode. It's the character of Commandant J. Hold, and he's kind of this guy that is over Gorn, and he's sort of just visiting the premises. But he's who they're going to, I think. Well, there's definitely another guy who's even over him that's definitely just visiting. Maybe he's here. Maybe he's like important enough where he comes on a somewhat regular basis, but he's not. He doesn't. I don't think he's like here on like the day to day. Anyway, he's who they're going to use. He's the credentials that they're going to use to get down into the. We don't know that yet, but he's like they're going to use his print or whatever to get down into the money room.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he's just immediately trying to make himself as unlikable as possible, talking shit about the Haldanis, roasting his own family.
Yeah, he's got like a sweet son and wife, and he's just being a prick.
And this is also where he reveals it's the last time they're going to let the Haldanis on this little pilgrimage.
Yeah. He's very racist.
Mm-hmm. And then he also tells Gorn, he's like, tonight needs to be perfect because this guy, Colonel Peltigar, I think it's Peltigar, is visiting. And he's over him, so he's like, everything needs to just go off without a hitch here tonight. Gorn's like, does it ever? So then it goes to, I mean, pretty much, honestly, from here on out, it's pretty much just it. Like, it's kind of like, the
Ice mode.
The way, yeah, sort of very similar to episode 3, where it's just everything kind of just takes off at this point. So it starts with Andor's group moving into position. And there is like one last little piece of sort of backstory, I guess, where Skeen kind of reveals that Terriman used to be a stormtrooper. And then he also kind of gives Cinta's backstory, where he's like, stormtroopers slaughtered her whole family. So basically rounding out everybody's backstories that we didn't get to in the last episode. And so the Aldanis are arriving on site as our rebels, are falling into position. There's not very many of them, but they are there.
I will say, when they mention that Timok used to be a stormtrooper, that's like a little bit of an alarm bell for
Terriman,
sorry, for Andor, because he has some stormtrooper trauma.
That's another one that you wouldn't know except for on rewatch.
So he has a little bit of a hard time with that.
Right. So then, oh, I guess
Oh, but then he's kind of like, well, if anyone can, uh, whoever's telling him that, do you say it was Skeen that's telling him that? Um, don't worry. Like, if anyone has a hard time with that, it's
Cinta, yeah. They
it's
slaughtered her whole
because
family.
they slaughtered her whole family, and so it's like, all right, well, if she can deal with it.
Yeah. So this is actually the scene after this where J-Hold is Zanasta's family. Uh, and but he's like kind of telling him also that it's actually up to Colonel Pettigar if they are able to leave or not. Like they want to like not be on this planet anymore.
Hmm.
So that's kind of interesting. So that's why he's telling them that they all need to be on their best behavior. So it comes down to for this little ceremony. It's he half-asses where he gives the Aldani this gift of a pelt and they give him one of their own. But as soon as he turns around, they burn his.
Hmm.
Sort of a rebellious move.
Show like they're not really buying all
Right,
their.
and so the rebels are like falling in behind him now as they're going back to the base. So it's like it's in action now. As
Mhm.
they re-enter the building, the heist begins. Andor's group holds them up, but they hit a little bit of a snag because this Pettigar guy pulls a gun on Nimic. And so there's a little bit of a standoff there. But then Cinta comes in out of nowhere, like she's like kind of swoops in like from like the upper level and shoots him. And so everybody kind of moves in with J-Hold because he's the one that they're using to get down into the
Mhm.
bank level.
And you know what? It throws a little grayness here. Like it makes it real that there's a kid there
Mm-hmm.
because they're like, guns are on the kid.
Yeah. And so they leave, but they all go down because they got to move the money. And they leave Cinta there with the family to guard
Mhm.
them, make sure that they don't get away. So then Andor and Terriman, they split off to take out people in the communication tower because they got to make sure that people aren't telling other people about what's going on.
Yeah.
And then, but some of the other people, and so like as soon as they shut out communication, some of the people realize that something is wrong. But they're like, must be the interference from the eye or something. Who knows?
Hmm.
And at this point, by the way, it's like it started a little bit. They're like every once in a while something's shooting over, but it's not like the big
Yeah.
things going on yet. So the rebels get in the bank room. There's a few guys that not a lot of guys, but there's a few guys down there as
Hmm.
expected. And so they basically force them to all help them load up all the money.
Yeah.
And so everybody's working on that down there. But their communication with Cinta in the tower is intercepted by someone who is not satisfied. It's a little Cyril Karn who is not satisfied by the excuse of the eye, and so he's like trying to figure this communication problem out, and then like he actually like overhears them,
Hmm.
and so he realizes that something's going on. And so Cinta like somehow she figures out that he's like listening in. She has some sort of read on her end, I guess. And so
Hmm.
she shuts down everything. So now the whole place is running on backup power. So it's kind of a little bit more obvious that something is going on.
Yeah.
And so this communications guy leads a small squad into the vault. Like he gathers up some
Hmm.
people and they go down there.
But like again, no one really they're like, this wait, like no one
Right.
wants to deal with this
Right.
until the eye's over because it's awesome.
Mhm. And so like that is now kicking in like in full. It's like really going off now.
Hmm.
And so Gorn shows up in the vault. Which J-Hold now realizes that he's in on this.
Hmm.
And so he's like he's a traitor or whatever. And so the meanwhile, I guess they're like already sort of on a high alert now because of that guy that is like rounding people up, and so like we see actually some people that are like getting in TIE fighters and stuff. So it's basically kind of let us know they're not gonna get out that have got some problems.
Yeah.
Um,
And we've built up TIE fighters at this
yeah,
point.
I guess I didn't write that at any point, but there are like intermittent scenes where like TIE fighters will fly over. What it's really doing is it's uh creating an analog to what it was like in Europe during the Nazi regime because like they
Mm.
had these like planes that would fly over that are just for observation purposes. And then like you'd see that plane and then next thing you knew your village was burned down.
Mhm.
But so yeah, it's kind of like that. But TIE fighters always have had like that kind of intimidating sound, but you don't really think of it as intimidating if you've watched the original movies because they are just kind of jokes.
But
But
like when you're put in their shoes, just like on the ground, no
yeah, so
ship of their own. Yeah, it's like really intimidating. And then it builds it up for the end of this episode.
right. So the soldiers kind of show up and they catch the rebels in the act. And Gorn like tries to play it off. He's like, "It's a classified mission. You guys are not cleared to be here."
Uh-huh.
Then like J-Hold passes out or dies. It's unclear.
He gets a heart attack.
And so that kind of tips them off that something is wrong, and they open fire and they kill Gorn right away. And then pretty quickly they also kill Terriman. So people are dropping left to right. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Um,
Blink and you miss it.
so they just kind of like got to go with what they have. Obviously, I don't know that they really loaded up everything. Obviously, they didn't load up everything that they had planned, but they've still got a decent amount in there. So they load up in the freighter and they take off. But while they're taking off, there's like kind of like I guess it's just like really shooting out of there, and the stuff isn't secure, and so Nimic is actually crushed by one of the payloads.
Oh,
So it's just like kind of a disaster.
but then he's also got to try to, because he's still conscious.
Yeah, he's still in. Yeah, he's the one that's kind of navigating them out of there through the eye. He's got
Which
like this
is
heart in
tough
there that helps
because
him do
the
that.
eye is a bunch of fiery rocks falling from the sky,
Right.
which isn't super easy to fly through.
Which is why it's important that Andor's doing it because he's the only one that knows how to fly that thing.
Yes.
So the TIE fighters are on him, but Nimic is able to at least like navigate them out of there, and Andor's able to execute. And they, some the TIE fighters are caught up in the storm or whatever, but they escape.
So everyone's kind of had their chance to shine during this heist, like show off their unique skills or whatever.
And so they kind of debate.
I know
Like,
what Skeen did, but
sure. They kind of debate what they're going to do. Like, do they go where to their initially planned rendezvous point, or do they take him to a doctor? And they decide we're going to take him to a doctor. So they take Nimic to a doctor, but he dies anyway.
all those characters would be dead to me if they did not take him to a doctor, by the way. So good for the show.
So they're kind so Bell's in there with him. So Andor and Skeen are just kind of sitting out there, and Skeen, realizing that Andor's paid to be there, decides, what if we just split? I mean, there's like an unbelievable amount of credits in that show. He's like, what if we just steal it, take it for ourselves, and split it just between us? And Andor does not like that idea because he kills him like on the spot. And that is that. That is the end of Skeen.
And this is, I'll get back to you after our break. This is where I think he says, I don't have a brother.
Well, yeah, he does say that because he's dead.
Oh, so we just read that line very differently.
So I think
I read that as
here's what I think
he
happened.
made that shit up.
No, I think that really did happen. But what he's saying there is he's like, don't mean shit to me anymore. He's dead. So what am I, doing fighting this fight for him? And so I think that he really was in with the group and he was going to do everything like as originally planned. But it was such a disaster. And now Nimic is dead, who's like the only person that he really liked. That, and he's also kind of like the heart of the group,
Sure.
And so he's just like, fuck it, this is a disaster. I don't really care about this. There is this opportunity for me to take all this money. This guy will probably go for it. He's getting paid anyway, and that was a mistake on his part. Knock that off.
But it's kind of a fair gamble because it's like you can be paid this much or you can pay way more.
Yeah, so you can
It's
see
not
why
gonna be done.
he would assume that Andor would be on board with that, but he
read him wrong.
He didn't know him. Yeah,
He didn't see what Nimic saw in him.
and it's even for us. It's kind of interesting insight into Andor's character. Like he just shoots him dead.
He does not consider for a second. And obviously, like there's issues with this of like there's no trial, but I think he like kind of knew it was going to be a he said type thing.
And he obviously had more trust.
Yeah.
In the sense that he'd been there a lot longer.
And he just did not want him to be a liability for them.
It's the Han shooting first thing. So it's like he's not a bad character, but don't push him.
He's got some gray.
So that's like, that's cool for people because it's just like this is not the kind of character that we traditionally get with Star Wars after so many years. Well, part of why people loved about Han Solo so much is that he was a little bit more gray character. But even by the end of that first movie, like that's kind of out the window. He's just a good guy. And so it's kind of
anyone in the show is the kind of character you typically get with Star Wars.
right. So anyway, Andor, yeah, he comes clean, goes to Bell, and he's like, all right, Skeen's dead out there. It doesn't look good. But he's like, if I wanted to, I could have just left with everything. I'm not doing that. I'm taking what I am owed. You take the rest to Luthen. And she's like, okay.
And of course, when he walks back in, they're calling time of death on Nimic.
Right, so he knows that instead.
Oh,
but he does keep Nimic's manifesto though, because Bell's like, he wanted you to have this.
Yeah, which is just wow. What does that say?
Yeah, it says a lot.
People that he had been going with, like planning with for months. It's Andor that he trusted with his life's work,
right? And
maybe also who he thought needed to hear it the most.
I think probably that more than anything, but yeah, it's very cool.
Very cool.
And so, and there's, so what do you think? Like, what you think that Andor just had like a sense of honor about him, or do you think that he really cared about the rebellion getting that money? Because like he wanted these people to continue their fight against the Empire, because he's getting out.
Yeah, I think a little bit of both.
And obviously, I think he did feel something for Nemec, and Nemec would have obviously wanted that money to go where it was supposed to go.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. But I think he made that decision before he realized Nimic was dead.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think they both kind of, he and Skeen, they were both kind of pragmatists. I think they both realized that he was probably screwed. But
Well, he was in surgery,
mhm.
life-saving surgery, or not, not.
I think they knew that his chances were low. But anyway, yeah, it's an interesting move by him. So that's that. But like, you know, so it did not go well, right? We lost more than half of our people after he considers Skeen died too. So literally
Yeah,
the only
Cinta, we don't know what happened to
we don't know
Cinta.
what happened to Cinta. We do see her like going through the countryside, so she's at least not captured by the Imperials.
Yes.
But in terms of the people that got off on the ship, it is Andor and it is Bell, and that is it.
Yeah.
And so not good, not good return on that. But and they also didn't get as much as they wanted. But
We still got a pretty penny.
it's very interesting because like from their perspective, not great, but from the ISB's perspective, disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have like this emergency meeting. They got to get the news of what's going on here. Partagaz tells them that they better get ready because the Empire's going to want to retaliate against this, against what happened here. So it's just kind of like we don't really get any follow through on that until the next episode, but it's just like kind of hyping up that the ISB knows it happened and there are going to be consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And then like while this is going on, Mon is actually giving a speech in the Senate that nobody's really paying attention to anyway. But then like she notices that a bunch of people are like starting to leave, which is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
And so she realizes that something has happened and she's not in on this heist, so she does not know what it is.
Yeah.
And then Luthen is in the shop. And like the shop is he's not even like he can't even he has to be in his character at this point. And somebody that's in the shop says, "You got anything from Aldani?" Just like that. That's what they ask him.
Yeah.
He's like, Aldani, what? Yeah. And then he says, I don't know, there's some big heist there last night. And so like Luthen like actually like he's like, well, maybe I have something in the back. I'll go check. And then he's like, really? I was just kidding. And then he goes back there and he like has this like moment of relief,
Has his little moment to celebrate.
And that's the final shot of the episode.
And that's all we ever see of Aldani.
Yeah.
Hear a little bit about it.
Well, it's
Fate of Aldani?
It's insinuated that they really cracked down.
Well, we hear more than that.
Do?
It's season 2 that we hear, but we don't see it ever.
Right.
I think we can just talk about it here.
They basically just killed everybody there.
Yeah, everyone died. It's genocide.
Yeah. No, that's sad.
Yeah. And it's something they use as like a motivator.
Right.
Like, remember Aldani.
That's it. Oh, sure. Well, the next episode is kind of where they start cracking down on that, which is announcement. So this is kind of the more standalone episode, which starts with Cyril Carnigan. He's getting ready for his job interview while being berated by his mother over his outfit.
Now, this is the one-off episode that was directed by the person that did the last 2, right?
I suppose so.
So
it is the one-off episode.
A mix-up in the formula here.
I know, that's interesting. So we get the debut of Colonel Yularen in the show. This was interesting for me because obviously we're watching, as we mentioned earlier, the Clone Wars, and I know for a fact that Colonel Yularen is in that show. We have seen him multiple times.
We have.
And he's just like in charge of one of the big ships. And so, obviously Anakin and Obi-Wan and stuff like cross paths with them while they're out doing their missions.
Haven't really fleshed him out enough for me to remember.
They haven't fleshed him out at all. But he actually is the same voice actor in the show as the the guy at the beginning, that says what's going on
this show?
In that episode. No, of the Clone Wars.
Oh, okay.
The guy at the beginning who's like, there's war going on.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. Anyway, here he is. So I actually did not know that he kept going with the Empire.
Sorry, that was a great impression.
And so that was kind of interesting. So he starts outlining like all these new penalties. He is pissed about Aldani. He's outlining all these new penalties that are going to be put in place in retaliation for the attack of Aldani. And it's a bunch of stuff that isn't really that important, but it's basically stuff that's going to make the life of an everyday person harder. I guess one of the things that he does point out is that all of the prison sentences are doubled, which ends up being relevant.
Yes. Also, this is something that Luthen foresaw.
This is what he wanted, yeah.
And wanted.
And so
sacrifice.
And immediately Dedra is pissed off because she knows that they're playing right into their hands.
But also I think Mon Mothma doesn't really like it.
She doesn't. She says people will suffer, and he
Mhm.
says that's the
It's the
plan.
price. Well,
Does it's the plan?
he says that's the plan, but it is the price that he's willing to pay
Right, and that's the
to get people to care about the rebellion.
and that's the scene that cuts next, where it's Mon visiting Luthen, and she's just horrified by what he's done.
Mhm.
It's like, well, I will tell you, he's pretty proud of it.
Full of grayness on his.
Makes no apologies at all.
He's kind of like Butcher in the Boys,
Yeah.
where he's
Except for
more
he's
on
more
the right
measured,
side.
more measured
Yes.
than not as unhinged.
He's like more on the right side than either the Seven are or
A
the
better character,
Empire
I would
is. Sure. But
Coherent.
takes a little too far.
Yeah.
Or some would say exactly as far as it needed to go.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah,
And
it
it
is.
backfires on Andor.
Yeah, that's true. He does suffer for it a little bit.
Although-
So Karn gets the job. There's just a scene where he gets the job.
Oh, very proud of him. His mom is very
I can't
proud.
remember exactly what it is. It's also not in the Empire.
It's because of his uncle.
Right. It's also not in the Empire. Like the
No,
last job. It's like
Going back corporate.
yeah, it's just like a corporate thing, or it's like a bunch of inspection stuff that he's good at. We have Dedra kind of ramping up her investigation some more. Nothing really happens yet in this, but she's like just like these organized rebels are behind this Aldani attack. She's kind of using it as more justification for her, I guess, a hypothesis.
And a lot of other people think she's reaching or it's like
Well, I think this is where things are going to start. Where it's going to start. Partagas is going to start being convinced that she's on the side.
Partagas is going to be convinced.
Well,
but
that's what matters.
Well, yeah, but he's like among the first. Like I think a lot of the feeling in the room is still like, oh, she's reaching, she's looking
Sure.
for things to climb with.
So we actually cut back to Cinta on Aldani. So there is one more shot of Aldani.
Oh, sorry, my
And
bad.
she looks at. I guess this is kind of speaking to the fate of the Aldanis, because she like looks up and she sees a star destroyer flying over, and that's never good.
Oh yeah,
Star destroyers are bad news.
yeah. I guess they just confirm that. Like, I didn't remember that,
Yeah.
but that's clearly what they're alluding to later when they say, "Remember Aldani."
And I had a conversation with Brett where I confirmed for myself, Star destroyers are my favorite ship.
Oh, really?
And all of Star Wars. Yeah, they're just so intimidating, and they have such an iconic design. I just love them. Anyway, Clay meets with Vel. This is kind of interesting. So they're not in the shop. They're just meeting in this kind of like a back alley in Coruscant somewhere. And she basically puts out the hit on Andor.
Yeah.
She's like,
he's a loose end.
Andor was with Luthen in the ship. He knows exactly who he is. And if he gets captured by the Imperials and they start, which he does, and they start like asking questions, that he can tell them exactly who he is. Like, he doesn't know that he has the front with the shop, obviously, but he knows what he looks like, knows what his ship is.
If he was shown a picture of him,
Yeah.
or his ship, he could identify it,
And
which
so
is enough for her.
So she's like, that's too much information. So he's got to go.
And Belle doesn't really like that, but she
Mm-hmm.
is not in the power position here.
Right. So that's an interesting development. So then Andor actually goes home to Ferrix
Bold.
with all his winnings. And he
Gotta go share with Mama.
Mhm. So he goes to Marva and he tells her, got all this money, doesn't say where or how, and enough for us to leave, and we can just go disappear and live out the rest of our happy lives.
That sounds beautiful. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm. And then he heads out because she's like, well, I gotta get ready and everything, and he's like, all right, well, I'll go. He's gonna go visit Vix.
Mm-hmm.
So then we have one scene with Mon Mothma. She's visiting with her friend Tay Kolma. I believe it is the debut of this character on screen, although she has mentioned it with Luthen earlier. And we realize that this is like her friend that she thinks can help her with her foundation problem.
Yes.
So she is going with that, whether Luthen likes it or not.
Mm-hmm. And there's a little bit of something between them, like,
well, they were in a relationship when they were kids.
Yeah.
So Andor visits Bix, and just
actually sure that they were kids. I think
Well,
it might have been
teenagers.
while she was married.
oh, I don't think so. I think while they were teenagers on Chandrila.
Okay. Well, she got married at like what, 15?
Yeah, so early teens.
Okay.
Andor, it could have been like while she was betrothed, like maybe she was in a relationship with him and then she got betrothed and had to cut it off.
Maybe. Or maybe she was like playing around with something but didn't actually take it that far, but there was like something of an emotional affair.
Yeah. So Andor visits Bix, and she says he is not safe there because not only of the Imperials, but she also says that some people. It's just interesting because we never really see this. He says that people like kind of blame him for the fact that the Imperials are there, which is based, but I don't think that it's kind of interesting that they tell us that, but we don't actually see anybody.
Yeah, I
Feels that
think
way.
the only person we might
Energy.
see is
But he's like kind of working with the Imperials though, so
but only for his own self-interest, like not
yeah, obviously.
because he believes in their cause.
So anyway, he like leaves a bunch of money with her, and he's like, divvy this up to all the people that I owe money to.
Mhm.
So he settles his debts.
So Richie should be thrilled.
And so then he's like, all right, well, I'll be leaving you. And then we get a flashback here, our first Clem flashback, which is when basically we learn of Clem's fate, where the Empire killed him.
Yeah,
It
we
was
don't know exactly what he did, but it was something.
Oh, I do know what he did.
Exactly.
It was he didn't do anything. There was a protest about the Empire being there for some reason. I don't know why they were there. Obviously, it's in the past, but the Empire was there for some reason, and there was a protest. There was a within there, and it was becoming non-peaceful. And so he was like, "Hey, everybody needs to calm down because
That's
he
right.
didn't want them to, indiscriminately start firing on them." And then somehow, in the course of that, he gets singled out and is executed.
And this is also how Andor gets arrested,
Right.
is because he
I
comes out.
think
to
that's
the
later on where they
stormtroopers.
show that, but yes, he does go after the stormtroopers.
And this is his stormtrooper trauma, of course.
Mhm.
Sorry, I did forget exactly how it happened. Say we were rusty around the second half.
Right. So then Andor returns home to Marva, and then she breaks the news to him that she is not going to be joining.
She can't do it, but she's not really clear about
Yeah, it's a little
why,
bit. Well, it's
or not forthcoming as to why.
yeah, it's a little bit. I think it's she can't really explain it very well
Yeah.
to him, but like to her, well, it's like her home, so she doesn't want to leave her home for one thing, but also the fact that the Empire is there to her instead of being like a reason to get out of there as it is for Andor. For her, it's a reason to stay and like try to stick it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's
She
not
wants
really a
to
whole
fight back.
there's not really a whole lot she can do. She's an old woman, but
You say ignorantly,
But
having not seen the rest of the season.
Nemec would appreciate it because, like he said, any amount of rebellion or whatever is something that pushes our lines forward.
But she makes a point that she's not pushing this on him. She's not
Right.
asking
She's like, it's just me.
all to. She's like, this is my cause. You do what you got to do.
And she reveals that she's inspired to do this by the Aldani heist,
Which he does not own up to.
No.
So it's really interesting that
she never finds out that he did that.
he inspires her to rebel, but then she's like, but you don't have to follow my steps. It's okay. And
Yeah.
he was not going to rebel any further. He wanted to go off to a beach somewhere and
Right.
chill with
He
her.
does. And there's like this. I think the most touching scene in all of Andor is here, and it's not
Yeah.
necessarily
I
like
love Andor.
yeah, definitely. Like it's the only scene where I consistently kind of tear up seeing it. And it's
Interesting.
not even part of it is just because obviously they do a good job of kind of conveying how they care for each other, but I think there's just this like really strong line that she has that I think it rings very true where he says like whenever he's like explaining how he's frustrated that she's just going to stay here, he's like, I'll just be worried about you all the time.
Oh.
And she says, that's just love. And it's just a really good line. And
They're so good.
yeah.
They're such a brilliant character.
Mhm.
Kind of a sleeper, but
Definitely. And then she also tells him to stop looking for a sister because there were no survivors on Kenari.
yeah.
And I think he
takes
does.
to heart.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's kind of their message to the viewer as well. Like that's that.
Well,
We never
most
get to
shows
follow
would say
through.
that, and then it'd be like, ah, we
Yeah,
tricked you
of
into
course.
complacency.
Not this one. So we go back to the ISB. Blevin he lodges a formal complaint against Dedra to Major Partygaz in front of everybody this time
Mhm.
because of her overreach. But Mira actually kind of turns the tables on him this time and successfully convinces Partygaz that she is right about there being an organized rebellion. And so he gives her control of the Ferrix files and takes them off it because he's like, clearly it's become a distraction for you. And he, I think, believes that Dedra's onto something.
Hmm.
While they're walking out of it.
Yes.
Yeah, and then while they're walking out of there, he tells her to watch her back.
Yeah, because she is making enemies.
Yeah.
Stepping on toes.
Right. And then the final kind of part of this episode, which goes on for quite some time, but it's easy to sum up, which is that Andor is living on the planet of Neamos, or it's the beach. I think the planet is called Neamos, and I made this connection only now on the fourth view through this, which granted it's the first time I watched it since season 2. But in season 2, there is a wedding. I'm not going to say anything more about it other than that.
Okay.
And Mon Mothma attends this wedding, and she is dancing like a fool to this specific song that I think is such a banger.
Okay.
And the song is
Yes,
called
awesome
Neamos.
scene.
And so that I wrote that down in my notes because it was one of my favorite moments.
Uh-huh.
And I just called it Neamos in my notes. And then whenever I found out that this planet's called Neamos, I was like, what is this? And like it was playing like a version of the music on the beach.
Really?
And so what happened here is that song in universe was written in and about Neamos,
Uh-huh.
which is just like a little callback to season 1 if you were really plugged in
Yeah.
season 2, which obviously I did not notice until now.
Uh-huh.
But I just think that that's cool.
Yeah, good catch.
Yeah. So he's living on Neamos, and essentially, so it's like he's like kind of doing what he said. We don't know how much time passed. It's like kind of comes out of nowhere, like from us the viewer, because it's like it cuts from Dedra getting control of Ferrix files, and then an unspecified amount of time jumps forward, and it's Andor on the beach. It kind of feels like a fever dream. I remember the first time watching this, I was like, "What the hell's going on here?"
Well, yeah, he's kind of got a lady.
Yeah, he's got a woman that he's living with. He is a
He's
little,
got-
you know, one thing about Andor is he's a little bit of a ladies' man, which is kind of interesting about him. Like he doesn't really like, you know, he obviously, I think it's kind of clear that he has feelings for Bix, obviously, but she's taken in the beginning, and then now they're like apart.
Have we had the scene yet where they? We must have, where they go separate ways, and she talks to him about like he left her.
Well, yeah, I think yeah. So that's an inclination that you get. I think you are right about that. She doesn't come out and say it.
She doesn't, but that well,
There's a line she
basically
says.
does in that
There's
scene.
a line that she says that kind of leads you to believe that that's the case. Like she's dealt with him leaving before or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it is that episode or this episode where he goes back and visits her. In that one, we'll see.
but he's clearly not like opening up to this woman. Like it's more of a
Yeah.
because he's like hidden his money above the shower and is like checking stuff without telling her.
Right, but he does have a woman there, which I think is interesting. And
So,
you know,
like-
Marva kind of mentions that he's had a lot of girlfriends too.
Yeah. So like on paper, he's living the good life. Like he's going to the beach. He's got this hot girl, and she is hot.
Not as hot as Bix, but
Right.
anyway, so he's living, yeah. And then he goes down the beach to get like some food or something. It's just something very mundane.
Yeah.
And then there's like a guy running, and like he runs by him, and he's like, "What the hell's going on here?" And it's the Empire that's chasing him, and you know it has nothing to do with him. You know, he's like, "Whatever." And then somehow in all of this, he gets apprehended himself. One of those robots shows up, which is like a foreshadowing for K2SO, those Imperial bots, and like grabs him, and he's just
Well,
apprehended.
he starts like kind of power walking too, like because he's
Well,
just
yeah,
like, out of there,
sure.
away from the whatever's going on, and then that makes him look suspicious,
Yeah.
and then they don't believe him that he's just a tourist.
And so he ends up just like it's out of nowhere. He's just apprehended. He's sentenced to years in prison. And
they're like, rebel activity. Are you talking about? Or you're
yeah,
trying
and
to
so
escape?
like at the end, he's like getting shipped off, and then the last shot is Karn just like sitting there obsessing over him at his desk, still not understanding that he is like now apprehended by the Imperials.
Yeah. So there's like absolutely reasons that he could be arrested, but he is not arrested for any of them. He's arrested for something he did not do.
Totally arrested without cause in this. Yeah, you're right. Like obviously they would execute his ass if they knew that he was behind that ice, but
Yeah.
he was arrested for walking on the beach.
Mhm.
That's how they got him. So yeah, that's like the big beginning of the next big arc for him.
And they're like, well, it's bad timing because if it was
Even the person like doing the
Years
sentence is
ago.
like, oh man, if this happened before you'd been out of there in no time. But they gave him like 6 years or something.
yeah.
So he's shipped off to Narkina 5, which is the name of the next episode.
Mhm. Although, how much does his sentence time really matter
That's the
at
question.
Bikini 5?
Yeah. And that seems like it's just kind of random that he gets sent there, which is not the place you want to visit, as it turns out. But it starts with he's getting shipped off there, and then Dedra Miro is interviewing Karn. So we have another meeting of characters. She brings him in for questioning because like now I guess he's kind of more in a public role at this point, so easier to find or whatever. And so like actually what happens is she's gotten the files, she's gotten everything that she wanted. And she sees that his name is at the bottom of one of the files. Like it's signed off on whatever the report.
And he's like, oh my God, someone cares.
Yeah, and she's like, well, your name? She starts asking him about what happened. And like she basically learns that he was forced to sign that report and didn't even get to read it. And then she's like, so he can't say how accurate it is because he doesn't know what's in it. And she's like, get him the file. And so she lets him take a look at it.
And he's just ecstatic that someone cares.
Right. So then we have more Dedra. While he's reading that report, she goes to there's another ISB meeting and she presents the stolen Starpath unit, which she now has because she's gotten control of Eric's. And she links it to Cassian Andor as the person who stole it, which is correct. And then she projects that there is someone that she names Axis that is organizing all of this. Now she's technically wrong in the sense that Andor was not connected to the organized crime yet when he stole that part. But
he was going to sell it to them.
Yeah, right. And he was selling it to Axis. And she knows that there was someone else there when they were going to get Andor, and she correctly surmises that this is this Axis.
So it was a little bit of both. It was a little bit of her reaching and
she gets the right.
Stumbling on.
She ultimately gets to the right conclusion. And she actually presents this beyond Partagaz. Like, Colonel Yularen is here for this presentation. And he's like, I don't know, seems like a stretch. But Partagaz kind of backs her up. So, it's the official ISB position that there is something going on. Officially. So, that's a big deal for her. Andor gets in Arcana 5 and starts to get an inkling of how fucked he is there.
Oh, boy.
It's not good. It's bad.
It's not a nice prison.
No. You can basically be like fried by the floor. It's a disaster.
It's like if you were eaten by BB-8 and made to work under fear of electrocution.
Well, it's actually the Imperial logo made into a prison.
Well, it's all white and orange.
Right. We have Karn again. He's just so like he says all this is bullshit, and then like he wants so badly to be further involved in this investigation, but she's like,
well, he read the file and he's like, this is not what happened.
And he can tell that she's actually like going to try to get to the bottom of it. He's like, I can be an asset here.
And she's kind of like, he's a little much.
Yeah, she just says, forget that this ever happened. You're done here.
Because he's like small potatoes. But he just cares so much.
Yeah, he can't let it go.
And she's the first person, like, he had his buddy that backed him up, but like the first person in a position of authority that cares at all about the truth.
Right. So he is, and she's after Andor. So he's just...
And you can feel for him. Like that's a frustrating position for him. And if he's looking for justice for these murder victims, like, we see both sides. It's a really, really good case of seeing both sides. Yeah.
So Andor arrives on the floor of Narkina 5, of his floor, his assigned floor, where they get to building, and he's like kind of put into this group, and he starts, kind of starts building up a rapport with those guys, but they're building something. Don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But that's their job in this prison. And it's like they're putting those fools to work. They're not just sitting in that prison. Yeah. They are building something.
And whoever's slowest gets electrocuted.
Well, that's not true. But they might get some sort of punishment, but they don't get electrocuted. But and if you win, you get the prize of some kind. Not much of one, but for prison standards.
Sure.
Okay, I can't remember if it's like I think it's food with flavor. I think that's what it is.
Because they have little tubes. Because they want them well fed so that they're...
Yeah, that's why that's why you're wrong about them frying people. They don't want to expend people. They want to use everybody there.
Well, I didn't mean like fried to death. I thought it was just a little zappy.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But they might be punished in some way, but the main thing is whoever wins gets flavor. So it's more like a survivor challenge.
And he's got this like old man on his team that they're kind of trying to make up for.
Right. That's not really clear yet, but it increasingly becomes clear that they're having to compensate for it. And there's also Melshi on his group.
Melshi.
We didn't realize was a character
he blends in.
Yeah, he does. Why does he ever? Okay, so we get Mon and take home again, and so basically, like she kind of had him look into it. He comes back. He's like, "Yeah, it's a challenge. There's a lot of Imperial oversight, and they're probably gonna notice this." So they kind of have to start figuring out what they're gonna do about that.
One thing I should say real quick is that we did not watch Rogue One between season one coming out.
We watched
finishing
it right
season
before
2.
season 1 came out, and right after season 2 was over.
So there was some stuff when we finally got to it where we were like, oh, huh.
But I think, yeah, sure. So Andor goes to bed in his cell, locked in by the insta-death floor. And then he just kind of like time passes, so he kind of is getting into the rhythm of his prison. It's like 30 shifts later or whatever. So he's been in there for a few weeks, I guess.
I think when I first watched this, I was like, well, we're really setting up for a floor is lava game, right? Like jumping between cells.
That is kind of what happens later.
We ever do get like jumping between cells, floor is
Well,
lava
no,
game.
but like they have to shut it down.
Well, yes,
They get up on the tables at one point.
that's true.
Bix. So then we come back to Ferrex. Bix and Brasso are checking in on Marva. She has suffered a fall of some kind.
Oh,
And basically, she was up to some rebellious activity, which is that's not rebellious activity enough to be noticed by the Empire, but
yeah.
she was like kind of trying to look for, I don't know, I can't remember if she was like trying to identify some secret tunnel or something. Because if that's the case, Andor does actually use that.
I think she did, and I think it's all with the sisters of.
Well,
Ferrex.
she is a
Ferrex.
daughter of Ferrex, but I don't think so. I think she's just going into business on her own right now.
Okay, well, I thought that she was organizing the Daughters of Ferrex as a rebellion.
No, I think she's just like a retired member. I don't know that she's even like an active member of the Daughters of Ferrex anymore.
Well, yeah, I think, but okay. I thought that there was a
It's
tie
definitely
there
just her.
where she was kind of using that, like
No, I don't
building them up as a rebel force.
No,
of
they're
old
they're just
ladies.
there later on.
I like my canon of the rebel force of old ladies started by.
Vel reunites with Cinta on Ferrex because they're there, kind of seeing if Andor returns home and see what's going on because that's like their only lead for where he might go, and they're to kill him obviously. And Cinta is just hyper focused on this mission and is kind of not interested in pursuing their relationship at this time, which is very disappointing for Vel.
Yeah, Vel's looking for a little bit of work-life balance, and Cinta's all rebellion all day with like a little bit of shagging.
Right.
I don't know why I got British there.
Sure.
Is Cinta British?
I don't think so. Well, maybe. I
I don't
wouldn't be
know.
surprised. A lot of people in Star Wars are.
Came from somewhere.
Bix tries to send a message to Luthen in her little tower. You know how she does?
Mhm.
And she's basically trying to get word to Andor that Marva's sick. Because like she fell, and then she also, I can't remember if they say at this point she's not taking her meds or something,
Maybe.
but that does happen at some point. So she's not doing too well. And she wants to get word to Andor.
Mhm.
And Luthen gets word of this, and he's like, oh, great, maybe we can use this to find Andor and kill him.
Yeah.
Being the bastard that he is.
Sandor.
But Clea actually just wants to shut down Ferrex altogether because she's just like,
Liability.
we do not need to be connected to that place at all.
Mhm. It's a ticking time bomb.
And so she does ultimately convince him to do that.
Mhm.
And then we get kind of
So she made a decision.
that was a case where she convinces him to do what she wanted. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, they both make decisions. They have different opinions sometimes, as we just saw.
Well, sure.
This character of Vimos, who's not an important character at all, commits suicide by suicide by floor in
Yeah.
Narkina 5. And everybody's like, oh my god, I can't believe he did that. Now we're gonna have to smell all night.
It's a brutal place.
But Andor notices something when that happens, which is that the floor does not immediately react. Like it has like a period where it has to like kind of wind back up. He's like, there's some mechanics going on here that he's noticing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of the point of that.
There's like a buffer period afterwards.
Right. I think that's the point of that scene. Also, that obviously people are very distressed in this prison, but
Yeah.
Right.
And that it's a real threat.
right. Yeah, for sure. That's true. I guess it does help that we actually see it happen and somebody kind of hammer home that it is like an incident if
Yeah.
you're on that.
That scene serves a lot of purposes.
Sure. So then we go back to the people of Ferrex, and they discover that the Empire has now kidnapped Solomon Pock.
Oh.
And who's Solomon Pock, you ask? Good question. He is the guy that owns the business. It's like a junk dealer, through which Bix uses the tower to get in touch with Luthen.
Now, this is the father.
The father of Wilman Pock, who's not really a character yet.
But we've seen
But we
like,
have noticed him around. Yes. But he's like not even really on Andor's radar.
Yeah. He's
But
just
he is
part of the community.
Right. He's the kind of a background part of the community. So he's obviously really upset because his father has been kidnapped. And then they see Bix in the crowd and they're like, oh yeah, we want you too. And so she kind of tries to run for it.
Yeah. And they would say arrested or taken in
Sure.
for questioning.
And it's because Daedra's good at her job, and she has connected this tower. Like Clay was right to shut that shit down.
Yeah.
They,
Clea also very confident.
yeah, that's true. She is very good. And another character that I think gets better in season 2.
Absolutely. Maybe
Uh,
most improved.
really?
I would say she's more improved than Bix is.
I agree. Well, I just think she's a better character than Mix. Okay, anyway, so Luthen, this is very interesting. Luthen goes on a little trip. And who does he visit? But Saw Gerrera, who we know from Rogue One and also some animated shows that I don't think we've gotten to him yet in any of those shows, but he is in them. I
Hmm.
believe he's also there's the Star Wars video game, there's two of them. And one of them takes place in 14 BBY, so this is like 5 BBY.
Hmm.
And it's like you're like playing as this Jedi, and you're kind of undercover because Jedi's kind of have to be undercover after Episode 3. Um,
You want
and
to explain to
then
the plebs what BBY is?
it's or before the Battle of Yavin, which is Episode 4 basically, where the Death Star gets destroyed. But anyway, that's 14 BBY, and then the second one is 9 BBY. I've not played these games, but they are canon,
Hmm.
and Brett loves them.
Okay.
They're some of his favorite games. The second one in particular, he desperately wants me to play those games. So it's like his number one priority for me is to play those.
Well,
But anyway,
he's
Saw
an
is in that.
interesting character.
He's in at least one of those.
Although my first thought always with him is anxiety about his breathing. Like I just want him to take a
Well,
nice
it's cool
full,
because like
okay
in
breath.
season 2, it's explained why he does trouble breathing,
Uh-huh.
which is interesting. But yeah, it's just that guy. It's Forrest Whitaker's the actor, and I don't actually know what other stuff he's done, but I know it's a lot. I know he's a really famous actor,
Mm.
and he just has like this he's just known, I think, for having a very unique delivery style, which he certainly does with Saw Gerrera,
So his name's Forrest. So it's okay to name your kid Forrest, is what I'm hearing.
if you're black. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, Luthen visits him. So we know this from Rogue One, is an extreme of the extreme rebel. Like, does not work with others other than like his very specific cell. He's
Mhm.
like kind of an anarchist.
He like teeters on terrorist.
He probably would not even argue if you called him a terrorist to his face. He'd probably be like, perhaps.
He kind of plays with like what the line is between like justified
Well,
rebellion
and in
and
in Rogue One in particular, I think they kind of are sort of using that iconography because it's in the desert, where a lot of terrorists live, and so it's just like I think they were kind of trying. That was something I noticed in Rogue One. I was like, oh wow, it's kind of like warfare in the Middle East here. It's kind of what they're going for. Which he's not on that planet right now, but he does have some of those same guys. He has two tubes. It's the only name that we know him as far as I know, which is his little alien friend.
yeah.
But anyway, Luthen visits him, so I guess it's not too surprising knowing that, because like Saw is extreme even for Luthen, but they're still, they respect each other.
Yeah.
They're both extreme enough to have some mutual respect.
Yeah.
And
A partnership. Like they've worked together
they've worked, yeah.
on some things, they draw the line other places.
Um, right. So anyway,
But Luthen is pretty particular about who he brings in, so
that's true. I mean, yeah, he
sees his
he at
face.
least right. That's some level of trust right there. That Saw even like sees his face. So anyway, and that comes back later on actually. So Luthen and these scenes with Saw, like none of them are to the level of where I would put them like on a list or anything of like great moments, but I do think they're all very good. And so this first one, he actually is pitching Saw on this idea that he has. It's basically like his follow-up to the Aldani heist,
Mhm.
which is to meet up with this other rebel that's working with him named Ainto Krieger to basically hit this Imperial power station, this place called Spellhaus or House, whatever. And he's like, I want you guys to work together on this so you can maximize your impact on
Mhm.
this operation.
And what do we know about Krieger?
Nothing at all
Okay.
up to this point, unless he's like in Rebels or something, which is possible.
Probably one of those books.
Sure. But Saw refuses to do that because he doesn't like working with other people. He doesn't trust anybody else.
Mhm.
And so I guess it's probably a little bit disappointing, but not necessarily unsurprising for Luthen. But anyway, he's like, well, think about it at least, or whatever.
Mhm.
That's kind of where they leave it for now. And then finally, on Ferrix, the Imperials do successfully abduct Bix, arrest her. And she is to be interrogated, and then we realize that Dedra is on the planet and is overseeing the interrogations.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And Andor keeps working. So there you go. Hey guys, actually,
That's all-
technically, I think the last shot is him like still being in his
Yeah.
with his little group.
So up to this point, our sci-fi KGB has been more like the fun spy
Intelligent.
element. Yeah,
They haven't
intelligent.
done anything really dark.
Now
Until-
we're about to get into the tortury underbelly
Yes,
of such an organization.
correct. And this episode is episode 9. It's called Nobody's Listening. It starts with, carries right off. Dedra's questioning Bix about Andor and Luthen, who she's calling Axis. And, Bix isn't really saying anything. It does cut to, so we haven't introduced this character yet because he hasn't really done anything significant up to this point, but now is where he starts obviously mattering. It is the character of Kino, who is not in Andor's group. He's kind of the overseer. He's still a prisoner, but he's kind of he's the floor manager, I think is the official position that he's at. So he has authority, sort of. He he doesn't actually have to do the building. He oversees the building, and kind of institutes everything that they want him to do. Like he rewards or try to incentivize them to go as fast as possible, and rewards the people, or continuously reminds the people that whoever wins gets a reward.
Make the prisoners manage each other so that you don't have to employ as many.
And then also just, he's just keeping everything running like they want,
Yeah.
So he is a character that was introduced obviously in the last episode, but he's a character that becomes much more important in this episode.
And he's towards the end of his sentence. So he's nobody rocked the boat at all. I'm almost out of here.
Right. But who's closest to the end of his sentence is Olaf, who's the old man in Andor's group. And this is where that is revealed. Kino reveals that information. He's like, come on, Olaf, you're the closest of all of us.
It might even just be like a few weeks he's got to make.
Yeah, it is, or months maybe. It's way less than a year for sure.
Dragging him to the finish line.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe 6 weeks or something. So then, that's what's going on there. We go back to Bix. She meets Dr. Gorst. Doesn't like him very much. So basically, he's come up with some torture method to using the screams of some creature somewhere. The dying screams of some creature.
Yeah, particularly they said that the ones of dying children of this species were the worst, and they found out it triggers something in humans that's just unbearable.
Right. So
the sound that they let out when they're in agony right before they die.
Oof. Doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. It is hard for me to picture the sound of. It's very abstract for me. So she does a good job with the acting.
Sure.
Because it's hard to put yourself in her shoes. It's hard to imagine a sound that grievous and terrible.
But also totally removes any personality that she has for the rest of the season. So
yeah, now she goes into victim mode for sure.
Yeah. So that's what's going on with her. Andor, back to Andor, he continues to, what we learn is his kind of plan to overload the death floor to set the stage for a prison break. He hasn't basically, we're kind of learning that he's got a plan at this point. So what he does is every time he goes to the bathroom, he is kind of damaging this wire that's in there that water's flowing through. And he's like, if I can damage this, maybe it'll, it's just a guess. He doesn't even know it's going to work, but he's just kind of hoping.
Yeah.
So that's part of his plan. And then he's also got this other accomplice. I don't think it's Melshi yet. I think it's somebody else. I don't know. I don't think that they make it, but there's somebody that he's working with. They're kind of locking in their plan. He's telling him, he's when they bring a new prisoner in, they lower down on this bridge. He's that's when we strike.
Well, there's that guy that I don't know if he's Indian or Middle Eastern or that's kind of, I was a little nervous about it.
Yeah, maybe that's who he's talking to here. It's not a character that's important enough to where I wrote down their name, but
sure.
But anyway, they're getting a new person right now, and so that's why he's pointing out. He's this is when we do it at a time like this, when we're ready. Okay, so then it's just kind of, I don't know, there's kind of a juxtaposition where both Bix and Olaf are struggling in their respective positions.
And I will say with Bix here, she's not in a sexy outfit. So that's a little different from victim mode previously in Star Wars. Also, there's other women in the show. So even though she's out of commission, we still have other women doing things that affect the plot.
Dedra Muir.
So that's fun. I appreciate that.
Dedra's leaving Ferrix in the hands of some of the other Imperials. And they're well, we want to, what are we going to do with Salmon Pock? And she's whatever, I don't care about that. And so they decide to hang him. Big mistake.
Yeah.
And so that's the end of him. And then she also says, do what you want with him, but make sure that Bix is kept alive because she knows what Axis looks like.
And
which
this is where I still
Sure.
think that Deidre is an interesting, complex character, but this is close to irredeemable for me when she
Sure.
gets into the torture, and she's very cold about it.
Yeah, very cool.
She doesn't do it herself, but it's
She
her
was
orders.
administering it. Mon Mothma gives another speech about Imperial overreach. Nobody's paying attention. And then it just kind of started in her car with Cloris, and Cloris tells her that her cousin has arrived at her house, and she's like, "Who's my cousin? Is here?" And so this is going to be a big reveal for us about who her cousin is.
Hmm.
But first, we have the prisoners are kind of kept in the hallways for an unusually long period. So
Yes.
we don't know what's going on, but something unusual has happened. It's not running like a well-oiled machine like usual.
And when they're in the hallways, there's windows so they can see hallways of other floors.
Mhm.
And so they have these
So they
like
communicate.
sign language kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time to get between floors because you gotta like pass it up the chain and
Right.
so it's not very effective. And there's a lot of like, what are they saying? Are you sure?
Right. But clearly something weird, something unusual happened in that
Mhm.
moment. We get the reveal that Vel is Mon's cousin, which I didn't actually buy at first, but it is. I think that's pretty obvious at this
100%.
point. But like
Yeah.
in season one, I was like, well, it could just be because they're rebels in the same cell. But no, they're actually cousins.
And it's very interesting because Val clearly like hated all of the traditional stuff she grew up with and was
Yeah.
like never gonna go for the arranged child marriage thing and like is an interesting juxtaposition to Mon Mothma's daughter. Like she
Right.
almost acts more like what you would expect of a Mon Mothma daughter
Mm,
than her actual daughter. Their relationship is so tragic.
yes.
Um, but yeah, she's kind of like ashamed of where she comes from, like having grown up with money and whatever is very different than most of the rebels she's around, and
Mm.
um, she resents a lot of it. The way they do the costuming is very interesting too, because she does not look natural. Like this is not her element,
Right.
even though it's what she grew up in when she's all dolled up or whatever. So yeah, it's a cool reveal. It's a cool connection.
So Cassian he starts trying to get Kino in on the prison break scheme, which is a bold move because he could be in big trouble for doing that. Because
Mhm.
Kino does have some authority over him, but he's still ultimately he's in the same boat. So that's why he's like, and he kind of has the most pull with everybody. So he's like, if I can get Kino in on it, then
Mhm.
that'll help.
But Kina's like, I'm almost out.
Yeah,
What
Kino,
take me?
he's not interested in that at all. And he's like even like kind of pissed off at him for even bringing it up. He's like, they could be listening to us and fry us. And
Mhm.
so Andor proves the point that nobody's listening by like screaming at the top of his lungs, nobody's listening,
uh,
which is of course the name of the episode. Dedra reports what she has learned about Axis for the rest of the ISB, and
mhm.
she now makes the connection that Andor was behind the Aldani heist, or was involved in the Aldani heist
Mhm.
correctly. So she's presenting all this information to the ISB. She also says that they're monitoring Marva's communications in case he tries to get back in touch with her. So and of course, she doesn't really bring up the torture thing, but I guess it's just a given. They're
They don't need that's not a
right,
that's not even a blip on their radar.
right,
That's just
exactly.
like part of the methods. We don't have to go through the whole paper. Let's get to the results here.
Right. I just want to point out that even though it's a season two thing, like it's actually Dr. Gorst who they're talking about whenever he says calibrate your enthusiasm. Because
Yeah.
it's like he's annoyed, like part of guys gets annoyed because the Gorst is so good at his job, the other branches of the Empire want to use him as well. He's
Hmm.
like, I want you guys to represent us in this, and try to keep him as one of our assets and our assets only.
Hmm.
And the guy's like, "It's an honor, sir." And he says, "Really? It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm."
It's the best little put
Yes, I
down.
love it so much. Okay, so Andor's group starts to hear a rumor about what happened the other day. And the rumor is that an entire floor was executed. And they're like, "What?" Like, first of all, that they could do that, and second of all, that they would do that.
Hmm.
Um, and
And
then
like, why would they do that?
why would they do that? We don't know why yet.
Hmm.
And even Kino was kind of shook by this, but he's like trying to keep it together. He's like, it's just a rumor. He's like rationalizing it.
Yeah. It's like we don't know. A telephone
Right,
happened,
right. So he's not sold yet, but he is. You can see he's alarmed by that
Sure.
possibility.
Who wouldn't be?
So we actually go back to Edie Karn. She's nagging Cyril some more, even though she says that she is pleased that he's getting promoted in his job. He seems to be doing okay.
She's such a weird
She needs to
character.
take a W.
I can't like do a breakdown, but I would love to watch someone else do it.
I'm sure that they
Of
exist.
her complexities.
In the prison, Olaf is continuing to struggle. That's definitely becoming a recurring theme at this point in the episode. And then we go to Mon. Again, her family is gossiping with Vel about Mon in front of her at the meal. But Vel kind of like, she like kind of sticks up for her, but covertly.
Yeah.
She's like saying little lines where she knows only Mon will get what she's saying. And Mon's
Mhm.
like amused by the things that she's saying. It's a nice little scene.
They have a fun rapport.
But this is where she learns about Take Homa though, and she's like, "Oh, really?" And you know, Mon, like while she's getting ready to leave, she's like leaving. I guess to go back to Ferris.
Yeah.
And so she's like getting ready to leave, and Mon's like, she can tell that Mon's kind of struggling at this point. She's like, kind of gives her some reassurance that they're doing the right thing here.
Yeah. And I think she gets it too, because I don't think Bella's cut out to do what Mon
Oh
does.
yeah, absolutely. I think she has respect for Mon for sure,
I think she has,
and feels bad for her.
yeah. And like understands in a way that most people don't.
Right.
Because she, I think she was forced to try in a small way throughout her childhood, whatever.
So Cyril meets with Dedra again. He actually just kind of stalks her and corners her in front of her building, and he's just totally obsessed with her investigation.
Oh my
Yeah, and
gosh.
she threatens to have him arrested.
She has not thought about him again.
No.
And he is like, but you're the only person that cares. So
Yeah, she's like, do not approach me again. Just totally shuts him down. And then it's funny how like that scene actually continues for her. Like it doesn't actually cut away from her there. We like go with her into the building. She's just like kind of blowing that out. Like, what the hell is that? And then she's like and she gets into the building. She gets into her office. Here it reports that they have captured a rebel pilot. So she's like immediately back to work. Just like that's a weird thing that happened this morning, but on to my job.
Yeah. But it's like this is not the first time he's watched her.
No.
Or like
But it is the first time that he's made
her.
a move.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's like almost Joker-esque.
Yeah.
It's like stalking her.
He's so fun. Obviously, that's not fun. Don't do that. I won't like you in real life if you do that.
Right. It's a kind of thing that you know not to do in real life, but maybe you've thought about it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, he got caught, and even if it's like we all have our things that we've obsessed over in the past.
Sure.
And so like
his obsession is so relatable.
Right. Even though it's right, exactly.
Even though he takes it to the range.
Even though it's something that probably has not happened to most of us where we get caught in the act of stalking someone.
Sure.
It's like something where you can like imagine you understand why he feels that way. And so therefore you kind of can understand. But it's like for him.
Karn isn't like the kind of crazy where it's like you watch on TV and you're like, wow, that guy's crazy. I wonder what's going on in his head. He's the kind of crazy where it's like you're crazy amplified to 100. And you're like, oh, I get it. I get it. Like a cautionary tale, but also because we're all a little bit Karn,
Yeah, somewhere
like, feel for.
Right. So then we have another meeting with Take Homa. And he's like, yeah, your problem is real. And you need to come up with 400,000 credits to fill this hole. And he says, I've come up with a man that can help you with this. His name is Davos Golden. And she's like, are you kidding me, Davos Golden? He's a thug. And so, but he reveals that he's already like kind of broached the subject to Davos Golden. He wants to meet with Mon. And she's like, I don't like that. We go back to Ferrix. We have well, actually, I don't even know if we see the Gorst interview happen, but a Gorst interview has occurred. And they discuss I think they send him to this rebel pilot that they've captured. That's what's happened. He's like, we've caught a rebel pilot, and Portuguese says, notify Dr. Gorst, or something like that. So anyway.
Then Gorst remembers the torture.
Right. So we've had some torture off screen, and then they get everything they want out of this rebel pilot. They learn that he is associated with Anto Krieger, who is the guy that Luthen wanted Saw to work with in the last episode.
Yes.
And they learn through him that they are planning this raid. So, like, their cover is just totally blown of Luthen's plan here.
Yeah, it's a pickle.
They know that Axis is behind this, but this guy has never seen Luthen before, and in fact, we learn later that Anto Krieger has never even seen Luthen before, and so yeah, that ends up kind of factoring into this plan here. But they know that like this is something big that they have found, and so they know this raid is coming, and they're like, "Bring it on, baby! We're gonna be ready," you know. So that's huge for them, for the ISB, a huge get for them.
Yeah.
So they cover up this plan to kill this guy, and this character who we have not talked about yet, but who is always there in the ISB. His name is Lonnie Young. He's going to come back and be important later. He comes up with a plan to make it look like an accident so that it'll better cover their tracks. And part of guys is like, make it so top priority. Loves that plan. Okay, then we go back to Andor, the prison, and Olaf collapses. It's not looking good for Olaf.
The old man.
So they actually, and he doesn't collapse on the floor. He collapses in the hallway. And so they bring a doctor in. And so Kino stays with him. For some reason, Andor stays with him. And even like later on, the Imperial guy's like, why do two of you need to be here? And it's just because Andor kind of has a soft spot for Olaf at this point, and also he's very interested in what's going to happen here. And so
it's an opportunity to talk to that guy.
Sure,
it's lots of
lots of reasons for him to say. So Doctor comes in. Doctor's also a prisoner, and he basically is just like, nothing I can do for him. I got to put him down. He's had a massive stroke or heart attack, one of the two. And so Kino's just really devastated by that because he really had a soft spot for Kino or for Olaf. He knew that he was about to get out.
And this doctor's been through some shit. Like,
yeah,
he
does
it very.
The doctor knows what happened on the floor.
Yeah.
And so he, whether he was like sent in there to like clean it up or we don't know, but he knows for sure that it happened. And so he breaks the news to Kino. Yeah, that really did happen, and no one is getting out of here. And he learns the reason that they did it too. He tells them the reason they did it is because somebody that got out, that got released, mistakenly was circulated back to, it wasn't to the same floor, but it was to a different floor of the same prison. And they figured out, like, or I guess he told them, I can't remember. Well, anyway, it became clear that nobody's getting out. And or
like they're supposed to be sent to different prisons once they're out.
So that nobody knows.
Yeah. But he was like circled back in by mistake.
Yeah, he circled back in by mistake. And so to cover it up, they just kill the whole floor. And so Kino is just like totally shook. Really good facial acting by him in the scene. And the Imperial comes in and like sends them off, you know, and they're walking down the hallway and Andor's walking with them. They're doing their stupid hands on their head thing that they have to do. And the whole episode, Andor's been hounding him. He's like, how many guards are on each level? Like, you know, join us in this mission. How many guards are on each level? Nobody's listening. Don't worry about it. And so like he asks him again in this scene, how many guards are on each level? And Kino says, never more than 12. Which I remember that in particular, just like when we were watching this on a weekly basis, that line in particular, I just remember on Twitter, people were just losing their minds over that. Now, I think this actor is kind of, like, he's kind of a famous actor.
Is he?
Yeah. Actually, he was, he's the only, I think, that I know of Star Wars character that has been two characters because he was also Snoke.
But
yeah, exactly. But I forget that guy's name, but it might be Andy Serkis, but no, I think that's somebody else. But anyway, might be, I'm not sure.
Well, he does a great job, and it is, you do get very hyped for Breakout.
That is
next episode.
So he might actually, he's definitely Snoke. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's Andy Serkis and he was Snoke.
But yeah, it's brutal because you're seeing just this one man be put down, essentially, like like just given the the death meds, and then you're seeing like the horror and coldness of that, and then you learn about it happening to a whole floor,
right? But then also Andor knows they're gonna replace this guy tomorrow. This is it.
Yes.
So that's kind of where it starts with episode 10, which is One Way Out.
And the reason that matters is because they lower the elevator.
Right. It just gives them an opening. And so Andor, he's telling like tomorrow's it because they're going to bring in more guards because of what they did on that floor. They're replacing Olaf tomorrow. This is the least ready they'll be for an insurrection. So we need to do it now. And so there's kind of like this moment where it's like he's not sure if Kino's going to actually do it, but then he does confirm it to the rest of the block. No one's getting out. Yeah, they did kill
because people aren't quite buying it because it's hard to believe. You don't want to believe that,
right? And so he's like, "Yeah, we are gonna have to do this." So he's like, "Everybody better get ready for it because this is happening tomorrow." And so everybody's like, "Okay, well, I guess we're doing it." And so that's exciting. Then we have the ISB. They confirmed that their plan with the dead pilot worked. They totally bought it, hook, line, and sinker, that it was like some sort of accident that he died. They don't have no idea that it was the Empire. And like, oh, and Lonnie even says like we should like ask him about what happened. So, to like cover our tracks, which works, everything works perfectly. Um, so all that's going great. Kino makes this like kind of epic. It's not his most epic speech of the episode, but it is, I guess, second place because he kind of makes this speech about how it's about while they're in the hallway, and he's confident that no one's listening because of Andor's antics in the last episode. So he's like, "Well, this is it," like hyping him up before this thing. It's like as soon as they come down, everybody be ready. There's one way out. That's kind of the recurring theme that he keeps using.
And they've told him not to talk, but because he's the leader of the group, he's allowed to talk. And so, like, if his mouth's moving a lot, it doesn't matter. He's following the rules.
Okay, then in Ferrex, this is where they confirm that Marva stopped taking her meds, so she's really deteriorating. That's all we need to know for that right now. Davos Golden arrives at the Mothma residence
Oh boy!
and says that he'll help Mon Mothma, no problem. He can cover up that little problem without any sort of problem.
Very nice.
No, but he just requires a favor, and she's like, "Well, whatever. Just take whatever percentage you need. I don't give a damn." And then she's like, "How about I let my son meet your daughter?" And she kicks him out of her residence immediately.
So he doesn't say like I'm gonna need an arranged marriage.
Yeah, it just says a meeting. But she
But-
obviously she knows that's because he's from Shandwood as well.
Well, and her daughter is really into all the Chandlerland stuff, so
She kind of knows that she would go for it.
yeah. Oh, it's tough. It's a tough spot.
And he's like, "Well, that's all right. Just let me know when you finish considering it." She says, "I'm not considering it."
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just walks out of there.
It's very good of her, but also it's
Yeah. We get to Luthen. He gets a request for a meeting. He's like, "Oh, really? Well, it's been a while since this happened." And Clay is like, "I don't know," because she's always she's always like thinking about the worst case scenario. He's like, "Nah, it's fine. I'll go meet him. We don't know who it is yet."
Yeah.
We go to Andor again. Goes back to working on his little pipe plan. But he's like, "This is it. He needs this thing to burst like now."
Yeah.
And it's not working. And so he's just like, "Shit." So he just like kind of goes ham and just breaks the shit out of it, like just starts banging on it.
Yeah, and he's like alone in there. Is he in like a bathroom break?
Yeah, he's in the bathroom, yeah.
All right.
And so, he's like, "I gotta break this thing like now." And so finally he manages to bust it open.
Yeah.
So the water is flowing. So their hope is that is going to overload the floor. They don't even necessarily know it's going to work, but that's the hope. So water's running, and it takes it a minute to get out to the main floor, but it's like totally over flooding the bathroom at this point. So he goes out. They're bringing down the new guy, and then boom, they go for it. They like as soon as it's like that, it's like low enough for them to like go into action.
Basically, when the elevator's like halfway, so
halfway.
they can reach it, but then
they can still reach up, right?
Up, yeah.
Yeah. So they do it. They launch into action. They're like the guys in the control room panic. They're like fire the floor, and the floor does go off, and it does kill some people. But they stand. Most of them stand on the tables. But because of the water, that's like the last time they can do it, and like it does overload. It does kill some people, but it does overload it. And so they're like, "Uh-oh." So all these people,
that's like their whole control technique.
Well, they do have a couple guys with guns, so people start shooting at them. But Andor is spry and lucky enough to like get kind of finagle his way up, where he like knocks one of them down, shoots the other one, and like basically they have control of the floor at that point. So everybody starts like kind of making their way out into the upper levels that they're not supposed to be in. And so he and Kino kind of leading the charge. They make it to the command center. This whole time that they've been there's been like this really scary voice that gives them all their commands. That just kind of goes over the intercom system. And they finally get this guy. And he's like the wimpiest piece of shit, like just loser. That just has like it's basically a Wizard of Oz moment.
Yeah.
So take him hostage, and they shut down the power. And like the whole thing is hydro activated because they're in like the ocean. So ends up being important later. And so it's like they can't even like get it back up and running without like a huge wind up period. And that is a thing with different forms of electricity. Have different varying lengths of how to wind up. And I guess in this case, that would have been a really long time for this hydro thing to work.
I guess Wildfire gaming fans might not know that you are a expert in the subject.
Yeah. Well, that's a big thing right now where everybody wants stuff, prioritizing stuff that can wind up really fast.
Mm. Andrew reports on renewable energy industry stuff.
Yeah. So they make it so anyway, they're in the command center, and then he's like, "All right, Kino, tell everybody what's going on." So because like he just knows Kino's more eloquent than he is, and so Kino like this epic speech about how they all need to work together and like they have control of the facility, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it.
Mhm.
So work together, one way out, all that stuff.
It's not quite as inspiring as Karn's speech at the beginning, but like, he does an okay job.
Yeah. And so it's like super awesome, legendary scene of like all this stuff just rising up against like your oppressors basically.
Yeah, yeah.
And everybody gets out of there, get to the top, and then they start jumping, but it is surrounded by water, which we've known from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But Kino gets up there and then like, he realizes
He
that
can't swim.
he can't go with him because he can't swim.
He's the reason it all worked out.
And Andor like kind of pauses. He's like, "Oh man," like maybe he was gonna try to help him figure something out, and then like somebody knocks him into the water.
Mhm.
So he's like, he's in.
Okay, here's what happens in my heart. I
Okay.
know what actually probably happened. Glass half empty.
Yeah,
He's fucked.
definitely.
Glass half full. There is a moment earlier in the episode where he says, like, if like one of your guys falls down, like
Help him up.
help him up, drag him across, or like whatever.
Right.
And so in my heart, a couple guys like swam with him like on their back or like carried him
That
or
seems
like
unlikely.
whatever. Well, but that's what he said to do.
Yeah.
And so I just, in my heart, maybe that paid off.
This really isn't a legendary episode because all that is like super cathartic of them finally getting out of there and rising up against those guys because they're just all just total scum, and it's just like seems like such a hopeless situation, and they manage to get out of that and they work together and it's like really great. Kino's a great character,
A little microcosm of the rebellions of the show.
But it's not even the end of this show's like kind of famous scenes because then we go back to Luthen and he's going down in this mysterious elevator. We're like, where the hell is this guy? And we find out that, or I guess it's actually from Lonnie's perspective, but Lonnie's going down the elevator. He's like, comes out into like this undisclosed location.
Lonnie's a redhead,
He's-
ISB guy.
He's meeting with Luthen. So we now learn that Luthen has a guy on the inside of the ISB.
Yes. And this is crucial because
Yeah, it's a really important scene. So he reports to Luthen that Dedra is searching for him. Like she's kind of onto him. She doesn't obviously know who he is or what he looks like, but she's onto the fact that he exists.
and set this trap with the
And that he set the trap for the pilot.
Mhm.
And he's like, "You need to call off that raid immediately." And Luthen's like, "Oh, I don't think that we'll be doing that because he's like, you're too important. They're gonna figure out that I have somebody on the inside, and you are more important to me than all those guys that we're gonna lose in this attack."
And he's like, but I don't want to do this.
He's like, I want out, and he's like, "Oh no."
He will not be getting out.
Yeah.
How's your kid doing, by the way?
Yeah, kind of threatens him subtly like that. And then he's like, kind of gets pissed off at him, he kind of fires at him and he's like, "Well, I'm the one that's like sacrificing everything. I'm the one that's working with these bastards every single day." He's like, "What have you sacrificed?" And then Luthen like hits him with like this epic soliloquy about what he sacrificed.
Yeah.
And it's just like, a very famous scene. The actor has talked about that, about how he read it, he just like couldn't believe how good it was. And he was like, he's really bad about remembering lines, so like he had to come up with some strategy. I can't remember exactly what he said, but
The actor for Luthen?
yeah, actor for Luthen, yeah.
I didn't realize that was
So it's like, anyway, that was like a big, I remember that on Twitter too. It's like, oh man.
See, y'all might not know this about me. I haven't been on social media other than YouTube comment sections
Right.
since 2017.
Well, I wasn't as plugged into the stuff on season 2 because we weren't watching it week to week like I was with Andor season 1.
Yeah, you're
And
trying to
so
avoid
I was not avoiding anything. I was like, yeah, bring it all in. And everybody was just like going crazy with this. I don't know if anybody, I think honestly the thing that everybody's going the craziest for was Never More Than 12.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
But yeah, this was also like a very hyped up moment. And then the episode ends with Andor and Melshi, who has been an afterthought this entire time at best.
Yeah, he's like part of Andor's crew, but it's like one of them.
Yeah, he's like one of the guys in his group. And they reach the beach.
Mhm.
And it's the only ones that we see reach the beach.
On that beach. I mean, they were in the middle of the water, so I think people went in all sorts of
Sure,
directions.
sure.
But they basically,
They
maybe
reach
the
land.
beginning of the next episode where they say like,
Yeah, that's actually the end of the next episode.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The end of the next
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. When I went back through my notes.
episode. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
So that's the end of that one. Episode 11 is called Daughter of Ferrix. So it cuts right back to Andor and Melshi. They're kind of dodging Imperials because, Imperials are coming flying in to see what the hell's going on here. And they're they're actually like hanging off of this cliff as like where they're hiding.
Okay, now Daughter of Ferrix, the episode is named after them. Are you sure that she wasn't planting rebel seeds
Yes,
with these women on Ferrix?
I am 100% sure.
How are you 100%?
Because I just went back and watched all this.
Well, you skimmed.
I didn't skim these last two as much.
Really? You watched them all?
No, well, no, but I didn't skim them as much.
Okay.
So yeah, they're hiding from the rebel or from the Empire, and they finally kind of see him fly off, so they're able to sort of get up. And then, meanwhile, this is cutting in between Ferrix, and we find out that Marva is dead.
Off screen.
She dies off screen.
Just
And Cinta confirms it because she's still there monitoring the situation.
exactly. And you're like, the injustice. Why? How could dare y'all deprive me of a nice climactic ending with Marva? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it'll be okay, guys. Just wait.
And then
I mean, it, not for her, but like.
so Andor and Melshi are not captured by the Imperials, but they're captured by some local aliens. It's kind of a weird scene. And they're kind of like tied up in like this kind of wedding stuff.
But at this point, sorry, with Marva, you're not even sure whether or not to believe she's dead. Like you
No,
see the
absolutely,
court-
1000% you believe that she's dead. Cinta confirmed it.
Well, at that point, but like when they're first talking about it with like you're like, are they lying to the droid? Like it's like
At no point did I doubt it.
all right.
But these locals kind of let Andor and Melshi go and actually even transport them off of the planet whenever they realize that they're prisoners. And they obviously know everybody hates the Empire, so they're just like, yeah, sure, we'll help you.
Yeah. They kind of scare him a little bit.
Yeah. So then Dedra orders the Imperials and Ferrix to allow a funeral for Marva to try to use it as bait for Andor. Because they're like, oh yeah, they made these requests for like a big funeral procession because she was, a daughter of Ferrix, was kind of a higher place in the society or whatever. Of course, they know that we're not going to let them do that, but they ask every time. And she's like, absolutely let them do it.
It's bait.
Right. And they're just so confused. They can't understand this at all with their little pea brains.
And there's like discussion over how many people should be allowed to participate. And maybe that's later.
I think it's
a little back and forth.
it's small. It's like they don't want to give them, but maybe it is later on where they're not going to give them many people. We'll see how much they listen to that.
Yeah. More people show up than the limit, let's just say.
Vel visits Clea at the shop. Which,
and they also delineate what time it's supposed to be at.
Yes.
And they also don't listen to that.
Vel visits Clea at the shop, which pisses off Clea immediately because she's not supposed to go there.
Uh-huh.
And she's looking for Luthen, but he's not there. Because what he's actually doing is going to break the saw. He's like, okay, don't do that. Abort.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's later. So Clea's pissed that she didn't hear the protocol, and Vel's like, Marva is dead. And so she's like, I'm going back to Ferrix to see if Andor shows up. And she's like, all right, well, I'll utilize that information.
Everyone knows before Andor does.
Yeah. And so that is true. Then we have Brasso. This is kind of not really a very important scene, but it's just Brasso being sweet to the droid, where he spends the night with him because he's sad.
It's important to my heart.
Okay.
That's
all that happens there.
Those two sweethearts. Yeah. Brasso might be the least great character. Well, also my
Nemec.
Nemec. Why can't I remember that name?
Well, he kills people. Brasso doesn't kill anybody. Well, actually, he does kill that one guy in the ship.
Well.
Bix is still suffering from the torture. They're asking her about Anto Krieger now. Like, is this Axis? We don't know what she says. But obviously it's not. So.
And I believe you don't get answers about Anto Krieger this season, do you?
Oh, they kill his ass. He is dead.
Oh, is that the pilot?
Yeah. Well, no, he's the leader of this attack that Luthen is going to allow to happen, even though he knows it's a trap.
Right. Okay. Now I remember.
Vel arrives at Mons as Lita is doing her little cult stuff with the other Chamberlain girls. And Mon tells Vel about her money problems and that she's got to take Como, and she basically reveals everything has been frozen after Aldhani. So Aldhani's like kind of making her life worse.
Yeah.
And Vel feels like she can't say anything about that. She's like you can tell that she's got a little guilt there.
Yeah. And she mentions the daughter proposal, right?
Well, this is where she reveals to the audience. She doesn't even come clean to Vel about what she has to do to get this to work. But she's like, I've found a solution. And so it's basically revealing to the audience that she is going to take him up on that,
Hmm.
even though Belle doesn't know yet.
Well, at some point, Belle's like, oof, that's a rough one. Because it's Belle's nightmare.
So then we get Cyril Karn again. He gets a call from Linus Mosk, of all people. And it's a hilarious scene. And like Mosk is now, he's not a guard anymore. He's like just working at some smelter or something. It's making a bunch of racket in the background. And
Yeah,
but
this is, of course, the hype man.
he's calling him on to tell him basically that Marva's dead. But he like takes forever to get around to the
Yeah.
fact. And he keeps getting interrupted by that noise.
And he's still
And-
so like with them.
And
It's
like
so sweet.
Karn is like Karn is like trying to talk back to him, and everything that he says, like Mosk's reaction is off because he's like can't actually he's like mishearing what he's saying.
Yeah.
So much noise. It's hilarious. It's a great scene.
They're a good duo.
And basically he finally gets around to the point that Marva's dead. And he's like, is Andor gonna be there? You know, and he doesn't even like get that out of him that Andor's gonna be there because obviously Mosk doesn't know he's gonna be there.
Yeah.
He's just saying that maybe he will go there. And so
That's enough.
yeah, so he's like he drops everything. He's like, I gotta go.
Hmm.
So then we have Andor. He's back on Neamos now, and we see him retrieving his belongings. There's like some aliens living in there now, and he just kind of stealths in there, and he's like getting his gun and like all the credits and stuff that he had up there in his little box.
Above the shower.
So then we go to Luthen, and we find out why he was missing. And like I said, it was him going to tell Saul. Saul is like, these guys are all getting ready. They have decided they're going to help Krieger, and he's like, do not do that. I'm sacrificing to the ISB. And Saul's like, what? You know, he's like, he like sort of
Too far for him.
yeah, well, he even like questions Luthen. He's like, well, there's the only ways that you would know this is if you are ISB or, you know, whatever. Like they're not good options. And he basically surmises that he's protecting somebody on the inside. And Luthen, like, it gets heated enough to the point where Luthen points a gun at him. And he's like, I'm just doing this so you listen. And he, like, kind of calms because, like, Saul's kind of going on a paranoid tangent where he's like, well, maybe you have somebody on the inside of my team, you know? And he's like, who is it? And he's like, oh, it's Tubes. And then the Tubes is like, what the hell are you talking about? That's where he gets the gun. He steals it from Tubes.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's like, we have to do this to protect. That's how I'm getting all my information. It's the way I can't really operate without him on the inside. This is just the way it's got to be. And he's like, for the greater good. And he's like, I don't call it whatever.
That's a good impression.
He's like, call it whatever you want. He says, let's call it war. So it's a good scene.
Brutal.
And then Luthen kind of is back on the ship. He's communicating with Clea about the Andor situation. Like Clea's kind of filling him in. Marva's dead. They're moving in to hope Andor shows up and get him. But that's cut off because he is jammed by a large Imperial ship that is pulled up behind him.
Oh boy.
And it's like they obviously have no idea what they have found.
Yeah.
And he's like playing it off really well. And he's like immediately we see how cool he is under pressure, which is interesting because we kind of that's sort of colored later on. We learn more about him in season 2, but in a flashback. But right now he just seems super cool under pressure.
Yeah.
And he's got like this kind of AI or something in his ship that is like voice commanded. So he's like, you know, using that, and he's like coming up with like this fake ID, like right on the spot.
Kind of stalling.
And he's like makes one of his engines look like he's having a problem, so that to give him a little bit extra time. And so still like the Imperials are kind of suspicious of him because he's not immediately complying to everything that they say. And so they're just like, well, you know, we'll search him even if he's nothing. Because like they check out his ID that he gives them and it checks out or whatever, but they're like, well, whatever, we can use practice. And so it's like, man, this is not looking good. And so ultimately what he has to do is he like has the countermeasures that are built into his ship that just totally destroys their tractor beam, which is what's keeping him in place. And so then they send TIE fighters out, obviously, to go get him. And like he shoots some of them, and then he has like these like sort of lightsaber things on the side of his ship that he slices them with. It's super badass. It's the most Mandalorian-esque scene in the show. It's like somebody doing some badass stuff in space.
Sure.
And then he flies the hell out of there, and that Imperial guy is just humiliated.
Yeah, that one's not as much for me, but it's fun.
It's a cool scene. Yeah. It's fun for more traditional Star Wars fans.
Sure.
And then finally, after all that, Andor's on the news with Zanwan and he gets the news.
Oh no, Andor.
And so it's Zanwan, he's the ship guy. Not the guy that gives him the ship earlier, that's Pegla, but the guy that was gonna it runs the transports into Ferrix that he was gonna pay to get out of there. It has to breaks the news to him. And he feels bad for him, he's really sad that he has to tell him that, but he's just like, you gotta know. And so Belshi doesn't even know that because he's just like waiting for him, And they're kind of on the beach together. And this is where they have that discussion where Melcy's like, we might be the only two that made it. He's like, we need to split up because people need to know what's happening back there. And so they split up. And Andor heads to Ferrix one last time for the finale, Rick's Road.
And we never see Melshi again.
I would have been surprised, but turns out, yes. So season 12, it's kind of a cold open for season 12, which is Rick Road, because it starts with the character of Wilman Pock, of all people, who has not really been a character up to this point.
So this is the son of the guy that was tortured and hung.
And so we see him working on something. I immediately knew, even the first time, I was like, oh, he's making a bomb. But it's not like 100% clear if you don't connect the dots. He could be working on something. But he's like got his protection of his father there. He's clearly upset. Like, he's definitely making a bomb. So that's what he's doing. He's kind of been radicalized about the death of his father. Sort of in a similar situation to what Andor did, but instead of coming at him with a fucking stick or whatever like Andor did, he's like, oh, I'm going to come at him with some heat. So anyway, that's happening. Dedra arrives on Ferrix. Basically, it's like a lot of this beginning of this episode. It's like everybody's arriving on Ferrix because everybody has some reason to be here. Dedra arrives.
Well, everybody has Andor reason to be here.
So Dedra arrives. Bix, she checks in on Bix. She's still a mess. Zanwan has a conversation with Brasso, telling him that Andor knows about Marva because he told him. And he's like, Andor, you what? And he's like, I hope you told him not to come here. And he's like, well, I don't know. It was a past conversation.
He was like, was I supposed to? Surely you know. It was like,
and like Nurchi overhears this. And then later on, he has like some drinks with Zanwan and kind of gets him talking and kind of confirms for himself that Andor knows and is likely on the way, but they don't know that for sure. But enough information to report to the Imperials about it.
Now, easy fix for Andor would be to not come. Right. That would save him from all of these people that want him.
Well, you know what's funny about that, which I really noticed this time, is he comes because he wants to be there for Marva's funeral. But as soon as he finds out that Bix is in trouble, he's just like, all right, well, see that. And he's just hyper focused on getting Bix out of there. It's kind of the Joel thing where he's like, as soon as like there's somebody that he can actually save, like he's way more focused on that than like mourning what he's lost.
Yeah.
So that's
really interesting.
That is interesting, psychological there. So then, so Dedra and Cinta are both joined the crowd undercover. So this is the night before the wedding or the funeral, but it's like people are kind of still massing around, so they're kind of in the crowd, sort of scoping things out.
Because Cinta's been like kind of undercover.
Oh, she's been this whole time since Saldani.
Dedra, I don't know if she fits in perfectly.
Yeah, she probably sticks out more.
She might have loosened her tight ballet band a little bit.
Well, I think she's wearing a hat, or like a hood or something. Oh, this is kind of a cool scene where they're in the little ship. Mon and her husband are in the little ship with the driver, and she calls him out for gambling because she's like starting to like cover her tracks about the money that's been missing. Yeah,
it's really clever and also a little brutal because she's selling out her husband. But in a way where it's like, people aren't really going to be mad at him for gambling. Right. Like, the government's not going to care about that.
And so Cloris is like, it's big information for him.
And he's like denying it. And she's like, all right, deny it.
Right. Yeah, he's baffled. But he does, but yeah, because he's who he is and she's who she is, like, to the driver is like, oh yeah, he's 1,000% caught red-handed.
Yeah. But so at this point you're thinking, oh, she's not going to introduce the daughter. She found a way out, and that's to sell out her husband instead of her daughter.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I thought that or not, but yeah, it's possible.
I remember that's what I thought.
Interesting. Actually, she's just double covering her tracks.
Yeah, which it turns out she needed to.
She's being thorough because it's Mon.
And she needed to because they were.
Well, yeah, as we find out.
Honor. Yeah.
So then Vel meets back up with Cinta in Ferrix. So she's arrived. Cinta, again, only cares about the mission. Probably the most boring thread of the episode, honestly, is their little Bad relationship. Okay, then finally he's on the ground. He has arrived on Ferrix.
Oh boy.
Against everyone's better judgment.
Yeah.
And the first thing he does is he goes and visits Clem's brick because we learn that that's what happens when they're dead is they give them like 2 days, they burn them, and then like they process them or whatever or the process is for making a brick into the brick, and so that way they're like a part of Ferrix, you know.
Yeah, it's a really cool bit of world building.
Yeah.
Like how they think they're
So
dead.
so he visits his father's brick.
I think that's one of the three things that connects all human societies globally across history is we all have some sort of thing we do with our dead, some sort of ceremony, some sort of for ritual or something to honor them. So it's very human, and having creative ways to integrate that into your world building, I think is really effective.
It's also like the last flashback we get with Clem where it's not really like a big deal. It's just kind of revealing that they did have a good relationship where he's like showing Andor how he's like cleaning like this stuff. He's like, people just look past this stuff because it's, you know, the way it looks because it like they get corroded or whatever, but you just got to dip them in here and good as new.
It's a metaphor for Ferrix being overlooked as just this grummy industrial place when there's all this brilliant bronze underneath there of this community that's been underestimated.
Maybe so. So he's going to go visit Bix, of course, because that's what he does. But instead, he finds Pegla, who's the ship guy from like the one that gives him the ship at the beginning. He's definitely been the least important character up to this point.
Mhm.
But I was really surprised by how important Pegla actually was in this episode.
Mm.
So he basically breaks the news that yeah, she's been in custody with the Imperials. We don't even know if she's still kicking in there. I mean, we assume she is, but and Andor's like, what? So it kind of changes his plan
Yeah.
for what he's gonna do while he's there. Luthen arrives on the scene, so that's like another one where it's like we didn't even necessarily know that he was gonna show up, and I think maybe even at some point Clea advises against it.
Oh, absolutely she does. She says there's gonna be so many eyes. Absolutely do not go.
But he goes. He wants to see it done with his own eyes. And it's really cool. There's like a really cool scene, or like while this is happening, you actually start hearing Nimic's manifesto, and then like it cuts to Andor, and he's like listening to it, like hyping himself up.
So good.
It's pretty awesome.
You know, restate your thesis at the end of your essay.
Right. That's what's happening here.
Hmm.
So that's a really awesome scene. The Imperials are like kind of getting everything ready, very similar to how it was in episode 3 with the Corpos. They're like kind of triangulating and making sure that Andor can't scutter away in case he shows up.
Hmm.
Then we have the big reveal, whatever you want to call it that, with Cloris, who's Mon's driver, and she's reporting to Blevin of all people about their argument about the money, and Blevin's like, that does make sense. We've noticed that she has been missing some funds.
Hmm. And yeah, I mean that is a reveal that they were on her. Like
Yeah.
this, she was not being paranoid.
Yeah. And, you know, Blevin, of course, not a critical thinker at all. He's like, wow, that explains everything. I guess that's that. That's it. He says, I've been making a lot of odd banking moves lately. Guess that explains it.
But I do think
Dendro
good
Miro
lines
would have
were
been like,
told.
well, hang on a second here.
Yeah.
But not Blevin. So anyway,
Yeah.
that's that. So the ISB is basically so we don't actually see it, but they celebrate their successful elimination of Krieger and his men. And Dedra is kind of annoyed that they did that without her because she's obviously not there. She's in Ferrix. She like radios in.
Mhm.
She's like, well, I just didn't appreciate this being done without my involvement. And Partagaz was, or she's like, you know, if we could have kept them alive, we could have questioned them. And Partagaz was like, this wasn't about questioning. This was about sending a message. The Emperor was pissed off about Altani.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, all right then.
And so to be clear, these were like 50 men.
I think it's 30.
30.
30
Okay.
plus Krieger. He keeps saying that because like it's very interesting actually psychologically about Luthen here because he's very honest with Saw about it's 30 men plus Krieger. So he like always wants to because he's obviously it's a cost clearly that he's gone over and over in his head.
Mhm.
And so like Saw is like 30 men, he says, and he keeps saying plus Krieger.
Mhm. But I don't know that we made it clear that this is like he is sacrificing them for the sake of not losing his.
No, we've made that 100% clear.
Okay.
It's to not lose that to Lonnie basically.
Mhm.
So,
Like they did not have to die. He could have called this off at any time.
but then that would have revealed that they had inside information.
Because the only way for them to know it would be to have an ISBN.
So it's the day of the funeral. Everybody's kind of moving into position. All the various moving parts that we have going on right now.
Hmm.
Andor reunites with Brasso, but it's in that secret tunnel under the city that he's going to use to get basically maneuver around the city without people eyes being on him. Nobody has any idea this exists, so it's just a perfect plan. Um, and Andor is like really dealing with some guilt about that Marva died and he wasn't here with her. And
Hmm.
like, Brasso has like this really sweet message for him where he says that she said that he already feels everything he needs to feel and that he's going to be an unstoppable force for good and that she loves him more than anything he could ever do wrong. And so he's just like, hitting him with all this stuff at once.
Yeah. And the show's kind of put us in Andor's shoes in that we didn't have closure with her either.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't there when she died. We weren't there when she died. It was off screen. It was
Hmm.
kind of anticlimactic. But then we're kind of getting little inklings from these final words from her. And then maybe we'll get closure at the funeral.
So, but Andor is more focused on, he's just got to rescue Bix. So that's his number one objective here. Karn arrives with Linus Mosk, and I forgot that Linus Mosk actually comes with him for this final little excursion.
Oh,
So
I
that's
didn't.
fun. And they actually
He's
have
like, I'm right there with you, son.
actually flying. The shot is actually them flying in on the public transportation that was introduced in episode 3, and
Mhm.
they have this weird little Bond moment. I don't know if this is like a thing people do, but they trade hats.
Oh,
It's like I don't know.
that's cute.
Yeah.
Just little bro stuff.
Hmm. So then Luthen meets with Bell on the scene, and he's like asking her if Fandor's shown up, and they're like, I don't know. I mean, everybody, the Imperials think so. They're massing up like you wouldn't believe.
Mhm.
And so he kind of reaffirmed their mission. He's like, well, great. They'll get him. They'll identify where he is because we'll know where they take him, and then we'll just kill him before he can talk
Mhm.
and be out of here. That's the plan. But everything just kind of stops in its tracks, like during the midst of that conversation, because like we've established earlier, they only have so many people that they're allowed to have. It's supposed to be like they're supposed to have pushed back the ceremony by 2 hours because the Empire was still getting stuff set up or whatever.
Mhm.
But everything just starts without them.
They're like, fuck that. So they've got a marching band
They got a
going.
marching band playing like the Andor theme, I think, or like some variation of it.
So it's kind of the climax of how they've been using banging on stuff as a big part of
Mm,
their culture and
sure.
community. We've built that up to a marching band and this whole procession.
Right. So this is like kicking off now. So everybody's like scrambling to get into position. Andor sees Luthen out there because like he's kind of like up on he's kind of got like this sniper's perch where he's sort of checking everything out because he's
Mhm.
trying to figure out a way to get to Bix, obviously. And he sees Luthen down there and he's like, kind of. He didn't say anything, but it's kind of he obviously knows what he's there for. Um, and
I mean, that's probably his first inkling that he wants to kill him. Because
sure,
in his head, like, he took just his share. That's pretty trustworthy. He had a shit ton of money he didn't take.
sure.
Business
Um,
face.
Nurchi reports that Andor is there to the Imperials.
Nurchi. I don't
Karn
feel about Nurchi like I do about Tim.
Karn sees that Dedra is on the scene, and he's like, "She's here." And so Andor's like he's moving through tunnels, kind of like the opposite direction everybody else is going because he's going to find Bix, and it's kind of a great opportunity because everybody's like focused on the street, thinking that he's going to be there.
Yeah.
So he's moving through the tunnels. Then B2 EMO of all people is kind of at the front of the procession, and he displays Marva's final message,
Oh, B2.
and it's just extremely inflammatory speech urging everybody to fight the Empire, which actually I think the director has said this. The original line was "fuck the Empire," and Disney toned it down.
Disney.
But
Come
you
on.
get the idea. I kind of think "fight the Empire" works better.
It
It's more of a
that
it's more of a call to
it's
action.
more of a call to action. You're right. Um,
And so right when she gets to that, like the whole point, like she's like ramping up her hatred about the Empire, and like they're kind of like still kind of focused on Andor, so they're just like, whatever, this isn't really that important. And then when she says the line about fight the Empire, like that's just too much. So the guy, whoever's like, not Dedra, but whoever's like the guy on the ground there, not important. He like tries to cover it up, and like it's kind of like actually half her face when she says fight the Empire. So then like he knocks B2 over, and that's just too much. So
oh dear, he's
it
the sweetest little droid. He's got a stutter. He's just a little
doesn't
bottle
really
of
make sense, but
don't you dare.
so
Uh,
anyway,
but so he was holding this like giant projection of her, and she kind of eased into it to where
That's
I
true.
didn't like cut it off
Yeah.
at the beginning, so she got to build up to it. Andor's not even watching, but he can
No?
hear it.
Yeah.
There was like one line where we were sure he can hear it.
Yeah, he's just Olympics.
So this is the closure we needed with her, and man, does she go out with a bang!
Yeah, it's awesome.
Even though she's been dead for, I guess, a day or however long, couple days.
All hell breaks loose. Andor finds Bix. Willman throws the bomb, but it sets up like a way bigger explosion than anybody planned because it actually like starts up a chain reaction with a bunch of other Imperial explosives that are on the scene because they're overly militarized. And so it actually kills way more people than he planned, including Nurchi, who is destroyed along with some Imperials in the blast. So that incites the Empire, so they start shooting into the crowd. People are dying left and right. Brasso gets Willman out of there, so he survives. Zan One, who is the guy that told Andor about Marva, dies defending an elderly woman who is about to be killed by a stormtrooper. So that's his final moment. Cinta kills this. There's this whole time there's basically been this other undercover Imperial in the town, and Cinta's like has kind of figured that out obviously because she's been there a long time. So she kills him and then hides the body very stealthily.
Very stealthy.
Yeah, it's actually Pegla who came out of nowhere for me this time. He's the one that gave Andor the ship at the beginning. He's gonna give Brass and everybody the ship here, but he actually like ties a rope around V2 EMO and drags him out of there.
Oh,
So that's how V2 gets away.
see, the show does such a good job with the community, and specifically Ferrex. Like, this is the perfect place for this climax, and the way that the entire community is involved in this.
Yeah. So all hell's breaking. All this chaos is going on. Dedra is knocked down with a thrown rock.
It's a humbling moment for her.
And she is like taken by the crowd. It is not looking good. And Cyril Karn immediately jumps into action and just and pulls her out of there and like kind of takes her into like this sort of closet place where people aren't gonna find him.
And it's like
she's like super shaken up, and he's not. He's like extremely calm.
It's
a very
stepped up
interesting
for someone else.
It's a very interesting juxtaposition because the whole time he's been the one that's been like really shaken up, and she's been like rock solid.
But when it was someone else in need,
yeah, well, in like a really high pressure situation where they were in bodily danger, he was like stone cold, and she was the one that was like really shaken.
Yeah, which is their dynamic is really interesting. Also, they're in like kind of a tight space.
They are in tight space. There is an interesting moment. There's something I didn't notice until this last time when I was watching through it, where he's like Cyril Karn, you know, it's basically reintroducing himself in case she forgot, and she's like, I know. Like she remembered him enough and like remembered his name and stuff. Now you could take that as like obviously she's very competent at her job and so just remembers all that stuff. But
and is that the last time we see them?
It is for this season, yeah.
I remember I was so hyped. I was like, these two that we built up so beautifully on their own, like they've met, but now this is like now they've meshed. So I was so pumped for next season, seeing these two together.
Yeah.
Seeing this duo. I was like, can we have a Disney villainous pack where they're both like I want both of them in one pack.
Yeah, that seems unlikely, but I would love to get it would probably be more likely it would be a Dedra pack. And that would be awesome. She would need Dr. Forst. Like, Dr. Forst would be a critical part of her win condition.
Sure. Man, it's just
well, her goal would be to get Luthen and then get Dr. Gorst connected with Luthen to interview or to like question him and get everything about the Empire. Or the rebels.
Such a fascinating duo, and to add that layer of romance in there, and like what would attract what the attraction would be between those two characters that are so similar in some ways, but then there's some crucial differences. And how they both kind of relate to Andor and Axis, and I was like, these are the best villains ever. I cannot wait for season 2. So with that climax out of the way, what's next?
Pegla gets he gets Brasso, Willman, B2, Bix. I think there's like another daughter of Ferrex lady who never comes back again. Gives them a ship, and they're gonna fly out of there. And Andor, well, I guess they don't have Bix yet. Andor brings Bix while they're getting ready to leave. And he drops her off, but he's not going with them. And
he's got something to deal with.
Droid is sad about it, but she's like, Cassian will find us. Whatever. And so it's kind of like the most that she's like talked since she's been tortured, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and
But she
Pegler
also
doesn't go with
heard
him
the
either.
speech, and I think she was a little encouraged by
Yeah,
it.
Pegler doesn't go with him either. So I don't. We never see him again. So,
Mm.
and then there's just a quick little scene where it feels like the kind of thing where maybe they should have found another place for it realistically for just the flow of the episode, but it goes real fast, and it's Perrin and Mon with Lita, and they're meeting. They're having the meeting with Devo and his wife and his son.
Well, it's quite a reveal that she is going through
That's
with
true.
it
It's just like,
because you think like if we've resolved that, she found the other
well,
out.
obviously they needed that in this episode. I just don't know if they needed it after all this awesome stuff.
I don't know. To me, that's a big like, oh,
I guess
she
that's what
sold her daughter out.
well, it's like they're trying to set up all the threads that are going to be relevant for the next season, obviously. And then finally, Luthen, he's just like, well, Luthen's psychology in this whole scene is very interesting because he's obviously a stone cold rebel at heart as well. He's like just like Nimmick. He's bought in to the end, and he
Hmm.
talked about that in that scene with Young, where he's
Hmm.
like sacrifice. Like he knows. He even says like he's like I'm not even gonna burning myself for a sunrise I'll never see or whatever. And so he's clearly moved by Marva's speech, but as
Hmm.
clearly as you can be for that character who's like doesn't emote.
Yeah.
And then obviously all the chaos breaks out. So like he just, I think he just assumed. I guess he just concludes like either Andor wasn't there or whatever. But this was a great day for the rebellion.
Mhm. Or
Um,
maybe it was a little bit of like,
maybe it's not worth it to kill him or whatever.
or like, like Marva got through to him a little bit, and
Yeah,
it was like a little bit out of respect for her because she incited a rebellion here and had some inspired him and
whatever the case, he leaves and he's going back to his ship. But he notices stuff's off, like his ship is off or something, and he's like, so he turns around and Andor's there, and kind of an intimidating moment for him a little bit. And
turned a little bit.
yeah, and so he's like, "You came here to kill me," and he's like, "Well, you didn't make it easy." He didn't deny it,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Well, I'll make it easy now." He's like, "Kill me or take me with you." And
Hmm.
then Luthen, something that you never see him do outside of his mask,
Uh-huh.
he smiles.
Like a real smile.
Yeah, and that's the end.
Hmm. So, Marva really got through to, I almost called him Cassian. It's incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's his first name. Cassian Andor.
Yes,
Yeah. No one ever calls him Cassian, so
Mix calls him Cassian.
should call him Cass.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah. Anyway, really got through to him. And that was his turning point.
That's true. Yeah, he's in from then on.
Wow, what a climax.
Yeah, really
Really
awesome.
well done. What a brilliant episode.
Mhm.
It's the one I was most excited to rewatch.
Yeah, it's an awesome episode. No doubt about it.
Okay, list time.
Yeah, so I have the typical list here. So moments, episodes, dead characters.
Okay.
There's 13 moments. Some at the top, they're basically just episodes almost, but um, some of these lower ones are more distinct sequences. Um, and my number 13 is Andor's Arrest,
Mm.
episode 7. I kind of mentioned already that it kind of just, I mean, the first time in particular, it just kind of felt like a fever dream. He ends up on this beach out of nowhere, and then he's arrested out of nowhere.
You get so outraged at the injustice, even though like technically there are grounds to arrest him, just not what he's actually arrested for.
Yeah. And I think they're kind of going for some commentary there on unreasonable imprisonment in real world.
Mm.
Uh,
Profiling.
but also it's like kind of infuriating and scary, but it's also kind of funny just how it just happens out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And he's just like protesting heavily, and there's just nothing you can do about it. And then
Hmm.
they had the foreshadowing with the droid, which is cool.
Hmm.
K2SO. Number 12 is, I call it sacrifice, but that is Luthen's speech about what he sacrificed on
Oh,
Lonnie. Kind of calls him on it.
that makes more sense than what I thought, which was Mon Mothma deciding to sacrifice her
No.
daughter.
But it's also, I mean, the main reason it's here is for that speech, but it's also here because it is the reveal that Lonnie Young is the insider.
Hmm.
So it's important for both reasons. And it's kind of a dark scene in a way because
Definitely.
he's trapping him in and he's making the decision that he's going to let those guys die all in this one scene.
Yeah, it really showcases his dark side,
Hmm.
as Star Wars fans like to say.
And it also kind of sets him up for, I mean, obviously he lives through this season, but it kind of sets him up for he's expecting death.
Hmm.
It's kind of the sort of the climax of that character in season one. He still has his little badass escaping the ship after this, but in terms of just his character work.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's also just, I think it's kind of important just for changing the way that you look at him because he's like really letting you into his psychology there. And it's obviously changing the way that we look at Lonnie Young. And then I think it changes the way Lonnie Young looks at Luthen.
Hmm. Now, I do want to comment on something that hasn't been listed yet, which I agree this is better than these things, but I just want to make sure this isn't a glaring omission from your list, which is the Gong guy.
There's no individual moment with the Gong guy. I mean, there is like that one sequence where he debuts and it's like kind of cutting between all the different characters. It is a cool sequence, but
Now, oh, I didn't say this earlier because you didn't bring it up criminally. Every instance with him should have been brought up, but it was a huge missed opportunity when during the final battle there at Ferrix when a guy gets up there and he kicks him off.
right. He
When
doesn't hit him off.
he had, okay, part of it could be that's too sacred to him. His mallet is just too precious. He didn't want to sully that.
Yeah.
So if they were gonna make that argument, fine. But it would have been pretty cool to see him hit it off.
Yeah. Number 11, I don't even know if we really, I guess we did touch on it at the end of what we just discussed with the 12 episodes, but it's like the post-credit scene where the reveal is that the stuff that Andor and the people in that prison were making were basically like little connectors for the giant weapon for the Death Star.
Yeah, I don't think we did mention that.
Hmm.
That's a pretty huge reveal, and it was really awesome.
Right. And of course, like it looks awesome. It's like kind of the different layers of the weapon are all like kind of floating in space because they haven't been constructed yet or finished.
Hmm.
It's the first shot of the Death Star, obviously, in Andor. I guess it's the only one, really. They probably show it in season two at some point.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, on paper, it's definitely fan servicey,
Hmm.
but it adds to the lore. It makes sense, and yeah, I loved it.
Well, it's also because season one of Andor that doesn't really move the timeline anyway. It's kind of all set in the same year,
Hmm.
and it does kind of feel pretty disjointed from the rest of Star Wars, the rest of like the main timeline with the movies.
Which is fine by me, and one of the reasons why I can recommend it to people that
Yeah,
haven't seen Star Wars.
but that is like a moment and it's cool as a final moment where it's like this is all going somewhere. This is all
Hmm.
going into the origin of the series, really.
Yeah, and even people that haven't seen any of the movies can probably
Yeah,
recognize
they know
that
the Death
star.
Star. Yeah. Number 10, it's I thought about this and it is kind of lame in a way to put it higher because like the speech is more psychologically rich and kind of more important. But I did put Luthen's getaway in the ship up higher.
Really?
Yeah. It's like I said, a Mandalorian-esque moment, the most Mandalorian-esque moment in Andor. But I think it is kind of cool how this is what Dedra and really the ISB is like killing themselves to find is this guy.
Hmm.
And
They had him.
they had him just like on a whim, like just happened to come across him and
Hmm.
they didn't realize what they had, obviously.
Which is a parallel to, I mean, they had Andor too.
Hmm. Um, but it's just it shows off how I mean it kind of shows off how formidable his tech is and that ship, and it's a kind of a humiliating moment for those guys, which is cool. But it also just kind of shows how good he is under pressure, which I think is interesting because obviously he was in a high pressure situation there,
Yeah.
and he had to come up with all that stuff on the spot. Obviously, he had planned ahead, which that also kind of gives insight into his thought process. Um, but he planned and executed,
Yeah.
and it was very awesome.
For me, it wasn't the kind of action scene that I'm crazy about, but I understand and can appreciate it on an objective level. Just don't think would make my list.
Number 9 is Bad Timing. This is in the pilot episode, which is the introduction of Cyril Karn. Almost as strong as Andor's introduction as a character. And it's the one where he's obviously just desperately trying to convince that superior guy to investigate the murder, but he's told to cover it up.
Hmm.
And of course he does not do that. But it, I think that it's a really good. Well, I love both of the characters in this moment, but for Karn, obviously, it's very important because it just immediately establishes him as like this kind of over the top dedicated cop.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's surrounded by like this world that just could not give less of a shit of what he's concerned about.
Yeah, he's not jaded. He's kind of bright-eyed and um, really passionate. And there's something anyone can appreciate there,
Hmm.
while also wanting Andor to get away with it.
Right.
It's every time he's on screen could probably make my list.
Yeah, that one in particular. And I also just really like that guy that just so uninterested in what actually happened there.
But yeah, we can't remember his name, but he is iconic
Yeah.
for sure.
Number 8, I wanted there to, the thing about Mon, I love Mon Mothma.
Hmm.
She doesn't really have a lot of standout moments in this uh, season. It's just like very consistently solid.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
But I did put one moment above the others here at number 8. It's called Strong Politics, and this is not her first like scene or anything. This is a few episodes into her arc, but it's the first scene where she speaks with Take Homa.
Hmm.
And it's kind of cool because when Take Homa comes in, he's kind of like insults her. Or he's
Hmm.
like, oh, you're living here in Coruscant and you're a senator and you're too close to these imperial people. I don't really want to tell you what I have going on because my politics might be a little too strong for your
Hmm.
taste.
Hmm.
And, by the end, she's like totally turned that around on him where she's like, I don't know if I want to tell you what this foundation I'm talking about is going to because my politics might be a little too strong for your
Hmm.
taste. And it's also just kind of where she's talking about how this version of herself that she's created is just a ruse.
Yeah.
And they showed a lot from this scene in the ads and stuff before the show came out, and it was what I was most excited about.
Mhm. Well,
Her
and
character.
it's to someone that knew her before she was a rebel. And it's a classic case of a really good scene, switching the dynamic to bring it full circle by the end. An interesting way. And
Right.
you see it with Tywin a lot in Game of Thrones. You
Hmm.
see it with lots of cool power dynamics. But this isn't as much a power dynamic as just I'm actually in deeper than you are.
Hmm. And then also it's her taking a risk by she obviously doesn't reveal everything to this guy, but she reveals enough.
Mhm. A risk that she has been warned not to take.
Yeah, and so it's we're seeing her actually do it. She didn't say one way or another whether she was gonna do it or not,
Mhm.
and so we see that she is doing it.
She didn't need
And
anyone's permission. It was a power moment.
yeah, it's just well acted, obviously.
Of course, anything with her.
Number 7 is Never More Than 12, which
Mm.
kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, we talked about that one.
Just like him finally being pushed over the edge with the death of Olaf and the confirmation from that doctor.
Hmm.
And it's just like at least an episode we've been really building up to that, just getting him on board. But you could even say more than that because obviously in the episode before that, Andor's coming up with the plan.
Hmm.
Maybe he's not trying as hard to get Kino in on it until the second one, but um,
Very effective at getting you hyped for the next one.
yeah,
Of
it's been
course.
an awesome hype moment for sure. 6, I called the shakedown. This is just the like first 10 minutes of the show
Yeah.
where he goes into the Mastic bar and he pisses off
Yeah.
those guards and then ends up killing them. Setting him up. It's kind of morally ambiguous anti-hero, which is exciting for a Star Wars lead.
Hmm.
And then sets him off obviously to frantically cover his tracks. And we kind of talked about it earlier, but I like how it recontextualizes the stakes for murder in Star
Hmm.
Wars, which is never really viewed as super important up until Andor, I feel like.
Yeah. I love what Andrew. Thank you for all you've done for Andor, Andrew.
Hmm.
No, I love what the show does with stakes and how seriously it takes things that would be brushed over in other Star Wars things. we've talked about that with the politics and with the inner conflict of these characters and just the weight that they give it really pays off. Feels very mature.
Yes. Yeah, and I don't know if it's ever, it's hard to, it's over now, obviously, so I don't know if we'll ever experience it again.
Yeah.
Number 5 is That's Just Love, which is a quote from Marva.
Oh, Marva.
It's just, I wrote, it's a stunning moment of heart.
Yeah.
Where, she's kind of breaking Andor's heart here because this is where she's refusing to leave Ferrix. And, he says that he's going to worry about her all the time. And that's when she says, that's just love. Nothing you can do about that. It's also where she tells him to stop looking for a sister.
And she was inspired by
His heist.
His heist that was, yeah.
And obviously it's the last time that he sees her alive.
Yeah.
So it kind of ends up being, I think, a critical moment for him, both in terms of the hunt for a sister, because I think he does kind of give up after this.
Yeah.
And then it's also the last conversation with the last member of his family. So,
and his last impression of her is that she's very passionate about this cause that he's been dancing with.
So, I think it's very important for the rest of that character's arc.
Yes.
Now we're kind of getting into the ones that are just sort of obvious. Number 4 is the Eye of Aldani. So basically just the heist, the Aldani heist.
Yeah, absolutely. Before you go on, some ones that I feel are missing are the death of Tim. I feel like is a really
I kind of have all of that stuff together in one scene, which is on the list. It's just higher.
Okay.
Just like kind of the big escape from Ferrix.
I don't know if you have Marv's speech and death in there.
Perhaps.
But okay. Sorry, I'll wait until you finish the list before I.
So yes, this is kind of there's sort of, I guess you could say, 4 big. Well, we have 4 moments here, so it's basically the 4 big moments. Like the show builds to 4 big moments.
Yes.
And I think the lowest of them is the Eye of Aldani.
Okay.
Even though it's still very good, obviously. I don't think. Honestly, I think the heist crew, the cast, is the weakest that are involved in the big moments of the show.
Interesting.
And so I think that's part of why I have it this lowest of the 4.
I think I would put the prison cast the weakest, although
the prison cast has Kino.
Well, so it has Kino, and Kino's awesome, but Kino to me is, like I love Nimic more than I love Kino. And then I think the supporting
they're
cast
close.
members in the Eye are better than the supporting cast members in the Breakout.
Well, I think, okay, but that might be true. But I also think just the build up and execution of the Prison Break is better.
Sure. You mentioned the characters.
Right. But I do think that, I guess the reason I say that about the cast is like they kind of spend more time building this cast up more than the prison ones. The prison ones, it's like, it's all really about
get on those other prisoners.
Not much.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So like they invest more time into these characters, and I think they don't all pay off to the degree I think that they maybe were hoping for. Like there's like with Terriman and Senta even.
Yeah. I mean, those 2 are kind of tacked on at the end. They don't really. It's like a little bit of lore almost and motivation, but not. Obviously, they're not very developed.
Whereas with the prison, they only focus on the characters that are important, and then they even kind of have a twist on like who is like Melshi's like in the background the whole time, and then he actually is the other one that survives, which is I think kind of an interesting twist. Still really good. Obviously the visuals of the Eye itself is awesome. I also like how they spend all this time establishing these really well thought out plans, and things go awry and less than half of them survive. So I like that it didn't really work out.
Well, I think they went into it knowing that not everyone was going to make it. There was going to be a lot of casualties here, but that it was worth it because this was a fate worse than half of them dying.
I like it better if they don't look at it that way, and they really think that they're all going to make it. I definitely think Skeen thought they were all going to make it, because that changed the trajectory of his character.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Prison Break. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, yeah. This one, I think they were all going to make it. The Prison Break, I think you would agree. They were like, this is worth it, but we're not.
So that's my number 4. Number 3, I have the Escape from Ferrix, which is the end of the first arc, episode 3. Just a culmination of everything the show had been building up to that point.
Karn's brilliant
Mhm.
performance.
And just Andor just scrambling to get away from them, that force as they kind of try to put the squeeze on him. And the show just rapidly jumps between all of the main characters during this sequence, including on both sides of the conflict, as we just discussed, which is very well done. It's a technique used in many of the show's best moments. And it's really, this scene is really kind of the blueprint for what they keep trying to do again and again over the course of the show. I just like this one better than the Eye, which is kind of a retread on this. Maybe because I think they do such a good job of building. I'm just more interested in Ferrix than Aldani, I guess.
They do a brilliant job of building up the community.
And we do actually, like, well, you know, the death of Tim is the first big death, and so that's like kind of maybe more impactful in a way than the cruise. Because the cruise, they go so fast that, I mean, I remember you watching it, not even the first time, where you're like, what happened to, what's it? Like, they die so fast that you don't even really see it happen unless you're really focusing.
And that's true. Like every time I watch it, I blink and I'm like, wait, did those two already die?
Right.
So yeah, that's a valid point. I
Then
think
just
that Tim's death is it's like a redemption because we see
Right.
how much he truly cares, but you still have complicated feelings about him, and in some ways he kind of brought this on.
Well, he absolutely brought it on. He's the reason they're there.
Yeah.
I
I mean, maybe they would have gotten that far without him, but
maybe, yeah. But it's also just, like you said earlier, it does a good job of establishing the bonds of the people in Varix and how they're all willing to help Andor whenever he needs it. And it obviously we have Karn on the other end, which we do not have in the Eye. So it really does a lot more of a job of like getting the two sides here.
yeah,
And
that's
there's
true.
moments where, one in particular, where Karn and Linus Mosk really think that they've pulled it off, and then they're just crushed.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But I do have number 2, One Way Out, even higher than The Escape from Ferrix. I do think that obviously both of those arcs are very good, but I think generally most would agree that the escape from the prison. I mean, that was definitely, it seemed like the most hype. I think if you go on like IMDb, this one is rated the highest of actually anything in the show, as an episode. And you know, it's obviously Kino has finally accepted that nobody's getting out alive. So you just get a lot of, they're in such a bad position. It seems like a very helpless position. So there's a lot of catharsis with seeing them overcome that situation
Definitely.
and rise up against their oppressors.
Mhm.
And then Kino just gives like that banger speech over the
Yeah.
intercom, which is really awesome. Convinces everybody to join them. Obviously, the music is incredible during the sequence. And then, you know, I think that this one sort of has the most real world applications where it's like, you know, it's clear that with that speech that they were kind of going further than calling them in on the prison to action. It's a call to action for like everybody to rise up against oppression.
Mhm.
And then of course the final twist of the knife is that he can't actually join them because he can't swim. Even though he was the one that really inspired everybody to break out of there.
Yeah.
It was Andor's
You know
plan, but Kino was kind of the one that executed it.
Well, and that's kind of relates to the movie it all stemmed from.
Yeah. Okay, but my number 1 is Rick's Road, which is the finale. It's basically just the whole episode because there's really no way to. From the beginning. It's just such a banger.
Yeah, the climax.
Yeah,
which is the whole episode.
I mean, I guess you could start from the march with the music that may end and everything, like from there to the end, basically.
And the music is really good. I love how they integrate it with the banging and the marching band, and how we've escalated that from the beginning of Ferrix to this climactic marching band.
Right, and like it's obviously full circle for the whole season in that it's an epic moment on Ferrix where everybody's coming together just like it is in episode 3, but on a much grander scale at this point because we have way more characters now.
Yes.
And obviously we've had a lot more time too. So it's like the culmination of an entire season of television instead of just 3 episodes. And I think it is just a masterclass in tension building and then obviously execution on that. And then payoff, obviously, which I think is what the show does better than almost any that I've seen.
Certainly this season.
I would argue you see a second season as well.
I would argue that for most
I
of
think the
the
second half of the second season is just like it's all payoff at that point.
interesting. I there's an episode I might need to rewatch before I give my hot takes to make sure I stand behind.
Maybe you should. And every second of this, it's a long sequence, but every second is like really critical. There's a lot of, it's very dense. There's a lot of cuts because obviously all the characters are here, so you gotta like check in with all of them while all the
Mhm.
chaos is going on. And for that reason, it's almost impossible to take everything in on a single watch through. I think, especially with some of the more minor Ferrex characters. Like
Mhm.
even just going back and doing my notes, I just realized how important some of them were.
Mhm.
Like Pegla getting pulling the droid out of there.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
like that Zanwan, I had forgotten that he like it shows his death and it was he sacrificed himself to save this old woman that was like about to get killed by a stormtrooper.
yeah.
Um and it's just it's just interesting because like the whole show we've been jumping all across the galaxy with these characters, but now we're just jumping across this one like street basically.
Mhm. That's the home,
Hmm.
the heart of Mervin. So
Right. And the setting almost gets like it gets a send off in a
mhm.
legendary way, almost as legendary as Marva's herself.
Yeah.
And then, we haven't really talked about it, but obviously her speech is just crazy good. Um,
Yeah. I remember talking to my cousin after the season was over about just how incredible that moment was. And it was kind of a milestone for Star Wars in terms of women. Like we have, I don't think anything Rey does is nearly as empowering as what Marva does in that scene.
yeah,
It's the legendary. She's absolutely one of my top characters. It's
yeah,
hard to, she doesn't get a ton of screen time, and so it's hard to give her quite the respect she deserves. But others mimic. So,
yeah, that's for sure. And Nimic is part of this too because Andor listens to his manifesto before this, like
okay.
as part of the scene.
So another moment that you're not including is his conversation with Nemec, where Nemec
Well, I
tells
feel like this is kind of more of the payoff of that.
it is more. I would put this higher, but I think that one also deserves it.
Well, I disagree, but I mean it's a great moment. It's you know, I just, I mean, you get to the point where you could just put like the whole show on there.
Well, it just some of
Like I didn't
those
put anything from Partagaz in these moments, and I think he's incredible.
that's true.
Obviously, I will put at least calibrate your enthusiasm in season two.
Yeah.
But
But there's something to be said. Like the climaxes are amazing, but there's also a lot of really small moments that are really touching in the show, or just
well,
have
I
really high
have some of them.
impact.
The best of the best are here.
Arguable.
Um, and I think this is another example of what Nimic combined with Marva are both like kind of relevant examinations of fascism
Yes.
and how it's a tenuous hold in the face of rebellion.
Hmm.
So realistically, it's just you put all that together, it's like it's pretty high art. One of the best sequences in Star Wars history.
Yeah.
And I would say one of the best sequences in that I've seen in television.
Yeah.
So
I would agree.
that is my number one.
That's a good choice. Good pick.
So now I got to rank the episodes, and it's kind of obvious what the top ones are going to be just based on that. But
Yeah.
um,
But we have to say that the groundwork being laid in the
yeah,
build-up episodes, like the payoff wouldn't be what it is without that
definitely.
groundwork.
But the build-up episodes do suffer somewhat in this, when you're ranking the episodes, obviously.
Sure.
And so my number 12 is the Axe 3 Gets, which is episode 5. So that's like the one before the Eye of Aldani.
Hmm.
So it's kind of the middle episode where they introduce the characters in the first one.
Hmm.
And then the second one is where you kind of get more of their backstories and stuff. It's definitely the slowest episode. Not a whole lot moves forward here.
Hmm.
Like I said, the main thrust is just kind of getting the motivations of most of the people on the heist. Actually, still throw a couple of the other ones in at the beginning of the next episode, but
Hmm.
it continues the strained relationship Andor has with Skeen and Terriman, and then
Hmm.
it culminates with him coming clean about the fact that he's getting paid with the rest
Hmm.
of them. But yeah, mostly it's just anticipation building for the heist. Number 11, I have episode 8, which is Narkina 5, which is the first episode in the prison.
Mm. And this is the only one that's not in a.
No, this is the one. This is an arc.
Oh,
Episode
okay.
7
The
is the
seven
one.
is okay. Thank you.
So it's really, even though it is the beginning of Andor in the prison, it actually has a more, I would say, is going on with other characters, but they're not like really hitting like their highest points at this in this part of the story. Like Dedra's busy. This is where she does meet Karn, which is a cool like development.
Yes, definitely a highlight.
Part of her investigation of Andor and Axis. Um, and this is also where she kind of goes on her little torture arc with Salma
Yeah.
Pock and Vix.
She didn't make any of your top moments.
That's true.
It's interesting.
In season 1.
Mhm.
This is also where we first learn that Marva is becoming ill. She's not dead yet, but
Yeah.
it's kind of the beginning of that. It's where Luthen or Clay kind of convinced Luthen to just shut everything down with uh Ferrix
Hmm.
because Bix like reaches out and she's like, we just need to just shut them off.
Yeah.
And then this also is the first episode that has Saw Gerrera in it, and
Mm.
Luthen's trying to convince him to go with that Anto Krieger job, which just then he has to come back and walk that one back. But
Yeah.
so yeah, solid episode, but toward the bottom. Number 10, I have episode 4, which is Aldani. So this is the first Aldani episode.
Hmm.
So I don't think there's any like really big high points in this episode either, but you know, obviously it introduces like the beginning of the Aldani cast and whatnot, so that's all well and good. But I think more importantly than that, this is also the episode that introduces Mon Mothma and Dedra Meero.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting.
Now, neither of them do anything super flashy or exciting yet, but just the fact that they are here, and it's also just kind of a reveal that because you know, I don't. I certainly didn't know going in that we were going to get such a heavy Imperial perspective in this show, and so it's like we reveal that yeah, you're getting like a major Imperial character,
Hmm.
which is kind of unusual outside of like Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Hmm.
So that's very cool.
And
Obviously,
this-
Mon Mothma's actress is unbelievable.
Hmm. And this episode is also when I realized like we're gonna have a lot of strong women in this show.
Yeah, that's true. And then it's also where we learn about Luthen's disguise. So technically, it's also the debut of Clea, but she's very in the background.
Yeah, yeah. Which is kind of a cool, slow reveal.
That is true. I mean, yeah, I really didn't care that much about her in season 1.
Me too.
But in season 2, she really comes to her. Number 9, I have episode 2, which is called That Would Be Me. So no, this is obviously the build episode for the first arc. So again, not a ton of standout sequences in the episode itself, but I do think it is a masterclass in building tension and anticipation for the future episodes. And it's like, you know, Andor's really scrambling, trying to cover his tracks in Ferrix, while Cyril Karn is kind of gathering the troops. This is where he makes his little speech and stuff with officers that are going to arrest him. So it's also the debut of Lannis Mosk. And then this is the episode that debuts Luthen, technically, although I don't think he actually says anything in this episode. Just kind of like shows him flying in. And then we also have the debut of Marva in this episode.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
And the Ferris Gone guy.
Legendary.
But I do like, so maybe it would have been a little bit higher just for all that, but it also probably does have the most flashback stuff, which remember is going on in that first arc, which we don't like as much.
Well, and that could be hurt by how much we've rewatched those episodes. Like they get slower each time.
Definitely.
It's probably not quite fair.
Yeah.
But I just have to say again, just throw a little bit of alien wildlife in there. I'd be much more sucked into those scenes.
Number 8, I have episode 11, which is Daughter of Ferrix, which is the build episode to the finale. But there's still a lot of good stuff here. This is the one that has Luthen's getaway, which I like, in his little ship. Which is really is the closest call of the season. If you think about it, like that could have been a disaster.
Yeah.
But it's also
The name too.
well, and it's also where we get the death of Marva, which is very sad.
Yeah.
And just everyone kind of gradually getting the news, and Andor gets it last.
Well, and I do like how they put us in Andor's shoes, like that they don't show it on screen because he doesn't get to see it, and so we're kind of left without that feeling of closure in the same way that he is, and it holds up the funeral scene really well.
I really like how he's the last one to learn it, and all
definitely.
these other characters are like planning about. They don't even know he's going to be there, and they're just like, and then it's just Zanwan, this kind of forgettable character, is the one that breaks the news to him, and he's
Did you tell him not to come? That was a good conversation.
yeah, right. So episode seven, no, number seven is episode nine, which is Nobody's Listening, which is of course the build episode for the prison break.
Hmm.
Um, so it kind of makes Olaf a big character. This is like his big episode,
Yeah.
where he is the sort of the crux for the fate that awaits all of them if
Yes.
they don't get out of there.
Loves the old man.
Mhm. And this is the episode where they execute the entire floor of the prison, and they're kind of gradually getting that information.
Hmm.
And then it's also, of course, has the never more than 12 payoff at the end,
Hmm.
where Kino finally gets on board. It's also the debut of Gorst, Dr. Gorst, which is not Bix's favorite character.
Yeah, not really mine either.
No. And it's also the reveal that Vel and Mon Mothma are related, which was a kind of a big reveal.
Yeah, that was fun.
And this is also when the ISB arrests one of Anto Krieger's pilots.
Mm.
So the beginning of that little mini arc,
Mhm.
and kind of, or the not the very beginning, but I think this is when Take Home tells Mon about his plan to bring Davos Skulden in, which he does not like.
Hmm.
So good stuff there. Episodes or number six, I have episode one, the pilot episode called Casa, whatever. I think we agree that this show is kind of more of a grower because it kind of builds up to these epic finales. But I think that the first episode does a really good job of getting off on the right foot. Does that shakedown scene that we talked about really well. The first 10 minutes,
Hmm.
killing those cops. Also, obviously gives us the debut of Cyril Karn,
Hmm.
which is very good, and it has that scene where he's taking it very seriously. Obviously, and this lead guy is not.
Biggs being a great best friend.
It's Brasso.
Brasso, my bad.
It's Final Fantasy VII.
Well, I'm not great with names. It doesn't mean Brasso's one of my favorites. So truly, it means no offense if I don't remember their name. Karn took me forever. My trick,
I
by
know.
the way, if you struggle with Karn, I think of Carnage. Lots of Carnage everywhere he goes.
Okay. So not a long episode, it's just 35 minutes television, but I think it does a good job establishing the show as like a much more gritty and grounded take on Star Wars than what we're used to seeing.
And not just for gritty's sake. Like, I think it has a lot to say that's really valuable.
Number five, I have episode seven, which is announcement. This is the standalone episode. And it's really gone up more and more for me the more that I've watched it. It's kind of a whirlwind where obviously the heist has just happened. So the Empire is like kind of overreacting to that,
Hmm.
which is
As Luthen wants.
a big deal, right? And he explains that in this episode that he wants that. There's a lot of awesome sequences here. Andor's final conversation with Marva is here. Mon Mothma's first meeting with Take Homa that I talked about was my favorite of hers. Is here. This is also when Dedra Miro gets what she wants, where she gets access to all the files,
Which is very satisfying.
which is a big deal for her.
I mean, and, not good for our
Right.
main guys, but
Also not good for our main guy is Clea puts out the hit on Andor this episode.
yeah, that was not satisfying.
And this is also where Andor's arrested. So it's not a great episode for him. But a great episode of television.
Yeah.
So that's my number five. So
Okay.
that's my favorite of the ones that are not big payoff episodes.
Okay.
And then the rest of them are the payoff episodes, which pretty much goes in the same order of what we just talked about. So four is the eye,
Yeah, I figured it would.
three,
I get lots of points for being visually stunning.
very visually great. Three is Reckoning, which is the third episode, so the culmination of the first arc. Two is One Way Out, and one is Rick's Road.
Okay.
Rick's Road, and I would put One Way Out up there too, as like certainly top 20 episodes of television that I've seen, I think.
So
Or
for you,
five.
both Last of Us Part 1, spoilers for Angie's List, or I'm sorry, Season 1 and Andor Season 1 peak at the season finale.
Which is nicely, and also Game of Thrones Season 6, if you want a little tease for next time we get back to that.
Yeah.
And Game of Thrones Season 5, which we did talk about. I love that episode as well.
And that's probably what you want. You probably want,
Definitely.
like, you don't want it to.
You don't want to
peak at
Last
the
of Us
beginning and
Season
then
2
get worse.
situation.
You never want to feel like it's getting worse, but it's hard because your beginning has to be good enough to.
Well, Andor does it
People in.
beautifully. It's like it's a total grower, but the first episode is one of the stronger ones,
Just barely ekes into your top half.
which is kind of what you want.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Like, I really like when, I think that's kind of the most realistic way to do it. To me, it's very satisfying. Like, what would be the most satisfying arc for me
Hmm.
is if it literally was the worst episode first and then the best episode last, and it was just a
Hmm.
continued growth. It like never happens, but
Well, that's a huge risk because I
it's a
think you
huge
get
risk.
people, and it's I think easier to do a good introduction than a good middle.
But I prefer, at the very least, I prefer what they did here, where a lot of the peaking stuff is at the end, and I thought they did that with season two as well. Um, and that's generally how you want it to be. Obviously, you want a lot of the good stuff at the end because that's what people are left with.
Hmm.
And I like that better than and I like that better with lots of things, not just TV shows. I like that better with all kinds of storytelling and music albums in particular, because obviously I've listened to a ton of those.
Yeah.
And to me, it's very unsatisfying when you have a very really good example is that Muse album that we like
Mm.
with Starlight on it. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. I think it's Black Holes and Revelations.
Yes.
They really do a bad job of packing all of the best stuff right at the beginning.
Hmm.
And then like the rest of the album just seems like not that great by comparison.
Yeah.
And I think that U2 album that kind of does that too.
That Catfish and the Bottlemen album, I think all the best stuff's in the beginning. Like the first
Well,
six
at least that
songs.
one is like a little bit more spread out, and they're not like in the first like literally the first three songs are the best one. 'Cause, Fallout is like six or something. I really like 26 as well. Anyway,
Mm.
yeah, so I find that very unsatisfying, and so I like the show did not do that.
Yeah.
Okay, all we have left for me is ranking the dead characters. I have 18 here.
Okay. Uh, I am tempted to ask you if you think season two pulls that off, but I won't. We'll
I do
hold off. It will be, well, now you spoiled it. Now why is anyone going to listen to our next episode?
because they love that season and they want to hear more people talk about it.
Amateur. Come on.
So 18 dead characters I thought were worth okay, dead or done for the show.
Okay.
That I thought were worth noting. And so like at the bottom, I mean they're not it's kind of like Game of Thrones. They're not like super big characters, but notable at least to write down. So
I
like
think we need a little musical cue for these lists. Like,
well, that's way too much
list
work.
time, list time. It's almost time for list time.
No, I hate that.
Okay.
Number 18
Shop it.
is Nurchi, which is kind of the trader on Ferrex, if you want to look at it that way. I guess other than Tim. Not a very
The
fleshed,
less interesting trader.
yeah, not a very fleshed out character. Kind of notable though. He's the second one that tries to turn Andor in, and during the whole Marva scene. But I do like he kind of has a similar arc to Tim, where I do think that he kind of regrets his actions when he hears Marva's speech. It's
Mhm.
like I mean, that might not necessarily be true, but I think that's kind of what they're going for.
No, I think in his performance you can see that. He's also part of that really funny scene where he hires that guy to just
Yeah.
stand there, and it's actually one of Andor's buddies.
And then I like that he ends up getting killed in the bomb blast. He's the only known character for us that gets killed in that blast.
Mhm.
And I think it's important that somebody that we at least know is
Yeah.
killed in it. And so that's cool.
And it's kind of comeuppance for that character.
17, I have Blevin, which is the guy that is kind of Dedra's foil at the beginning.
Mm.
So, we kind of see him just get smacked down by Dedra Miro and Major Partagaz and taken off of Ferrex.
Yeah.
And we never really see him again after that. That's not true. We do see him like one more time after that because he's who Chloris is reporting to, which is Mon Mothma's driver.
Mm.
But he never really what he is he's a stepping stone for Dedra Miro, which is fun.
They have some good little showdowns.
Yeah, fairly memorable stepping stone.
Mhm.
So good for him. Number 16 is Pegla. I almost want to put him higher than this. Because he's just so under the radar, very easily missable. And he's actually revealed to be really a very sweet character, even though at the beginning he's kind of harsh with Andor. He's like, do not come back over here again because you're going to get me in trouble. So he's the one that let him use the ship.
Yeah.
Which is not unwarranted. But he is the first one that Andor meets on his return to Ferrex. And he stands watch for him whenever he kind of reunites with Brasso and he sets off on his quest to save Bix. And then he also saves B2EMO from the riot and provides Brasso, Bix, Willman, and B2EMO a ship to escape on.
Anyone who saves my favorite droid in all of Star Wars just wins points with me.
Yeah. So he's my number 16 right now. I could see moving him up above number 15, which is Terramin from the Aldani heist. He's definitely the one that's the least fleshed out.
Yeah, I think I'd put him above Chairman.
All we really know about him is that he used to be a stormtrooper, and he is kind of has a gruff, pushy attitude.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's definitely a more memorable character, I feel, than Pegla. Like he's more front and center. in the heist. He kind of has a position of he's like Vel's number two, really. And he's in charge of the guys as they execute their plan. But
Yeah.
so I think that's probably why I gave him the credit there. Number 14, I had to look it up because he technically is never named. It's the Time Grappler.
Time Grappler.
He is that is the official wiki name for the guy that rings Ferrex's gong.
Oh, respect.
Mostly he's here because of how much
Season two?
No, Ferrex is on season two.
Well, I know, but we're just oh.
Mostly he's here just because I know how much you like him, and I feed off your enthusiasm somewhat.
We have a lot of fun every time he's on screen.
But he's very memorable and a good example of taking pride in your work.
Yeah. If you're looking for inspiration, just watch that scene.
There you go. Number 13, I have Tim.
Wow, Tim's pretty low.
Well, he has 3 episodes.
Yeah, but just what they're okay, I get it. This way.
He's our first major casualty.
Mhm.
Clearly flawed character, snitches Andor out over jealousy.
Mhm.
But even though he's not with us long, I do think he's a grounded, realistic character
Yeah.
that I think is important for setting up Andor and Vix's arcs.
Establishes some nuance in the show's take on people right off the bat.
Yeah. So 12 is Zanwan. He's another one of those characters, kind of like Peggle, that's easy to miss on first or even second watch through the show. But
Yeah, that name doesn't stand out to me.
he's a big Ferrix loyalist. He does try to extort Andor for his trip out of Ferrix at the beginning, because Andor wants discreet and fast.
Mm-hmm.
But he ends up being the person that breaks the news to Andor about Marva's death.
Yeah.
And
This
then
guy's better than Tim?
I think so. Part of it is because like he is a pretty big part of the funeral the procession. He's like kind of in the front with the main characters. And then he's involved in the riot and he sacrifices himself to save the old woman.
That's right.
From the stormtrooper. So I liked him a lot. 11, I have Olaf. Doesn't have a huge personality, but he is a tragic character and I think is important as an example of the fate that could await Kino and Andor and the rest of the men imprisoned in Arkina 5 if they don't go through with the prison break.
Absolutely.
Especially after the revelation that nobody's getting out.
Let's wait to see how everyone steps up for him. I still don't think I'd put him above Tim, but
okay. Number 10 is Commandant J. Holda Behaz. He only gets 1 episode. It's unclear whether he actually dies at the end of the Aldani heist or if he just passes out. But he's done as a character here either way, so might as well be dead for our purposes. He gets more screen time than most.
heart attack.
Okay. He gets more screen time than most of the Imperial officers in the show outside of the main cast, and his disdain for the Aldanis and rudeness toward his own family kind of help him stick out. And seeing his reaction.
He's more one-dimensional than...
Yes, he is. But I just think that he is, I guess, more memorable and interesting than some of these characters before him. Even though he's only in 1 episode, I feel like he kind of gets more screen time than a lot of these others. And I do think it's very satisfying whenever he's kind of humbled, obviously, when they take him captive, and then we get to see his reaction to Gorn betraying him, which he certainly doesn't see coming, which is very satisfying. So that's my number 10.
It's like every bad thing he said about the Aldani, like dug his grave further.
Number 9 is Salmonpock, which is Wilman's father. One of those characters whose importance is boosted significantly, I would say, in this case, not by anything that we actually see him do, but by the impression he leaves on others. And obviously his son Wilman in particular in this case. He is also Bix's liaison with Luthen, and he ends up the first casualty of the Empire's occupation of Ferrix after some questioning at the hands of Dr. Gorst. So that's my number 9. Number 8, I have Skeen. And I think that you could make the case that he is one of the most or at least more psychologically rich members, certainly of the Heist crew. I think that your initial read was that he planned to betray the group all along.
I don't necessarily know that. I do think it was opportunistic, like I'll do it if I can. But my read was that he made up his story about his motivation. I do like yours a little better.
Right. Yeah,
I'm giving like my brother's dead. Why am I gonna?
That's how I have always viewed it. I think that he looked at betraying them at that point after Nimic's dead, most of the guys are dead, as his best option after like it was such a disaster. And I think he would probably not admit that the loss of Nimic made him lose interest in any sort of organized rebellion, but I do think it did.
Whereas I think the loss of Nimic maybe planted a seed with Andor. Well,
Definitely.
I mean, obviously that he left him the what's it called? Manifesto.
Right. Well, and Andor doesn't even know that yet before he kills Skeen, though.
But it's a good juxtaposition to Andor, who we know is a very
That's true.
kind of hardened character, but that didn't even consider
has some honor, yes. And unfortunately for him, he bets on the wrong horse because he assumes that since Andor's getting paid, he's only motivated by monetary gain, and he does not live to make another mistake. So
well, it's not just only motivated. Like that is a shit ton more money than he was gonna get.
Right.
It's even I think a lot of people it would be hard to pass that up.
Yeah, not Andor.
Not Andor.
Number 7. This is maybe my hottest take here. It's Clem Andor. Andor's father. Andor's really good at building up side characters. It's so good at it that I think that they build up what I would consider as very good Star Wars character in Clem after he's already dead.
Yeah.
We don't get much on him. We only get a few scenes, but we learn that he was killed by the Empire despite advocating for peaceful resistance, kind of drawing some parallels to Martin Luther King Jr. He is black, probably intentionally. And that he has these little nuggets of wisdom, like he tells Andor to keep his eyes open, possibilities everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think that sticks with him long after his death. And he even goes out of his way, Andor goes out of his way to visit his brick on his last trip to Ferrix.
Yeah.
Which kind of illustrates how much he meant to him. So I really like him for that reason. So kind of similar, I guess, in a way to that Salman Pak is important to his son. But Andor is obviously a better character than Wilman Pak. Spoiler there for my next list.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Chief Inspector Hine. That's Karn's superior. Extremely limited amount of screen time. Probably the least of everybody that I have on my list. Only appears in 2 scenes, actually. And he doesn't really say anything in the second one. But much. But he absolutely steals the show in his first one.
Yeah.
And his kind of juxtaposition with Cyril Karn, and I cannot help but put him this high on the list. Yeah. Every line from him is superb. And I just love his order. It's not quite Calibrate Your Enthusiasm, but it's almost as good, where he tells Karn to come up with an accident explaining the loss of the 2 corporate cops that is sad but inspiring in a mundane sort of way.
Nothing too.
we don't need a parade.
Yeah.
He's so great.
Can't argue there.
And I like that actor a lot. He's also Game of Thrones. Number 5. Top 5.
No, don't say it.
It is Nimic.
No, it's not.
It is Nimic.
To me, just to piss me off. Now you got it. You got your reaction tonight. You can give me your real list.
It is Nimic.
Criminal.
A tragic character. The truest believer of the rebel cause, if there ever could be. But he doesn't live long enough, sadly, to see the true birth of the rebellion. He never makes it to Yavin.
The heart of the rebellion.
But his presence leaves a lasting impact on the viewer, with many lines about fascism and oppression relevant to the real world. And he also leaves an impression on Andor himself, who becomes more and more of a true believer with each passing episode after meeting him. I wouldn't be surprised if it was loyalty to Nimic and his cause that caused Andor to reject Skeen's offer and abscond with the funds.
Yeah.
At least in part.
There's a lot of complexity there.
That's my number 5. Number 4, maybe this is my hottest take because of how much you love Nimic. And I love him too. But number 4, I have Lieutenant Gorn.
You're going to have to make a really great
I recognize that he is not as colorful as some of the other Aldani rebels like Nimic and Skeen. But I think that his understated performance sticks with me personally more than them. I think part of that is because he is sort of in a Lonnie Young kind of situation where he is forced to put up this ruse, and like Mon Mothma, I guess, due to his position. And I think that it is really interesting, just as a longtime Star Wars fan, the concept of an Imperial officer pulling the strings to maximize the success of a rebel heist is very cool to me.
His love story.
His underlying respect for the Aldanis driven by this tragic love story that he felt for one of them years ago. And we don't know exactly what happened, which I like. I like that it leaves that open-ended. I think that hits hardest for me of all of the motivations
Yeah.
that these characters have. And so for that reason, it's close between him and Nemec. It was a close call. But there's just like all of his scenes, even though I didn't put them on the list. His scenes really stick with me, like the one where he goes down to the holy site and he's pissed off at the state of it and he yells at those guys to fix it. And then like he has another scene where he's up there on the balcony and he talks to that guy about how there's fewer Aldani coming and that guy's like a total jerk about it, but he has to just like stay cool. And there's another scene where he makes sure that's gonna be a skeleton crew. It makes it like super subtle about it. It
Yeah.
makes it seem like it's their idea. He has
Yeah.
this little smirk when he walks off.
I like that one.
He's awesome.
I would definitely put him above Skeen. Now, I think that this is a little disrespectful to put him above Nemec, but what do I know?
Well, Nemec obviously means more in the grand scheme of the motivations of Andor, clearly. But yeah, I really like Lieutenant Gordon. And I like that he dies almost off screen, where it's just like just happens like so fast. It's just like, well, that's that. Because it's very realistic, I think. Kind of like, Jesse in Last of Us Part 2.
Spoiler.
Well, we've covered that on this podcast.
All right, but if you're not caught up.
Well, everybody surely is caught up. I mean, how could you skip an episode?
I found out one of the YouTubers I like that watches movies and stuff watched the first. How many episodes are in season 1 of The Last of Us?
9.
Watched the first 8 episodes and then stopped.
Yeah, Brett did that for The Mandalorian season 2 for a long time.
Well, I can't imagine that the end of Mandalorian season 2 is as good as
As a matter of fact, it is in the top 10 highest. It might be the number 1 highest rated Star Wars episode of all time.
That's disgusting.
You don't know how good.
Well, it'd have to be a skyrocket from the quality of
Obviously
Mandalorian I've seen.
Not better than it is very good, but it's obviously not better than any of these Andor episodes.
I don't think you were outraged enough at what I just told you.
Okay.
Got so close and didn't see how the whole season pays off.
Well,
and that season's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. Number 3 on my list, Linus Mosk.
Linus Mosk.
He is one of those characters that is a minor character, but I think that he just steals every scene that he's in. His introduction to Karn, their failed expedition to Ferrix, this hilarious call that he has. I don't know if you remember it super well. Just the call that he makes, I just think that scene is so hilarious. And Karn, as soon as he gets to the point that, Marv is dead, or Karn is just like so, like, wants to get like the important information out of him and he just can't do it. And he's like so frustrated.
Yeah. Are you sure he doesn't come back in season 2 at all?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
definitely makes an impression while he's there.
I love
makes
that
the most of his screen time for sure.
I still don't think I could put him above Nemec, but he would be in my top 5.
Number 2, Kino Loy.
Kino Loy.
I think the best. Well, I mean, I get unless you count my number 1 as a side character, I think they're a little bit more of a main character. But Kino is definitely a side character, and I think just a really great one in a show filled with lots of good ones. He's just like got this something about the performance. Like he's kind of like he's eloquent, but he's also kind of has like this haunt. Like it's like he's seen some shit, like his behind his eyes. Very haunted character.
Yeah.
Very measured in his position in Narkina 5. He's obviously very hesitant to join the prison break scheme, but I think that it's cool that yes, obviously the news that people aren't getting out, that's probably the biggest piece of it. But he also just has this affection for Olaf that really comes through. That I think helps push him over the edge, which I really like. His speech at the end is awesome, urging everybody at the rest of the prison and everyone at home really rise up against their oppressors. And then of course the final twist that he can't swim.
We never find out why he's in prison.
We do not.
Or any of them.
Well, we know that Andor literally did nothing to get in prison, so it could just be bullshit like that.
Yeah. I guess the idea is that it doesn't matter. They're all in the same boat now. But
my number 1, obvious, is Marva. Yeah. She's obviously the most notable Andor character to die during season 1. Obviously Andor's adoptive mother, played brilliantly by the same actress that plays Aunt Petunia.
Yes.
Constant source of love, life, and inspiration for Andor.
And me.
Emboldened by the Aldani heist, she dedicates the final weeks of her life to inspiring those around her to rise up against the Empire.
Hmm.
She ironically never learns that Andor himself was one of the few behind the heist itself,
Hmm.
which she would have loved.
Yeah.
It's clear that she ultimately becomes a very key part of Andor's inspiration to give himself fully to the rebellion. And as she is for many that take part in the procession on Rick's Road. And obviously, it's not as flashy as her speech at the end, but I love that final conversation that she has with Andor as well.
Absolutely.
I think that's just love line is up there with the most affecting lines I've heard in a show.
Mm. Yeah, that's beautiful. I can't argue with that.
Yeah. So she's obviously my number one.
Okay. Well, that's very exciting. I could do a list. I think I kind of made my thoughts
Yeah.
clear as we went.
You can do your actual top 5 or 10 or whatever you want to do for the once we're done with this show.
Okay.
It includes like all of the includes everybody.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be interesting to see.
Great. Well, I have that to look forward to.
Great. So I have that to look forward to. And now you did mention, I guess the last thing here is that you were curious about where I would put this in the grand scheme of seasons that we have covered on the show.
Yes.
Which is obviously Game of Thrones 1 through 5, Last of Us 1 and 2, and now Andor season 1. And I do have that data. Let me pull it up real fast.
And all of this is among our favorite shows. Like we talk about the stuff that we're
Well,
really interested in. All right. Well, you're at least very interested. You have many thoughts.
that is true. Let's see. I guess it's under seasons.
I do remember as this one was coming out at around the same time as Last of Us.
Yeah, it was.
season
We were getting hit by Last of Us. This, I think, House of the Dragon season 1 as well.
Yeah.
It was an awesome time for.
Uh, but I remember thinking they were like neck and neck.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
So I could just hit you with this is the 8th season of television that we've covered on the show. So if you want them in order, number 8, Last of Us season 2, easily last. 7, Game of Thrones season 2, 6, Game of Thrones season 5.
Game of Thrones season 2 ends with George R. Martin's favorite moment in all of Game of Thrones. The TV show. The Battle of Blackwater.
That's not what it ends with. That's episode 9.
It's close.
Well, I agree. I think that episode is incredible. And certainly, I mean, the season would be lower without it. I agree. Right now on my list through the first 5 seasons, extremely high for me.
Okay.
Certainly top 5. That's my number 7. Number 6 is Game of Thrones season 5. Number 5 is Game of Thrones season 3. Number 4 is Game of Thrones season 1. Number
Interesting.
3 is Game of Thrones season 4.
Interesting.
Number 2 is Andor season 1.
Wow.
Number 1 is The Last of Us season 1.
Wow.
So that is the current ranking of seasons that we've covered.
Interesting. Was that a tough one for you to?
No, really, not really at all. Because when it comes to seasons, all I had to do was just because like I give each episode a grade, and then it's just a matter of math at that point.
Because I definitely heard more critiques about Last of Us season 1. If you listen to our podcast episodes, you might assume that you liked Andor season 1 better.
Well, that's true. I mean, it doesn't. Andor season 1 definitely doesn't have the lows that The Last of Us season 1 has, but The Last of Us season 1 it doesn't have many lows. It's really just. I mean, the only episode that I think is like not that great is the Left Behind episode, and it's still solid. It's not like a bad episode. It's not nowhere near a season 2 disaster, and it also just has very high highs. Last of Us.
True, it doesn't.
And also, I think what might work in The Last of Us favor ultimately in terms of because like just the way I do it is a calculation, and so it only has 9 episodes, and Andor has 12 episodes, so it is longer. And so I think that might make a difference in terms of how it's calculated, and then also because season 2 or Andor it's slower pace, it has more downtime than The Last of Us, and so it has more episodes that are not filler episodes, but they are tension building episodes.
Yes,
which obviously Last of Us does a good job of tension building, but it pretty much every episode almost in that season is also like has payoff in it. So in terms of the pacing, I mean, it's tough to beat Last of Us season 1.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Very
interesting.
You're right. And I will say, I guess, between the two, I do respect Andor for being a completely original work. whereas The Last of Us is adapting something that already exists, which is common for television. But I think it is rare for television to come up with something original that is on the level of the adaptation stuff, because realistically, the best writers are writers. They are not in the television business.
Yeah.
Or, I guess what television does really is it takes the best stories from all of the other mediums except for film, and adapts them. So you have the very best people that do television writing, like your Vince Gilligans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they're contributing original stuff to television. But then you also have like the best book writers. Their stuff is inevitably used in television. Now you have the best video game writers. Their stuff is being used. And so it just like kind of cheats in a way.
Yeah. As long as you don't fuck it up. I mean, it's hard because you're facing a fan base that's already very passionate about the material.
Yeah.
And so anything you change, some people will be mad about regardless if it's a good change or not. I hope that adaptations, I mean, it's easier for sure because you're starting from a baseline, you don't have to make up something from scratch. But I do love a lot of adaptations. I grew up, the Harry Potter movies were some of my favorites. I think Catching Fire is a fantastic adaptation. I think that the Lord of the Rings movies are awesome.
Well, you haven't read those books. You don't know if they're...
Don't out me like that.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Well,
I didn't say that they're awesome adaptations.
Sitting right up there?
I said they're great movies and that they
All right.
are adaptations.
they are great movies. And obviously I love both. Since we're talking about The Last of Us and Star Wars, obviously I love both IPs, but I do like Star Wars more if I had to pick between the two.
Well, because you like Star Wars more than any IP.
Right.
So.
But Last of Us would be very high. I mean, it would be Star Wars and Final Fantasy are my top two. Game of Thrones I'd put above The Last of Us, realistically. But Last of Us would be extraordinarily high. It might be next. I don't know how to think about that. But either way, they're both brilliant. And I'm glad that we have this podcast together so we can talk about how great they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thanks again for everyone listening to the show. If you made it this far, which probably nobody has. If you are, I hope you look forward to our discussion on Andor Season 2. And, of course, the remainder of our Game of Thrones series. And we're going to do House of the Dragon after that.
Ooh, that'll be a fun one.
We decide to talk about beyond that. Yeah, we'll be interested to see where House of the Dragon Season 1 ranks for me because I'm very high on it right now. I will say, in terms of just production stuff on the way, it's going to take me a lot of work to go through and prepare for the Andor Season 2 podcast because it's a 12-episode season, and I don't know it as well as any of the other stuff that we've covered so far. And so, because of that, I think it's going to be delayed a little. And another possibility is that I haven't made the decision on this yet, but something I have considered is splitting it up into multiple episodes. Because, this episode is obviously very long. And it would be less work also to record these podcasts if they weren't quite as long.
Yeah. I mean, I am a rambler.
Well,
I have lots of thoughts.
I love like the kind of, as you know, one of my favorite, or maybe my favorite style of podcast is the sort of taking a series and breaking it apart, which we have done in terms of the seasons of television. And I'm sure that people did that with Andor while it was going on. Because we're a little late, that it kind of incentivizes us to put it all in one. But I don't know if that's going to happen just literally, if nothing else, just literally just because of the workload that it's going to be and how long it would probably take us to discuss it as well. So haven't made the final decision on that. I do have a surprise for the episode after that's going to air after this one. Do
I know?
Maybe not.
Oh.
It is not going to have Reagan on it. It is going to have a new guest.
I think I do know.
And it is going to be talking about something that is not a topic that we have discussed so far. It has nothing to do with video games. It has nothing to do with television, film, music.
You did a football game episode?
It has not anything to do with football either. So that'll be interesting. It is list based.
Okay.
So we'll see what you think.
Very exciting.
And then there are also, beyond all of that stuff, there are some pretty massive lists that I am working on as well that I'll be discussing on the podcast eventually.
So, will you?
Yes.
I think I know what you're alluding to there.
So there's a little teaser for you. So if any of that sounds interesting, remember you can write to the show at ControlledBurnes with an ES at gmail.com. If you like it, you can subscribe, follow, like, review wherever you listen to your podcast.
I guess mark your Clone Wars spoilers, but other than that, you're probably safe with Star Wars.
That's true. But that's it for this one. For now, until next time, keep it warm.
Keep it warm.